I have a sweet at the end of the world. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 26. Enjoy life. At this moment, Jiang Chen was in a very happy mood. Although he had been trying to make himself look calm and steady, his steps began to flutter a little after he walked out of the door. One word to describe his mood: cool. 1000 words omitted. Synopsis: Liu Yao and Jiang Chen went to eat together. Bingyu, an ocean restaurant, is a very famous restaurant in San'ai Hilton Hotel and even in San'ai. The restaurant with water as the main theme is surrounded by sky blue pools and waterscapes. Rows of coconut trees and palm trees are arranged in a natural atmosphere, echoing the blue sea view. The entrance of the restaurant is slightly hidden, and the dazzling array of red wines dazzles the tourists who just entered the door. They can't help but be infected by its elegant and luxurious temperament, and can't help but slow down their pace and speak softly. The private room in the center of the restaurant is even more unique. The design, like an aquarium, makes diners feel like they are in the ocean. There is no need for extra neon here, just the sparkling and colorful is enough to make people feel relaxed and happy. Jiang Chen and Liu Yao were sitting here at the moment. I heard that the night view here is more beautiful, but it's also different at noon. Jiang Chen tasted the tender meat of the sea carp and drank a sip of the delicious soup and chicken of the Wenshang chicken. The table was filled with delicious food, which made him dazzled. Whoa, this Boston lobster is so delicious. Liu Yao stuck out her tongue playfully and skillfully dissected the lobster on the plate with her white scallion fingers. Beautiful looking, delicious. Jiang Chen took the chopsticks and added a piece of oyster meat to his mouth, watching Liu Yao eat the shrimp, and said with a smile, although it is a Western restaurant, the waiters usually prepare chopsticks. Beautiful, isn't it? Liu Yao pouted and continued to deal with the shrimp. I'm talking about that lobster. The cute look made Jiang Chen couldn't help teasing her. Hateful. Liu Yao's stomach is not big, but she eats some delicate food. She didn't touch meat that is easy to fill up like Wenshang chicken. Most of the dishes went into Jiang Chen's stomach. Jiang Chen's appetite was about the level of 2 adults. It seems that you are very happy today. Wiping the corners of her mouth with a napkin, Liu Yao looked at Jiang Chen with a twinkling look in her eyes. Yes, I made a big deal. Jiang Chen did not hide anything and told Liu Yao with a laugh. I thought it was because of me. Liu Yao said jokingly. Jiang Chen smiled mysteriously and moved closer to Liu Yao. Guess how big the deal is? $1 million US? Liu Yao opened her red lips and took a sip of red wine. She didn't care much about how much money Jiang Chen made, because no matter how much he made, it had nothing to do with her directly, but she was still very clear about the vanity of men. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't seem to have any taboos, she asked in a coquettish manner, $1 million? Just a small amount. Jiang Chen laughed and leaned back in his chair. A little bit. Liu Yao looked at Jiang Chen in surprise. At least 100 million. Jiang Chen smiled unsatisfactorily. The author cried and said, go read the forum. Chapter 27 returns. In the remaining 5 days, the two had a very happy time. Liu Yao took Jiang Chen to visit all the famous attractions in San'ai. They took a surfing boat on Wasishao Island, enjoyed the sunshine on the beach in Yalan Bay, and strolled at the end of the world. The two also left their names on the love lock. However, Liu Yao engraved Jiang Chen, and Jiang Chen engraved Chen Lel on the lock. The good times are short, but they are always good. Until the moment of separation, Jiang Chen never saw a trace of sadness or a tear from Liu Yao. Sir, do you need coffee? The soft voice of the stewardess interrupted Jiang Chen's thoughts. 1 cup. Okay, please wait. A cup of hot coffee was placed in front of Jiang Chen. Looking at the rising mist, Jiang Chen showed a faint smile. This trip was not bad, but I don't know if I can meet that girl again. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen suddenly laughed, and he didn't know why he suddenly wanted to laugh. Glancing at the white clouds outside the window and the middle-aged white-collar worker beside him who was resting with his eyes closed, Jiang Chen drank the coffee that had not yet completely cooled down. slightly bitter, but very sweet. The short trip to Sanya ended, and Jiang Chen dragged his suitcase out of Wanghai Airport. This noisy city. Jiang Chen took a deep breath of the turbid air and hailed a taxi. Go to Balian. Jiang Chen, who was sitting in the co-pilot seat, took out his almost outdated Samsung mobile phone and was about to call Xiaoyu when he suddenly found a small window right above him. Weibo? Clicking on the Weibo that he had rarely visited, Jiang Chen found that someone had added him. A very pleasant vacation. Thank you for your company at Jiang Chen. There was also a picture of a plane taking off after the text, and Jiang Chen noticed that it was his flight. This girl actually gave me a ride. How come I didn't know? A smile flashed across Jiang Chen's face. He remembered that he and Liu Yao parted at the airport, but he didn't expect that she would watch his plane take off. Touching his chin somewhat narcissistically, Jiang Chen slid his finger across the screen. Most of the comments below were guesses about who the person named Jiang Chen was. However, since he was just a third-tier star, there were only a few comments. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen poked the screen with his finger and replied half-jokingly, "Haha, I really admire your superb acting skills. How about I pay you next time and you can make a movie?" "Okay, you said it." Instant reply. Jiang Chen was stunned. "Hey, buddy, are you checking Weibo?" "Oh. Do you use Weibo too?" Jiang Chen asked with a smile. "Yes, why not? It's fun to watch those jokes every day," the taxi driver said with a smile while driving. "I guess you are looking at the Weibo of some celebrity." "Haha, yes. How did you tell?" Jiang Chen asked with some curiosity. "There is a special authentication symbol next to the name. Take a closer look," the taxi driver instructed Jiang Chen very skillfully. "But if you ask me, it's really boring to read the Weibo of these stars. Those busy people don't have time to move their fingers to reply to you. You are a novice at first glance." Jiang Chen smiled non-committally and did not comment. Just when he was about to reply, "This is a joke, do you believe it?" he suddenly found that the Weibo was gone. What happened to the Weibo? It was deleted. It's a common thing. The taxi driver curled his lips, looking like an expert. Deleted? This chick. Jiang Chen sighed and couldn't help but feel a little funny. It's just a movie. How much money can it cost? 1,000 words omitted. Synopsis. Liu Yao's plot. Author Junku. You guys go to ****. No need to say. In the Kiao Pavilion restaurant, Jiang Chen sat quietly at the table waiting. When he saw a pretty figure walking in, Jiang Chen's eyes lit up and waved to the person to indicate the seat. "You finally showed up. No one answered your phone call." Xiaoyu glared at Jiang Chen. His playful smile made her feel annoyed. These days, Xiaoyu has been helping Jiang Chen deal with the company's affairs, and many of the expenses were paid out of her own pocket. In order to handle the tasks assigned to her by Jiang Chen, she found a lawyer, went to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, went to the bank, and even conducted an on-site inspection of the office according to Jiang Chen's request. In the end, he just threw everything on her and went to play by himself. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoyu finally held back from exploding. "Don't be so excited. I'll take you with me next time. The scenery in Sanya is really nice," Jiang Chen said with a thick face and a playful smile. "This is your company. You have to show up in person. Come with me to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau in the afternoon. I have already handled the documents and everything. They are all in this file bag. Check it carefully." Xiaoyu put the file bag on the table and ignored Jiang Chen's invitation. "You've worked hard." Jiang Chen didn't pick up the file bag, but looked at Xiaoyu's expressionless face sincerely. "You still have some conscience." Xiaoyu snorted coldly. Although her face was still cold, Jiang Chen felt that she was not as angry as when they first met. "I will follow you in the afternoon. Let's not talk about work first. Just order whatever you want to eat. It's my treat. By the way, you should pay for the handling fees first, and the company will reimburse you." Xiaoyu didn't hesitate. She picked up the menu and ordered several dishes in a row. Then she glanced at Jiang Chen casually, but she didn't find any pain on his smiling face, which made her a little annoyed. It's really not a relief. Xiaoyu had to be disappointed. Jiang Chen didn't notice her thoughts at all. There are still more than 100,000 yuan left to spend, which is completely beyond Jiang Chen's expectations. Are you thinking about something? Although Zha Xiao's face showed no expression, Jiang Chen still noticed that she seemed a little absent-minded. Well, I'm worried about the future of my company. Zha Xiao said it directly without any beating around the bush. If we focus on high-tech, to be honest, it will be difficult for an emerging company like us to gain market competitiveness. Isn't it said that emerging companies have a lot of room for growth? Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile when he heard it. That refers to an enterprise with certain core competitiveness. Zha Xiao looked at Jiang Chen, who had no sense of crisis, speechlessly. Do you understand high technology? I guess you have even forgotten advanced mathematics. Do you need to guess? Jiang Chen laughed, who still remembers that stuff after graduation. Okay, just because I can't do it doesn't mean that others can't. You don't need to worry about research and development for the time being. I can tell you in advance that our company's current main focus will be software development, such as games. Then use this as a springboard to enter the mobile phone market. Stop. Zha Xiao interrupted Jiang Chen and rubbed her temples. Mobile games, web games, or large-scale online games on PC. Considering the current market environment, I suggest developing towards the mobile game market. As for the mobile phone market, it's good for the chairman to have this idea, but being down to earth is the key to the healthy development of a company. Of course I know, so take it step by step. Jiang Chen waved his hand. Also, this is not only my company, but also your company. I will give you 5% of the shares. Do a good job. Zha Xiao was stunned and said nothing. It is not uncommon for executives to hold shares in private enterprises, which has a very obvious effect on enhancing the sense of belonging of senior executives to the company. But Zha Xiao did not care too much. After all, 5% is just a common shareholding ratio. It was not until later that Zha Xiao realized how enviable this 5% share was. Of course, that is all later. In the afternoon, Jiang Chen accompanied Zha Xiao to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau and the Tax Bureau to complete all the formalities. Zha Xiao is indeed a CEO, secretary, material. Jiang Chen just filled out the form, signed his signature, pasted the photo, and stamped it. Zha Xiao had already done all the tedious procedures for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen was very satisfied with this. He had not studied any majors such as business administration, and he did not understand any big principles. In his opinion, a CEO who can let him be a hands-off boss is a good CEO, and a CEO who can let him feel at ease is a good CEO. He is only responsible for setting the general direction. If he has to worry about those small details himself, it would be annoying. In this regard, Zha Xiao did a pretty good job, preparing everything in advance. Finally, an accountant was needed to complete the tax bureau's procedures. Jiang Chen hired a part-time accountant according to Zha Xiao's suggestion, and only needed to pay 200 yuan a month. Small companies often do this in the early stages. When everything was done, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Chen naturally treated Zha Xiao to a meal, and then they each took a car home. With a stable income and a debt crisis resolved, Zha Xiao moved back to her apartment on Shuqing Road. Jiang Chen also returned to the familiar but unnamed community. The gift had been left in the guardroom. After Jiang Chen checked the luggage, he went straight back to his familiar home. After lying on the bed and browsing Weibo and teasing Liu Yao, the girl, a few words, Jiang Chen opened Taobao and got down to business. Now that he had rested enough, it was time to return. For this, some preparations were naturally indispensable. Looking at the dazzling array of food, Jiang Chen was too lazy to choose carefully and directly chose the online store with the best sales and the best reputation, and then went shopping. Canned food is still the first choice because it is easy to store, like canned beef, canned braised pork, canned sardines. Jiang Chen directly ordered 2 boxes of each. Considering the nutritional balance, Jiang Chen also ordered a lot of canned vegetables and canned fruits. As for some instant noodles, compressed biscuits, etc., Jiang Chen also bought a lot. Of course, he would not eat them himself, so it would be a good choice to sell them. In addition, Jiang Chen also bought a lot of women's clothing on Taobao. Don't get me wrong, This is not because he has any strange habits. These are all prepared for Sun Jiao and Yao. 2 days later, the courier brought a lot of boxes to Jiang Chen's downstairs. Jiang Chen generously took out 200 yuan bills, and the courier happily ran up and down and moved all the boxes to Jiang Chen's home. Fortunately, the house Jiang Chen rented had few furnitures. The boxes of canned food filled Jiang Chen's living room, so that there was almost no room for him to move. After a short rest, Jiang Chen picked up the sandpaper and started to work. He looked at the information such as the production date and origin and rubbed it, and then threw it into the storage space. Although these jobs are troublesome, he has to do them by himself at this stage. Later, he will see if he can directly wholesale food without any patents from the grain product company. For some reason, the storage space has increased a lot compared to before, and half of the canned food in the living room has been filled up. Jiang Chen didn't know if this was related to taking the genetic medicine, but it was a good thing after all, so Jiang Chen didn't think much about it. It cost about 2 subcrystals to store these goods, and the cost of taking out the goods was roughly the same. There were still hundreds of subcrystals lying in the space, so Jiang Chen didn't care about the cost of this little bit. After dealing with these, Jiang Chen went to the supermarket to buy some rice, fresh vegetables, eggs, fresh meat. He bought a lot of them in one go. After the refrigerator in the villa and the end of the world is repaired, it can store a lot of fresh food. When the time comes, we can get the refrigerators of the nearby houses to be repaired and connected to the solar energy circuit. The amount of food that can be stored in the villa will increase sharply, or it would be nice to just get a freezer. Those restaurants in the end of the world must have such things. It should be usable after repairing it. He threw all the things he bought into the storage space, so it didn't take him too much effort. But just before he was about to go home, Jiang Chen seemed to remember something and walked into a pet shop on the side of the road. When he came out, he was holding a cage of hamsters in his hand. Back home, when everything was ready, Jiang Chen carried the familiar mountaineering bag, but frowned and put it down. It's not good to keep something secret. Besides, Sun Jiao has already seen some clues. When he arrived at the 6th block, Jiang Chen didn't bring bread with him. The bread was stored in his storage space. Sun Jiao must have noticed something, but she didn't ask much. Since she trusts me enough, there is no need to keep it a secret from her. Moreover, speaking out can make it easier for me to come and go without having to hide it like this. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen made up his mind to selectively reveal some of his secrets to Sun Jiao. Holding the cage of hamsters chewing pine cones ignorantly, Jiang Chen sat on the soft bed and took a deep breath. The end of the world, I'm back. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 28 Falcon Down. This is Falcon I. We have reached the target area. Received. This is Falcon 2nd. Falcon I. Turn on the radio life detection device. Received. Turn on the radio life detection device. The shuttle-shaped fuselage has a heavy machine gun mounted on the hatch at the rear. The circular vortex air accelerators on both sides of the fuselage are jumping with wrinkled air waves, making a harsh buzzing sound. Inside the cabin are soldiers armed to the teeth, with terrifying individual heavy weapons mounted on their black power armor. The pack symbol can be vaguely seen on the side of the right arm, but it has almost been worn off, replaced by the Liaoding Town emblem painted below the logo. Yunzi 51, an amphibious transport helicopter equipped by PAC in 2153, mainly serves the South China Sea Fleet, and is a powerful beach landing transport equipment. However, in the post-war era, beach landings are no longer useful. The two black helicopters maintained a horizontal distance of 1 kilometer, hovering above a building one after the other. Wang Shiwu looked at the unknown bacteria density indicator on the outside of the power armor, and then looked at the direction of the building outside the helicopter window, with a gloomy expression on his face. Sure enough, this is the right place. The life form matches. The target is in the building. Falcon I requests to attack. Denied. Wang Shiwu stared at the building cautiously and then activated the remote communication module of the power armor. This is the Black Knight Squadron. We have arrived above the target organism. The main body information is unknown. Requesting ship artillery support. Command received. Approved artillery. The cost of direct attack is too high, even without seeing the main body of the target. Wang Shiwu did not dare to joke with the lives of his comrades, so he chose to request artillery support very cautiously. At least, expose the main body of the target first. Falcon I. Falcon second. The artillery will arrive in 1 minute. Please increase the altitude. Received. Received. The two helicopters began to climb to avoid unnecessary accidental injuries. The light of the sunrise left a series of dim paths on the radioactive dust and those yellow-green particles that made people feel sick just by looking at them were diffused outside the building. From the outside, the whole area looks like a turbid egg, and the building is its yolk. What is hidden in the building? Wang Shiwu frowned and stared at the turbid round egg. Why did the elite troops of Liuding Town appear on the edge of the city 30 kilometers away? This has to start from the combat meeting 2 days ago. Bohe aircraft carrier, command tower, conference room. Abnormal life signals appeared in the area, 412,151. Our scientists can't figure out what it is, but its subcrystal energy index has reached 90,141 points, far exceeding the critical value of 300. Since it appears within our strike range, then in order to curb its further evolution and recycle the subcrystal, I need you to kill this thing. Do you understand? The middle-aged man in the old pack officer uniform stood in front of the holographic map with his hands behind his back and ordered his men. Yes, sir. The soldiers in military uniform shouted in unison. They were all wearing Pax Marine Corps uniforms, but they were just for wearing. Then the meeting is disbanded. Yes. The radio life detection device is one of the more commonly used devices in this wasteland. According to research, the life signals emitted by each life form are divided into intervals. Through special radio waves, the frequency of this signal can be detected at a long distance. It was used as a reconnaissance device during the war, as a search and rescue device after the war, and as a civilian device in the end of the world. It is not only humans that can be detected. Life signals of any frequency wavelength will be recorded on an electronic screen like a radar. This life signal is generally proportional to the life energy. Generally speaking, the life signal of mutant organisms is much more frequent than that of humans. The technology developed after the war to calculate the theoretical value of the subcrystal content in the body of an organism by the frequency of the life signal is basically available in the larger survivor bases. After recording an unnatural life signal, the nearby survivor base will generally choose to take the initiative to attack. Because if the mutant organisms are allowed to grow, it is an extremely unstable thing. All mutations are random, and no one can guarantee that nothing strange will evolve. The evolution of species that originally took tens of thousands of years to complete may only take a few days in a nuclear bomb crater. Maybe the evolved creature can only vomit, or maybe it can evolve into an extremely dangerous mutant monster. Creatures with subcrystal energy points exceeding 300 are collectively called extreme mutant creatures. However, this does not mean that they are powerful. Different from dangerous species with powerful combat power between 40 to 300 subcrystal energy, in terms of the degree of danger, extreme mutant creatures are easier to deal with than dangerous species in most cases. For example, just like humans, a person weighing 100 kilograms may not be able to beat a person weighing 200 kilograms. After all, the weight class is not in the same level. But what about a person weighing 500 kilograms? What about a person weighing 1 ton? I'm afraid they all belong to the category of disabled people, and it is already difficult for them to maintain their own life activities. In the same way, mutant creatures with subcrystal energy exceeding 300 belong to the disabled type among monsters. Under the influence of multiple factors such as radiation, life energy is endlessly expanded due to coincidental mutations. However, bloated energy does not necessarily bring bloated lethality. Everything has a limit. Once it is exceeded, it will become a burden. Liuding Town has had similar long-range strikes before. The target was an unknown creature that had grown to more than 110,000 subcrystal points. However, when the Marines landed, they encountered only a group of gals and large pieces of meat being torn by the gals, and the meat filled half of the street. The helpless Marines had to call 4 ship guns to shoot, and blasted the pile of rotten meat to pieces. Then they found the half-human Hyssop crystal with an energy detector and towed it back by helicopter. As for the pieces of meat, they could not be recycled, because they attracted a large number of gals entrenched nearby. Otherwise, it would be a good choice to make those organic matter into nutrient mixtures. Yes, this kind of extremely mutated creature is usually garbage. For economic benefits, hunting such big guys is much easier than dealing with those death claws, meat mountains and the like. This is also the real reason that drives these selfish guys to use force to eliminate mutant creatures. Otherwise, who would have nothing to do and send troops out? Now, Wang Shiwu is facing this kind of thing. Although the soldiers under his command began to murmur in a low voice, they should finish packing up and go back to take a shower as soon as possible. After all, it is very hard to wear power armor. But Wang Shiwu still felt that something was wrong, so he carefully chose to go through the bombardment procedure. The falcon eye flying in front turned on the laser rangefinder to provide accurate shooting directions for the Liuding town's naval guns. Prepare for the bombardment. Raise the turret. Quick. Several people in work clothes were busy operating the equipment in their hands. The deck on the side of the bow slowly cracked, and the more than 10-meter long gun barrel gradually rose. The streamlined narrow shell, this cannon with an extra long barrel, has a resounding name: electromagnetic gun. Straight line distance 310,203 meters. Target thickness measurement 10 kg mass bullet activated. Elevation angle 47 degrees. Kinetic energy setting. The technician holding a tablet computer entered the settings 10 meters away from the turret. The fire control system of the bowhead was destroyed by the EMP generated by the nuclear explosion long before the war. After these fixed artillery and other equipment were repaired by the survivors, the fire control circuit was directly connected to the nearby terminal separately, and the firing was achieved through close-range operation. The technician pressed the fire button. The dazzling blue light filled the barrel, and a high-density current emitted a short and piercing buzz. There was no explosion. There was only the initial loud noise of the shell breaking the sound barrier, and then only a light-colored trajectory could be seen blasting towards the sky. The reaction force acting on the electromagnetic rail caused the 10-meter long barrel to move back slightly, and boiling steam rose from the liquid cooling device. A ripple gently appeared behind the hull, and it sank into the waves imperceptibly. The flat-headed shell flew in the air at high speed. The special device inside the shell operated with a residual current in the capacitor, forming a short vacuum layer around the shell, completely erasing the sound barrier. This short vacuum effect was lifted only after approaching the target by 1 kilometer. The special coating on the surface began to burn, and the front width of the shell began to expand slightly. Dragging a red track, the cylindrical shell hit the belly of the target building like an iron fist. The piercing sonic boom and the violent explosion spread at the same time, and the shell instantly penetrated the building and embedded in the ground. As if pushed down by a big hand, the whole building collapsed backwards like an avalanche. The shell left a passage with a diameter of several meters in the middle of the round floating object. Direct hit. Nice shot. The target's shell is exposed. Wait. What is that? Holy shit. Falcon second. Please tell me what happened. Falcon eye. Falling. Requesting rescue. Busy tone, spreading out from the smoke, was a giant hand. No, to be precise, a giant cannon. Dark red energy gathered and then released. The red beam drew a straight line from the sky and pierced through the clouds. The ray did not hit any helicopter directly. However, it paralyzed all electronic equipment in the entire airspace passed by the ray. Warning. EMP strike. The electromagnetic shielding of the power armor was opened in an instant, offsetting the manic electric current. But because it was passively opened, almost all instruments and equipment of the power armor suffered varying degrees of damage. Because the electromagnetic shield was turned on, the communication signal was naturally shielded as well. Damn it. EMP. Jump. Wang Shiwu turned on the speaker and roared wildly. He stabilized his body in the violently spinning fuselage, then ran towards the hatch with heavy steps, and then jumped out of the cabin with all his strength. The power armor structure is relatively compact, and the equipment coverage against temp is also relatively concentrated. It was only a short-term failure, and all the electronic components hesitated to return to normal. However, the two helicopters were not so lucky. The high-energy EMP instantly penetrated their electromagnetic shielding defense and burned most of their electronic equipment. Wang Xiwu gritted his teeth and stared at the giant flesh-red gun barrel. What is that? Can living things also release EMP? And it destroyed the Yunzi 51 without a direct hit. Descending device activated. Seeing the clear big words on the electronic helmet screen, Wang Xiwu breathed a sigh of relief. The gaps in the armor on his knees, waist, and shoulders gradually cracked, and the small vortex engine hidden under the metal shell ejected a blue tail flame. Wang Xiwu felt his whole body suddenly tightened, and then he regained the sense of gravity and fell to the ground at a constant speed. Passing straight through the turbid round egg, the fully armed power armored soldiers landed heavily on the ground one by one. Mutated bacteria, density index 97. Damn, what the hell is this? The voice of a comrade came from the public channel. Stay alert. Confirm that the equipment is sealed. These floating bacteria give me an ominous premonition. Wang Xiwu checked the air filtration equipment and found that these bacteria were unexpectedly troublesome. After a while, a layer of bacteria formed outside the filter port. The density of bacteria has reached the level of sticking into visible bacteria blocks, and the yellow-green shape is really disgusting. Should we withdraw first? However, this thought was only a flash, and he felt it necessary to find out what the terrible gun barrel was. Moreover, the helicopter had been destroyed. Even if Liuding Town sent reinforcement, they would not be able to get rid of this dangerous thing. Pay attention to the filter port, and prepare for attack. Understood. Just in case, Wang Xiwu carefully sent the previously filmed images back to the headquarters, then switched to the machine gun mounted on his arm, and moved forward with his teammates. The headquarters did not send back any signals. Could it be that these bacteria also have the effect of communication shielding? It is possible. After all, the ray just now produced the effect of EMP. There is reason to believe that these bacteria are related to the unnatural gun barrel. No, there is a problem. Usually, such extreme mutant creatures will attract alien species to eat, but there is not even a mutant rat near this guy. It's too abnormal. It means something is wrong. Just when Wang Xiwu was trembling with fear for his discovery, suddenly, a teammate beside him exclaimed, "Up there! Fuck, what is that?" Wang Xiwu immediately looked up and saw that the flesh-red biological gun barrel was filling with energy again. There was nothing in the sky. What was it going to shoot? Fire at it. Quick. Without time to think, Wang Xiwu gave the attack order, based on his intuition. Da. 12 soldiers in power armor fired at the flesh-colored barrel, weaving a dense fire network. No one knew whether these bullets had any effect, but at this moment, there was no better way, except to vent the firepower. The distance of 500 meters was completely within the effective range of the machine gun module. The jumping flames made the expressions under each mask look hideous, and the high-speed rotating triangular barrel spit out terrifying flames crazily. Suddenly, the flesh-colored barrel, that was half a floor high suddenly shrank, and the momentum of charging seemed to stop. Wang Xiwu was delighted. It seemed that the firepower coverage still had an effect on this monster. However, there is another explanation for the suppression of charging. That is, the energy is already full. In the eyes of horror, the flesh-colored barrel exploded. The spreading red light engulfed the entire area, and the arc waves that spread out swept everything within a radius of several kilometers, calming all the noise. Several flesh-red meatballs shot into the distance with the help of the explosion. Falcon Eye, Falcon Second, Black Knight of Flying. Life signal changes. The target is split. The officer standing in the command room had a gloomy face, and his eagle-like eyes were fixed on the holographic screen in the air. The 90,141 subcrystal point symbol had disappeared, replaced by 12 split life forms with uneven energy, spreading out in all directions. The mission failed. What made the officer distressed was not the 12 combat personnel and 4 pilots. Under the virtual reality training system, such talents can be produced as many as needed. However, the total price of the 2 Yunzi 51 and 12 sets of maximum eye power armor was as high as 220,000 subcrystals. It was simply a disaster. As for what impact the strange creature would bring to this wasteland, nothing is known yet. Chapter 29. Returning to that little home. I'm back in the apocalypse. The familiar and oppressive air once again rushed into Jiang Chen's nostrils. Taking a slow breath of the turbid air, Jiang Chen looked around at the abandoned vehicles, the cracked road surface, the dilapidated windows, and the aimlessly wandering zombies. This was exactly where he left last time. He picked up the cage and looked at it. The silly little hamster was lying quietly, but it was already dead. Jiang Chen put his finger into the cage and poked the soft belly. After finding that it was indeed dead, he sighed. The pine cone became its last dinner. It seems that carrying people through time is indeed an unrealistic idea. Jiang Chen felt a little disappointed. Along the familiar streets, Jiang Chen was careful not to disturb the weakly wandering zombies and walked towards the villa. Zombies in the daytime are not scary and can even be described as harmless. But at night, even the dead claws that can walk sideways in the apocalypse dare not easily walk through the streets densely populated by zombies. Without the restraint of sunlight, the zombies would go crazy, like they were on drugs, mobilizing the functions of every metamorphic cell in their bodies to chase living things. The villa was still the same, but the iron door at the entrance was reinforced with steel wire. This should be Sun Jiao's masterpiece. Jiang Chen walked up and pressed the doorbell. After a while, he heard the sound of running in the distance. The iron door opened. A beautiful figure slammed into his chest fiercely. Jiang Chen opened his arms in anticipation, but still underestimated the impact of the impact into his arms. He tripped on the ground because of the stone on his heel. It hurts. What do you mean? Am I heavy? I don't mean that. Anyway, you get down first. Looking at Sun Jiao's red eyes, Jiang Chen was slightly stunned, and the complaints that were originally on his lips were swallowed back by him. The soft touch blocked his lips. Jiang Chen's lips parted. You are finally back. Yeah. Coming quickly. Sun Jiao obviously wanted to say something else, but knew that this was not the place to talk. Jumping up from Jiang Chen, she stretched out her hand and pulled him up from the ground. The two of them crossed the gate of the villa together. Then Sun Jiao quickly glanced at the street outside. After confirming that no one was there, she skillfully closed the iron gate and pulled down the steel bars to secure it. He noticed that, although nothing could be seen from the outside, the villa had been modified. The original beautiful grove had been cut down and seemed to be used to make a watchtower on the wall. A row of wirings and a hidden ditch were also installed on the wall. The main building of the villa had also been modified in various ways, and many windows were covered with steel bars. What did you do to my villa? Jiang Chen's eyebrows twitched fiercely. This is not a villa. It has become a bunker. Okay. It will be safer this way. Sun Jiao said proudly. The original villa was basically completely defenseless, so I collected some materials from nearby and reinforced it. I think no one will pay attention to this place if it is undefended. Jiang Chen couldn't help but complain. But this is our home, isn't it? We can't always pretend that there's no one here. There will always be survivors passing by who will notice this place, try to explore it, and then spread the word. I see, you did the right thing. Thank you. Jiang Chen also realized the seriousness of the problem. He had thought too simply before. In this apocalypse, zombies are not a natural barrier. Those things in the daytime are just like decorations. The survivors are not all kind. It's better to say that organizations like the 6th block that maintain absolute neutrality are already kind enough in this wasteland. If someone finds out that there are people here, there are food, and there is no defense, I'm afraid flies will continue to swoop in. Even if Sun Jiao is strong in combat, it's not difficult to defend this place without losing even once. In the apocalypse, humans are much more terrifying than zombies or alien species. But why did you smash those marble statues at the door? Jiang Chen still felt a little painful on his face. It was originally a luxurious villa, but it was turned into a mess now. It takes up too much space. And there's no need for a shelter inside the wall, which would prevent me from killing the intruder. Sun Jiao said with reason. Okay. Jiang Chen sighed and accepted this reason. He opened the security door of the main building of the villa and returned home with Sun Jiao. Where's Yao? That little girl must miss you so much. Sun Jiao looked at Jiang Chen with a complicated look, then reached out and straightened his collar. You can go to her room and take a look. She has been tinkering with some gadgets recently. I hope she can help you. Yeah. Jiang Chen nodded and walked towards Yao's room. Gently pushed open the wooden door, making a creaking sound. The room was dark. If it weren't for the even breathing, Jiang Chen would almost think that no one was here. This little girl, is she still staying in bed? Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. He knew very well that this docile little lolly had low blood pressure due to malnutrition and was almost in a confused state in the morning. There was a faint metallic smell in the room, which made Jiang Chen wrinkle his nose. The exquisite wooden table seemed to have once belonged to an equally cute girl, but now it was filled with electronic devices. There was a holographic computer that Jiang Chen bought for Yao and some unknown gadgets. In the corner of the table was a sci-fi silicon touchpad, but the lower part was completely broken, and the exposed wires were burned on another unknown circuit board. Although curious, Jiang Chen did not have the habit of touching other people's things, so he did not touch it casually. He moved his feet slightly, and Jiang Chen felt as if he had kicked something. He bent down and picked it up. It seemed to be a programming book with various professional terms written on it, and the footer of the book was filled with various small notes. This reminded Jiang Chen of the notes of various academic masters he had seen in college. Although he passed the second level of computer science, Jiang Chen could not understand what was written in the book at all. It seemed to be a more concise computer language. At this moment, Yao was curled up in a ball, wrapped in a quilt, sleeping very sweetly, just like a little squirrel. The slightly pouting little mouth made people think of delicious soft candy, and the little hands curled up in front of the chest gently pulling the corner of the quilt made it difficult for people not to have a strong desire to hug her tightly and protect her. It seems that this little girl has eaten well. Jiang Chen squatted down and gently rubbed her soft hair with some pampering. Although it was dark, from the gradually full cheeks, Yao's health has improved a lot in this month. Listening to the soft and happy snoring, Jiang Chen really didn't have the heart to wake her up, but he really wanted to hug her. Yao. Jiang Chen called softly. Yao rubbed her eyes in a daze, sat up from the bed, looked at Jiang Chen with sleepy eyes, and then a hazy smile bloomed on her face. Hanging on Jiang Chen's neck like a sloth, the little animal's eyes narrowed into two cute crescents. Brother, don't leave. Yao is working very hard. Now she is very good. She chewed the meaningless words vaguely, and her weak breathing became even again. This little girl, could she think of me as a pillow? Jiang Chen smiled and shook his head, ready to wake her up. But at this moment, Jiang Chen saw the dark circles under Yao's pretty face in the dim light of the gap in the curtains. Thinking of Yao's mumbling just now, his nose felt a little sour. Yao is very good, sleep a little longer. Jiang Chen held the sleeping Yao, put her back on the soft bed and gently covered her with a quilt. Leaning down, Jiang Chen gently kissed her soft forehead. As if she had dreamed of good things, Yao's little nose moved, and a happy smile appeared on her face. The slightly upturned corners of her mouth were adorned with a sparkling silver line. Have a good dream. After mumbling something in his mind, Jiang Chen left the room and gently closed the door for her. You ate her? Watching Jiang Chen go downstairs, Sun Jiao glanced at Jiang Chen playfully. Am I a beast or something? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes at Sun Jiao and sat opposite her. Yao she. Sun Jiao opened her mouth, as if hesitating to speak, but then she made up her mind and continued. Yao she cares about you very much. She has been learning computer knowledge recently, and she also begged me to help her bring back some professional books from the city library. I don't know if it's right to do this. She has been working hard almost day and night. Maybe she hopes you can notice it. Perhaps she didn't know how to express it. Sun Jiao shrugged her shoulders, stopped talking, and turned her eyes to Jiang Chen. Thank you. Just thank you. Not just that, you are all my family. Jiang Chen made up his mind and spoke, looking at Sun Jiao seriously. Sun Jiao suddenly jumped onto the table and reached out to grab Jiang Chen's collar. Then, in Jiang Chen's stunned eyes, she suddenly laughed. You mean, you want to eat her too? It's just the love of a brother for his sister. I say, what on earth are you thinking all day long? Jiang Chen smiled bitterly at Sun Jiao, who looked suspicious. Sometimes her unexpected actions really made him puzzled. Oh, I can see that her love for you is not just the love of a sister for a brother. Jiang Chen was silent. Don't you want to say something? Don't you plan to let me go first? No, what if you suddenly disappear again? Tears suddenly welled up in Sun Jiao's eyes, which made Jiang Chen a little flustered. He didn't understand why this wild girl who had always been carefree would cry. I won't disappear suddenly, I swear to you. Jiang Chen sighed, stretched out his hand to hug Sun Jiao's waist, but was blocked by Sun Jiao. Who knows? You have a woman over there, right? Sun Jiao stared at Jiang Chen's eyes, which made Jiang Chen a little stunned. Why, do you ask? Jiang Chen's eyes were a little evasive. Is it? However, Sun Jiao did not give Jiang Chen a chance to escape. Yes. Jiang Chen took a deep breath and confessed honestly. After preparing to be tied up like a dumpling and trained by this wild woman, Jiang Chen felt that the hand holding his collar loosened. You are an honest guy. Sun Jiao did not get down from the table, but half lying down, staring into Jiang Chen's eyes. She smiled. Why did she smile? Jiang Chen showed a strange expression on his face. I'm usually very honest with my women. Because there is no need to lie at all. That is to say, I'm lucky to be your woman. Sun Jiao said teasingly. If you don't want to, I won't force you. Jiang Chen said with a complicated expression. Sun Jiao's expression was also very complicated. She bit her lower lip and said, of course I'm willing. However, I'm a little angry that you left me here to play with other women. I'm sorry. Jiang Chen lowered his head silently, but after a moment he raised his head and looked into Sun Jiao's eyes seriously. Although I know it's useless to say this, but if there is anything that can compensate you, I'm willing to do anything. Really? Anything? Sun Jiao looked at Jiang Chen's face with an aggressive gaze, half smiling and half not smiling. Well, then come on. Well, in the moment when Jiang Chen was stunned, Sun Jiao had already moved. Her reaction was as sensitive as a wild cat, so that Jiang Chen had almost no chance to resist, and was tied to the chair with a rope that he didn't know where he got from. Sun Jiao stepped on the armrest on Jiang Chen's right hand. This scene was too much of a deja vu in Jiang Chen's mind. I said, oh, what are you going to say? Sun Jiao came closer, as if she didn't hear. It was then that Jiang Chen noticed that Sun Jiao seemed to have changed her clothes. Just when he went upstairs, she had already changed her light sportswear into a casual low-necked shirt. Speaking of which, in the end times, there are free clothing stores everywhere, and it seems that there is no need to worry about clothes at all. Jiang Chen suddenly thought of the clothes he bought for the two women on Teo Bao, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. No, nothing. It's just this rope. I think I've seen it somewhere. Unable to meet the fiery eyes, Jiang Chen looked at the thing on the sofa and awkwardly changed the subject. Haha, it didn't work last time. Sun Jiao grinned mischievously, with an evil look on her face. I'll let you see it again this time. Chapter 30 Family Meeting? Very embarrassing. Why do I say that? Because Yao, who was just coming downstairs, saw such an embarrassing scene. Yao stood at the stairs, blushing, her mouth slightly open, and she was frozen there, neither going forward nor backward. Anyway, it was a bit too much to do that in the living room, not to mention that there were more than just two people in the villa now. However, in that passionate moment, the two of them selectively forgot the fact that there were other people in the house. Ahem, it was indeed very enjoyable. Sun Jiao ran away without any loyalty. Yao saw such an embarrassing scene, which made her want to find a place to bury herself and Jiang Chen at the same time. However, when she left, she did not untie the rope on Jiang Chen. It must be said that the quality of the rope was very good, and Sun Jiao's binding art was also very high. Jiang Chen couldn't jump free even with all his strength. Hi. Brother. Yao blushed. She was very surprised to see Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen's current state made her embarrassed to run up and hug him. Yao, that, help me untie it, please. Jiang Chen lowered his face and began to beg Yao for help. However, the pants that were taken off to the heels and the erected. I want to die. HMM. HMM. Yao's face turned red like a small apple. She lowered her head and approached Jiang Chen curiously, but did not dare to look. Because of nervousness, the pair of small hands rubbed on Jiang Chen's body for a long time, but could not untie the knot. Okay, is it done? Jiang Chen asked awkwardly. Go. The sound of swallowing saliva. HMM. No, nothing. Hurry up, hurry up. Yao's voice suddenly increased because of nervousness, which scared Jiang Chen. However, although she said that it was almost done, Jiang Chen did not feel the slightest sign of untying. Yao pouted her little mouth in pain. She was startled by Jiang Chen's voice when she was peeking just now, and she bit her tongue. After taking another sneak peek at the hideous weapon, Yao felt her heartbeat speed up for some reason. Of course she knew what it was, but it was the first time she saw it in person. If it was this big, could it fit in? Yao was thinking about it, and she swallowed unconsciously. Her face flushed as she tried to untie the rope quickly. Sun Jiao, come out, spare me. Jiang Chen shouted loudly, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. He knew that Sun Jiao must be hiding aside, gloating. He knew that guy's devilish personality too well. If that little hand continued to touch his body, Jiang Chen would be even more embarrassed, beeping and so on. Just as Jiang Chen thought, Sun Jiao had already put on her clothes and hid behind the door of the dining room. She secretly looked through the crack of the door, gloating at Yao, whose face was as red as an apple, and Jiang Chen, who had a bitter smile on his face. Humph, it was really refreshing. However, it was refreshing, but it was wrong to do it. Sun Jiao also knew this, pouted her lips, pushed open the door, and walked over to untie Jiang Chen. Actually, Sun Jiao had other plans for doing this. She had roughly sensed Jiang Chen's secret and guessed that Jiang Chen must have another woman on the other side. This made Sun Jiao feel a sense of crisis. To be honest, she didn't care about how many women Jiang Chen had. Well, she actually cared a lot, but it was not the most important thing. What she feared most was that Jiang Chen would disappear beside her and she would not be able to chase him. After all, one side was a barren world and the other side was a paradise full of food. If she had to choose, she would not choose to live on this side. If Jiang Chen had, she didn't dare to think about it any further. She knew very well that she had fallen in love with him. So, she had some tricks in mind, hoping to drag Yao into the water. Although her physical development was delayed in the hibernation chamber, she was a girl who had entered puberty after all. She didn't believe that Yao, who had a strong liking for Jiang Chen, would have no thoughts after seeing this exciting scene. As long as there are thoughts, why worry about not having opportunities in the future? Yao, this little girl, is still too naive. She thinks that a kiss can feed the big bad wolf. If one person is not attractive enough, then use two people. This is Sun Jiao's plan. She doesn't want Jiang Chen to leave here no matter what. For this reason, she wants to artificially add some inseparable ties to Jiang Chen. Thinking of this, Sun Jiao showed a devilish smile on her face. Here you are. Wait a minute. Fuck, you guy. You are hiding aside. You were laughing just now. You must be laughing. I have something important to tell you. Jiang Chen had put on his pants at this time and moved his stiff wrists. Looking at Yao who was still blushing, and Sun Jiao who had no guilt, he forced himself to suppress the embarrassment in his heart and said solemnly. The playful expression on Sun Jiao's face gradually faded, and she nodded very seriously and gently. Such an expression was rare on her face, which surprised Jiang Chen a little. Yao lowered her head and consciously prepared to go back to the room, but Jiang Chen held her hand. Woo. Yao, whose hand was pinched, jumped up like a frightened little rabbit, and was a little timid and shy, not daring to look at Jiang Chen's face. It's over. This time I've lost all my face. Jiang Chen's face was full of black lines, and he glared at Sun Jiao fiercely, but Sun Jiao looked at the ceiling without caring. I'll just go back to my room. No, you are also my family. Jiang Chen gently touched Yao's head. He had decided this as early as the day Yao Yao saved him. If it weren't for Yao Yao's bravery, he and Sun Jiao might have become cannibals' meals. At least he should. Let me take it off for you. Jiang Chen couldn't help but be a little bit attracted by Yao Yao's meek appearance of burying her head and squinting her eyes to enjoy the touch. Jiang Chen couldn't help but reach out to the electronic ring. He had wanted to take it off for a long time, and he had never treated her as a slave. No. Yao Yao gently placed her hands on Jiang Chen's big hands. I want to be a very special girl to my brother. Special? Jiang Chen was completely stunned. He didn't understand what Yao Yao meant. Yao Yao's face once again turned into a ripe red apple. Her mouth moved slightly, but she didn't speak again. Ahem, you guys are showing off in front of me. Is it really okay? Miss Sun Jiao squinted her eyes and spoke. It's one thing to accept Yao Yao as your woman, but you shouldn't show off in front of me. This is what Sun Jiao was thinking at the moment. And, she was really unwilling. Sun Jiao had already started to grind her teeth unconsciously. Feeling the devil's gaze, Jiang Chen shuddered involuntarily. Yes. Yao Yao was startled like a little rabbit and shrank back. Although Sun Jiao had never bullied her, she was always afraid of Sun Jiao. Isn't there something important? Say it quickly. Sun Jiao sighed and didn't dwell on these insignificant things anymore. Jiang Chen's face returned to a serious expression. He moved Yao Yao to her position and then walked to the center of the living room. Yao Yao looked at Jiang Chen's actions in confusion, but Sun Jiao seemed to have guessed something. She rested her chin on her hand and waited for Jiang Chen's explanation. I'm from another world. Although she was prepared, Sun Jiao was still a little shocked to hear Jiang Chen say it himself. As for Yao Yao, she was completely dumbfounded. I'd better demonstrate it to you directly. Jiang Chen sighed and stretched out his left hand. The subspace where food and supplies were stored was opened. There was no special effect, but the canned food, fruits, and vegetables, rice. In short, a bunch of things just appeared in the living room, as if from fantasy to reality. Even Sun Jiao was completely dumbfounded, and Yao Yao was completely frozen. Looking at the stupid expressions of the two women, Jiang Chen scratched the back of his head. I haven't explained yet. Why are you all so stupid? Brother, is he a god? Yao Yao was the first to come back to her senses. Her big eyes sparkled with admiration, staring at Jiang Chen intently. To be honest, it was really nice to be stared at by a little loli with such an ignorant look. Ahem. No. These things didn't appear out of thin air. How should I put it? It's just that in my place, I can exchange these things with gold very cheaply. In other words, brother is from a parallel space of the pre-war world? Yao Yao nodded as if she understood. She lived before the age of 12 before the war, and still had a certain impression of the prosperity before the war. Smart, that's probably what it means. Jiang Chen gave Yao Yao a thumbs up in approval. She summed up the problem he was worried about how to explain in one sentence. This, so much. Sun Jiao grew up completely in the shelter, and her eyes widened as she had never seen the world. Looking at the silly Sun Jiao, Jiang Chen couldn't help but laugh out loud. After waking Sun Jiao up from her shock, Jiang Chen briefly introduced his origins to the two girls and dispelled their concerns that he might suddenly disappear. However, when Sun Jiao asked if she could take someone on a journey through time, Yao Yao also showed her expectation, but Jiang Chen was destined to disappoint them. Jiang Chen didn't say much, but took out the cage containing the dead hamster and put it on the table. The two girls fell into a brief silence, but finally felt relieved. That's right. Crossing space is already amazing enough. If you can carry living things across space, I'm afraid it will be a mess. Sun Jiao smiled bitterly and shook her head, then lay down on the table listlessly. Yes. There are mutant bacteria everywhere here, and only humans with a certain basic resistance can avoid becoming zombies. If brother Jiang Chen can carry goods across, the bacteria will also explode over there. Yao Yao thought of a deeper problem, which made Jiang Chen break out in a cold sweat. Yes. Bacteria are everywhere. What if he brought zombie bacteria back? Jiang Chen shuddered again. This was his negligence. He didn't even think about the possibility of carrying mutant bacteria on his body. His mind was full of thoughts of making money, so he didn't even consider such a critical issue. Fortunately, the ability of this cross-border bracelet will stop all life activities except for the host itself. Otherwise, it would be as Sun Jiao said, everything would be a mess. Jiang Chen didn't understand the specific principle. Maybe dissecting the hamster would help him figure it out, but he couldn't do this job. After all, his expertise wasn't relevant. Let's not talk about this anymore. Since you are my women, I have the obligation to let you live a good life. Jiang Chen's words made Sun Jiao and Yao blush. I brought a lot of supplies back this time. In order to store these supplies, we need to prepare more refrigerators, preferably freezers. In addition, there are a lot of canned food, compressed biscuits and other things that are easy to store. I plan to exchange these things for subcrystals, and then buy some useful things to reinforce our villa. Sun Jiao nodded in agreement. Well, for compressed biscuits, one piece can probably be exchanged for a little bit of crystal. There is no need to go to the 6th block. The survivors gathering places at the nearby community level can also trade. Although the villa has been reinforced by me, this little defense is still a bit too shabby. It would be best if we can exchange it for some weapons and other things. Jiang Chen thought for a moment and said, well, let's make a shopping list of everything we need and buy it all at once. In addition, I think it is safer to go to the 6th block to purchase items. The small survivor camp. To be honest, I don't really trust it. Although the villa has been reinforced, there are still too few people. It is still a bit difficult for Sun Jiao to defend this place alone. If the food attracts the attention of other survivors, those hungry poor people may turn into armed bandits in the next second. The 6th block is different. At least there has never been a scandal of robbing other survivors' bases along the trade route. Absolute neutrality is also the root of its growth to such a level. That being said, but the Grey Goo mercenary group will definitely be in the 6th block to find out our whereabouts. Is this really convenient? Sun Jiao expressed another worry in her heart. Last time, they lost almost an entire looting team to Jiang Chen. I'm afraid that the next time the two sides meet, it will be a deadly situation. Don't worry, Jiang Chen smiled. For me, it takes less than 2 seconds to escape from danger. After saying that, Jiang Chen disappeared from the sight of the two women in the next moment. Then, in the stunned eyes of the two women, he appeared in front of the two women. Oh my god. This frequent time travel is really a bit too much. Jiang Chen staggered 2 steps and quickly held the chair beside him, almost falling down. It seems that continuous use of this ability still has some side effects, such as causing short-term dizziness. What did you just do? Well, I returned to a peaceful world in an instant. Jiang Chen covered his dizzy head and smiled bitterly. Now that he has confessed, he will not have to be so secretive about using the time travel ability in the future. Jiang Chen didn't care about the handling fee of that little bit of subcrystal energy. What can I say? It's just a piece of compressed biscuit. It's really incredible. Yao sighed. Sun Jiao also nodded blankly. The danger of the sewer has been eliminated. At this point, Jiang Chen swallowed with some difficulty, trying not to recall that scene. In this case, I can go to the 6th block alone. I can bring the supplies back at once through the storage space. I'm not very reassured. Sun Jiao looked at Jiang Chen with some concern. You have to look after the house. We don't have enough manpower. By the way, I might as well buy some manpower this time. For example, buy a few more beauties, right? Sun Jiao looked at Jiang Chen with a smile. Yao also pouted slightly, but she had no way to change Jiang Chen's mind. Moreover, strictly speaking, she was bought by Jiang Chen. What do you think of me? Asterisk. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly and touched his nose. You can't guard such a big villa by yourself. Besides, I also need some people with special talents. The wasteland is full of treasures, especially those talents with unsuitable professions. Jiang Chen can use their technology to create wealth for his future technology company in the present world. I will learn. Brother doesn't want me anymore. What Jiang Chen didn't expect was that Yao suddenly came over with red eyes. How is it possible? Jiang Chen said with a smile, rubbed the fluffy hair, and said softly, but brother doesn't want you to be too tired. You can already help me a lot. By the way, you have to pay attention to rest, and don't stay up late at night. Well, Yao hummed happily with a happy face, and immediately forgot the worry just now. You said it. What if he brings back another sister? Sun Jiao was not as easy to coax as Yao. She squinted her eyes and looked at Jiang Chen, and she said, I swear to God. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly and raised his index finger. Sun Jiao let him go half-heartedly. In fact, Sun Jiao's worry was completely unnecessary. Jiang Chen really had no plans in that regard. Although Jiang Chen was a very casual person, it was just because he had been holding it in for too long. Simply put, although it was only a month, he had matured a lot more than he did at the beginning. He had no intention of opening a den of prostitution in the end times. Even if he had the ability, he didn't have the energy. Compared to those things, there were many things waiting for him to do. The villa was short of manpower in various aspects. For example, there had to be someone standing guard at the watchtower on the wall. Jiang Chen really didn't want to send Sun Jiao to guard the gate every day. For example, the various electrical appliances in the villa, it was always necessary to find someone to repair them, right? Sun Jiao had a little repair skills, and it took a lot of effort to tinker with the solar panels. The refrigerator was still usable because of her good luck, and the circuit damage was not too serious. There were also electricians and construction workers. In short, there was a great shortage of people here. As for the survivors, Jiang Chen would not take the risk of letting anyone in casually. No one could guarantee the character of those old timers who had been walking in the apocalypse for many years. However, the slaves he bought did not have so many concerns. With electronic collars that could blow their heads off, Jiang Chen did not have to worry that they would disobey his orders. Not to mention disobeying, I'm afraid that those people would not even have time to be grateful. After all, Jiang Chen had plenty of food. Even if he cooked a bowl of porridge for them every day, it would be many times better than their previous lives. Jiang Chen believed that he was not a bad person, and he would never do things like abusing slaves. Such a kind master, it is almost impossible to see in the apocalypse, where even people are eaten. I'll say this in advance, Yao won't say it. You are not allowed to have any thoughts of removing the electronic collars of other slaves again. Yao had been regarded as Sun Jiao's sister, so it was naturally a different matter. However, Sun Jiao was a little worried about Jiang Chen's humanitarianism and took off the collars of all the slaves. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid, Jiang Chen said with a wry smile. I've grown up a little bit. Well, I admit that I did sometimes unconsciously think about the problems of this world with the thinking of peacetime. But I think I won't do that now. Sun Jiao nodded with satisfaction, and Yao, who didn't dare to speak, was relieved. Then I'm relieved. Is the family meeting over? Sun Jiao stretched, and her plump breasts almost jumped out of her clothes. When she heard the word family meeting, Yao couldn't help blushing, and Jiang Chen also laughed. Ahem. Since it's a family meeting, it's not over yet. Jiang Chen shook his head after laughing. Is there anything else? Sun Jiao asked, leaning back in her chair. Of course, Jiang Chen nodded, looking seriously into Sun Jiao's eyes. About you. What you must do, can you tell me? A touch of emotion flashed in Sun Jiao's eyes. You still remember? Well, you are my woman. How could I forget about you? Jiang Chen said with a smile. I almost gave up. Sun Jiao's eyes were a little evasive. There was happiness, gloom, and even confusion in her eyes. But I still remember it, don't you? You might as well tell me. How can you know if you don't try? Jiang Chen said very sincerely. Sun Jiao sighed and spoke slowly. In fact, I have found the feeling of home here with you, and I'm already very happy, so much so that I almost forgot that unrealistic idea, but since you asked, then I'll tell you. After a pause, Sun Jiao suddenly smiled. You know, this is actually my home. Chapter 31 Sun Jiao's Past. Sun Jiao's words stunned Jiang Chen and Yao. Jiang Chen remembered that Sun Jiao said that she was born in Shelter 071. So how could she be related to this villa? However, after listening to Sun Jiao's explanation, Jiang Chen finally understood the reason, including why he happened to find Sun Jiao fainted from hunger in this villa. It turned out that this villa was actually the property of Sun Jiao's father before the war. However, because the nuclear war came too suddenly, Sun Jiao's father and his original wife and son were separated on the way to escape. Later, Sun Jiao's father met Sun Jiao's mother in Shelter 071. The two fell in love and got married with the blessings of other survivors. They gave birth to Sun Jiao and another girl, Sun Jiao's sister. However, the good times did not last long. On the day when the shelter was passively opened due to exhaustion of resources, the bandits that could be seen everywhere in the end of the world attacked the shelter, and Sun Jiao was separated from her relatives. Fortunately, she escaped. What Sun Jiao encountered while wandering in the ruins was not aliens, zombies, or slave traders, but a weirdo who didn't know what to do. Or, master? She was adopted by a female soldier who claimed to be Plab. In 2139, due to the signing of the new defense agreement, the military of the Pan-Asian Cooperation countries was collectively called PACA, the Pan-Asian Cooperation Alliance. She taught Sun Jiao how to survive in the wasteland, how to shoot, and how to distinguish right from wrong. However, Sun Jiao's master unfortunately died in a battle with unknown armed forces, and Sun Jiao began to wander alone. Wandering in the wasteland, Sun Jiao has been trying to find her relatives. She longs for the warmth of home in the 071 shelter, although she knows that, even if she finds her relatives, she may not be able to return to her past life. But this is her motivation to keep going, and she wanders around Wanghai City while asking around. According to an old neighbor in Liuding town, Sun Jiao has confirmed that her father and mother died in the riot, but there is still no news about her sister. Unwilling to give up, Sun Jiao searched stubbornly, and she even found her father's residence before his death. It was this villa, but Sun Jiao fainted here because her nutrient solution ran out. Then she ran into Jiang Chen by coincidence, and there is no need to elaborate on what happened next. Yeah, I understand. But I will still keep an eye out for you. If you can find your sister, you will be very happy, right? Jiang Chen smiled and said after listening to Sun Jiao's narration. Jiang Chen. Sun Jiao's eyes flashed with mist. If Yao was not beside her, she would have wanted to throw him to the ground and vent her feelings of love. Ahem. Although it is not suitable for children, Sun Jiao doesn't know what other ways to express love. Where's Yao? Is there anything I can help you with? Since we are all family, don't hold back anything, speak up. Jiang Chen rubbed Yao's head again. Yao shook her head and stretched out her hands to gently cover Jiang Chen's big hands on her head. I'm already very satisfied. My family is only brother Jiang Chen and sister Sun Jiao. That smile was very happy, but it made Jiang Chen's nose a little sour. Lunch was made by Yao. This well-behaved little girl also studied cooking knowledge very hard, which also touched Jiang Chen. This was the first meal he had eaten, cooked by a girl. He was so moved that he almost cried. Ahem, a little exaggerated. Yao looked at Jiang Chen wolfing down his food and couldn't help but smile happily. As for Sun Jiao, she always ate like a wolf. If she suddenly became gentle one day, it would be incredible. After the meal, the three of them cleaned up the dishes together. Sun Jiao went to organize the supplies in the living room, while Jiang Chen followed Yao into her room, because Jiang Chen had something important to discuss with her. Yao, have you prepared the door of the bank vault? Puchy. Yao suddenly laughed. Speaking of which, brother didn't know that sister Sun Jiao had already helped you empty the bank vault. It must be because she was too surprised just now that sister Sun Jiao may have forgotten to tell you. She is looking forward to your praise. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, and then a touch of joy flashed across his face. Haha, sister Sun Jiao is not you. She is not interested in my praise. Because Yao looked too cute, Jiang Chen couldn't help but stretched out his hand to rub her hair. Hey. Yao squinted her eyes and enjoyed it like a little squirrel as usual, but suddenly she seemed to remember something and looked at Jiang Chen with her cute big eyes. Hey, that's not right. Sister Sun Jiao must be like Yao, hoping to be praised by her brother. After saying that, Yao nodded seriously, as if she felt that her analysis was indeed reasonable. Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, then smiled. Yeah, that's true. I have to thank that little girl very much. Although she is sometimes naughty, she is unexpectedly considerate of others. Putting the gold aside, Jiang Chen began to ask about the production of mobile games. Mobile games? Games played on mobile phones? Are those things popular in my brother's world? Yao asked without understanding, which surprised Jiang Chen a little, because Yao spent her life before the age of 12 before the war. Wasn't there such a thing as electronic games at that time? Impossible. Jiang Chen told Yao about his doubts, but the answer he got made him laugh and cry. I see, I know what my brother is. But although there were many popular games before the war, they were all played in the game cabin. Game cabin? Yeah. Mainstream games are all based on the framework of the virtual reality system. By lying in the game cabin, that can relieve physical fatigue. Many people even choose to spend their sleep time in the game. Some portable neural access helmets can also do similar functions, so few people will install extra games on communication devices. So that's it. It's not that there are no games, but with the development of technology, the old game forms have been eliminated. Just like the Super game console has withdrawn from people's sight, handheld game consoles such as PSP are struggling under the siege of smartphones. What should I do? Jiang Chen frowned and fell into thought. Give up mobile games? But for a company that is still in its infancy, isn't it a bit too much of a stretch to directly launch virtual reality products? Do we have to think of other ways? Brother, can you show me that phone? Yao asked weakly. Yeah, that's true. Here you go. Jiang Chen quickly took out his Samsung phone and handed it to Yao, then took out the SIM card. Just study it. Yao took the phone without hesitation and took it directly to her desk to start disassembling it. Why is the CPU performance so low, and there are only a few GB of memory? Yao was fiddling with it, muttering something that made Jiang Chen a little embarrassed. Not long after, Yao finally figured out this antique after fiddling with it for a long time. How is it? Jiang Chen asked hurriedly when he saw Yao taking off his anti-glare glasses. It's not that difficult. If you use D++ to write programs, you should be able to condense a lot of things into such a small space. Yao touched his chin seriously. Well, but I feel that programming is only one aspect of games, and art, music, and gameplay. I have no experience at all. Jiang Chen was stunned and realized this problem. Not all programming experts can become great game producers like Sid Meier and Will Wright. The core of the game is still gameplay. Even if Yao can compile the huge content with a more advanced computer language and reduce its hardware requirements, the key is still to be fun. Otherwise who will buy it? But at this moment, Yao suddenly slapped her head, as if she remembered something. Right. Brother, leave it to me. I promise that I can get you what you want within 5 days. So fast? Jiang Chen was shocked. He originally planned that it would be great if Yao could finish it within 2 months. Hey. Yao stretched out her finger and rubbed her nose a little embarrassedly. It may be a bit troublesome to write code from scratch, but I suddenly remembered that there is a municipal library nearby. These professional books were brought back to me by Sister Yao. The library's database contains a lot of historical codes, and there must be the mobile games that brother wants. So, as long as Sister Sun Jiao goes there again and copies all the data about game entries in the period from 2100 to 2020, I only need to modify the part about the code. Author. Jiang Chen left the room and closed the door gently. Huh. Why is my heart beating so fast? Damn, am I really a beast? Jiang Chen muttered to himself as he walked towards Sun Jiao. Arriving at the underground warehouse, Jiang Chen saw Sun Jiao carefully counting the supplies. She neatly sorted the canned food and compressed biscuits and placed them in the corners. As for things like rice, she neatly packed them into polyethylene plastic boxes. These things are very common in the wasteland. They are boxes used by the early military to store airdropped relief supplies. They are extremely airtight. The underground warehouse is very cool. It was where the original owner, Sun Jiao's father, stored red wine. However, this place was obviously visited by survivors a long time ago, so there was naturally no red wine left. There are too many things. It seems that I have to go to the nearby houses to dismantle some refrigerators and other things. After repairing them, they should be usable. But in this case, more solar panels will have to be laid. The current power generation capacity is barely enough to power the villa, and it would be a stretch to add a few more refrigerators. Author, before changing the status, there was only one update a day. I sent the contract starting from 70,000 words, but Yonder hasn't delivered it yet. I'm afraid it will be terrible if I miss the new book period. That would be a real failure. I hope all book friends can understand. I'm really sorry. Chapter 30 To return to Block 6. Finally, Jiang Chen, who was in high spirits, and Sun Jiao, who was blushing, left the basement together. Because Jiang Chen was so arrogant, Sun Jiao twisted his waist hard a few times. However, Sun Jiao, who was extremely angry, could not stand firmly for a moment, and stumbled and almost fell. Be careful, don't fall. Jiang Chen hurriedly hugged Sun Jiao, pretending to know nothing, and slapped Sun Jiao's buttocks in a blaming manner. Sun Jiao looked at Jiang Chen and gritted her teeth. The angry and ashamed look made Jiang Chen feel relieved. Bad guy. After holding back for a long time, Sun Jiao, who often swore, could only utter such a harmless word. Although her eyes were full of shame and anger, the deep affection underneath could not be hidden. How could the experienced Jiang Chen miss this detail? After giving Sun Jiao a hard kiss on her lips, Jiang Chen ran away with a playful smile, while Sun Jiao was still not able to react. He didn't want to be bullied by Sun Jiao, who had come to her senses. This guy. Sun Jiao looked at the direction where Jiang Chen left, stamped her feet in anger, and wanted to chase him and pinch him, but because her calves were weak, she had to hold onto the wall. It seemed that his skills had improved. Sun Jiao's face turned red, and her calves lost their strength, and she almost fell down again. She quickly held onto the wall. She glared at Jiang Chen's back fiercely, and Miss Sun Jiao made up her mind to get back at him. Fuck. Wait for me tonight. When they came to the edge of the swimming pool, Jiang Chen took a breath of cold air. Hiss. So much gold. I'm afraid it weighs more than 10 tons. The volume of a ton of gold is only 0.051 cubic meters, and the pile of gold bars in the corner of the swimming pool is almost half a cubic meter. Jiang Chen got an electronic scale and roughly weighed the gold in batches. There were 12.2 tons of gold in total, which was at least $500 million. Jiang Chen was secretly shocked. Although he had prepared for it, he was still excited to see such a large amount of windfall. After taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen did not immediately put the gold into the storage space. There was no rush for this. He had to go to the 6th block tomorrow, and the storage space had to be freed up to put some things that needed to be traded. Anyway, the gold would not run away if it was left here. After dealing with things here, it would not be too late to return to the world to deal with the gold. If he set out now, I'm afraid it would be night when he arrived at the 6th block. So Jiang Chen planned to set off early tomorrow morning. As for the rest of the day, he would make some preparations for departure. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen returned to his room, took out the long-lost PK-2000 assault rifle from the room, and climbed up the wooden watchtower built by Sun Jiao on the wall. The streamlined gun body gave him a sense of security and an inexplicable sense of science fiction. He opened the safety and pulled the bolt. Jiang Chen took a deep breath, raised the muzzle of the gun, locked onto a skinny and ferocious face through the scope, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The barrel of the gun spewed out a snake of fire, and a wisp of green smoke spread out. The bullet hit the zombie's chest, but did not kill it directly. The knocked-down zombie fluttered its limbs, as if it was suddenly awakened, but it could not stand up. It was clearly aimed at the head, but it was really hit in the chest. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly, and put his eyes close to the scope again. The noise made by the struggling zombie made the slow-moving zombies nearby gradually move closer to it. However, there was no breath of the living nearby, and the zombies did not have the wisdom to find the source of the attack, so they could only wander around aimlessly nearby. The crochets moved up. Bang! The muzzle of the gun spewed out flames again. This time Jiang Chen did not miss, and smashed the zombie's head to pieces, leaving a pile of black blood and brain matter. The 4x optical scope is suitable for medium range combat. If you must use it at this distance, I suggest you adjust the precision to 100 meters. Sun Jiao's voice was slightly teasing. She had stood behind Jiang Chen without knowing when. Where is it? Jiang Chen suddenly remembered a game called Armor 3 that he had played before. It seemed that the guns in it could be adjusted to adapt to various combat distances by adjusting the precision when aiming. However, there is no page up button in reality. Here, Sun Jiao pointed at the knob on the side of the scope. It turned out that the problem was here. Jiang Chen adjusted the precision from 0 to 100. He shot again, and this time the hit rate was much higher than before. For this distance, mechanical aiming is enough. Sun Jiao stretched out her hand and twisted the scope on the top of the PK-2000 to the side, revealing the mechanical crosses. Try this. Oh, so this is how this thing works. Jiang Chen immediately found the trick to using a gun. However, since the targets were all weak zombies, Jiang Chen could not be sure of his shooting skills. Sun Jiao stood silently beside Jiang Chen, correcting his mistakes from time to time and teaching him shooting and bunker making skills. Time passed quickly, and it was time for dinner. Let's stop here. Zombies are more dangerous at night. It's better not to provoke them. Sun Jiao glanced at the zombies on the ground. These things can never be killed. Zombies are constantly killed by aliens or humans, and new zombies are constantly born in the city center and spread around. Jiang Chen's record is not bad. He fired 120 bullets and killed 97 zombies in total. Sun Jiao nodded secretly. Although this result is not outstanding, it is acceptable for a novice. She is more or less relieved about Jiang Chen's ability to protect himself. After all, if Jiang Chen can't beat them, he can still run away. Speaking of which, are you feeling better? Jiang Chen turned off the safety, threw the gun behind his back, and asked Sun Jiao with a playful and somewhat suicidal look. Sun Jiao was slightly stunned, and her cheeks flushed. Oh. Jiang Chen covered his leg, that was kicked hard by Sun Jiao in pain. Fuck, am I not caring about you? Wait for your sister tonight. Sun Jiao grabbed Jiang Chen's collar, left such a vicious remark, then let go of Jiang Chen, turned around and angrily jumped off the wooden tower. Jiang Chen shuddered. This girl wouldn't want to play SM again. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen, who was rubbing his legs, immediately turned into a bitter face. Do you want to hide from Yao tonight? Ahem. Jiang Chen finally chose to face the reality. In the evening, he was honestly taught by Miss Sun Jiao, and then the next day, Jiang Chen dragged his haggard body back to his room. Damn, why can't I control my feet? Jiang Chen really wanted to slap himself. He was completely walking into a trap last night. After packing up his equipment and putting the canned food and compressed biscuits ready for trade into the storage space, Jiang Chen walked to the door of the living room. Brother, are you leaving now? Yao rubbed his sleepy eyes, stood at the stairs, and asked dazedly. Yeah. I'm going to the 6th block, and will be back in a few days. Jiang Chen smiled at the soft little lolly, and finally checked his equipment, and prepared to leave. Well, take this. Hey. Yao held the handrail and slowly went down the stairs. He came to Jiang Chen, and handed him a waste bag. What is this? Jiang Chen took the waste bag, and looked at it in confusion. It contains some gadgets designed by Yao. There is a drone designed by me. After connecting to it can detect all terrains within a range of 1000 meters. It would be great if I could help my brother. After saying that, Yao rubbed her eyes in a daze, moved to the edge of the sofa, and curled up on the sofa, and fell asleep again. This little guy is not afraid of catching a cold. Jiang Chen smiled, and shook his head, tied the waste bag around his waist, and walked to the sofa. Jiang Chen picked up Yao with his hands passing under her knees, and behind her shoulders. So light, and so soft, and there is a faint and natural milky fragrance. After carrying Yao back to her bedroom on the 2nd floor, Jiang Chen went downstairs again, and left the villa. The zombies that were shot and killed by Jiang Chen yesterday were only bloodstains. It is said that at night, the active zombies will eat the corpses of their own kind to obtain organic matter. When the amount of organic matter swallowed reaches a certain amount, the zombies will slowly evolve. For example, the meat mountain encountered at the entrance of the 6th block last time was evolved from ordinary zombies. It is said that such evolved bodies are very common in the city center, so most survivor bases are built around the suburbs. After opening the manhole cover, Jiang Chen took out his flashlight and shone it down. After confirming that it was safe, he jumped in without hesitation. It was really a bit eerie to walk alone in such a place. However, the biggest threat had been eliminated, and this was not the first time he had walked, so Jiang Chen did not show any fear. Holding the rifle at his waist, Jiang Chen moved slowly towards the 6th block. When passing by the cannibal tribe, Jiang Chen's face instinctively flashed a trace of disgust and nausea. However, the cave had been burned clean by fire, and there was no dirt left. This is very important, because the stench of the dead body will attract monsters such as mutant rats. 1 or 2 rats may not be a big deal, but if you encounter a group of rats, the journey was safe, but a bit boring. When Jiang Chen pushed open the manhole cover and saw the sun again, it was already 5 hours later. After taking a deep breath of fresh air, Jiang Chen marked a safe mark on the electronic map of the holographic computer pen, and then put it away. Although the sewers and the end times are a relatively fast passage, the intricate structure also dooms it to be dangerous. Before you get close, you never know what is hidden in the dark corners. Could it be a deathclaw's nest? Or could it be a cannibal's cave? Jiang Chen only dared to move forward along the road he and Sun Jiao had walked before. When he reached a small part of the unexplored area at the back, Jiang Chen's nerves were even more tense. After leaving the sewer, Jiang Chen pulled up his hood very cautiously. He didn't know if the Grey Goo mercenary group was still thinking about him. Everything would be safe only after entering that door. Without stopping for long, Jiang Chen walked directly towards the gate of the 6th block. It was still the same old rules. The soldier in black combat uniform walked in front of Jiang Chen and asked Jiang Chen to show his ID on the app. After checking whether he had a criminal record, the soldier quickly let Jiang Chen go. What caught Jiang Chen's eyes was still the dilapidated slum and the listless refugees. However, Jiang Chen did not go to the gate to buy people at this moment. He had already understood the rules of the human trade here. All those who were sold were criminals or people who had lost their labor value. However, Jiang Chen did not want these two types of people. He wanted a group of people who were relatively clean and at least honest. Moreover, it was a large-scale transaction, which meant that he had to find a way to get people through other channels. This time, Jiang Chen did not choose to go to the market, but chose to rent a warehouse next to the industrial zone first, and piled up the canned fresh meat and compressed biscuits in the space. Then, Jiang Chen went straight to the direction of the inner circle checkpoint. Since it was a bulk commodity transaction, it was natural to find a person who could eat the goods. Moreover, in addition to the population, this time Jiang Chen also wanted to buy some things that were not generally sold in the market. Chapter 33 Inner Circle. Please show your ID, sir. It was the same routine question. Under the towering concrete wall was a reinforced iron door. The inner circle's protection was more than one level higher than the outer circle, and Jiang Chen was fortunate enough to witness the style of this city within a city. After paying a subcrystal point and then placing all his weapons at the custody point, Jiang Chen was released by the checkpoint. At the door was a spider tank with a triangular barrel, and the blocky limbs with tracks were quite sci-fi. The patrol teams passing by from time to time were also equipped with elite troops, black carbon nano armor and streamlined rifles. According to Sun Jiao, the soldiers in the inner circle were the core force of the 6th block, and most of them were private soldiers of the 10-man committee, the actual controller of the 6th block. The militia in the outer circle, although their equipment was acceptable, belonged to the public property of the 6th block, and their nature was completely different. Jiang Chen, who was secretly amazed, was considering whether to buy a few such equipment and walk towards the target hotel. Along the way, Jiang Chen also saw a lot of pedestrians. It is said that the people who can live in the inner circle are either senior technicians in the 6th block, or wealthy mercenary bosses, or wealthy investors who have purchased properties in the 6th block. In short, this is the so-called rich area. It is worth mentioning that the mercenaries stationed in the 6th block are different from the half-soldier and half-bandit groups wandering in the wasteland. Most of them undertake defense tasks together with the militia of the 6th block, and then get commissions through defense agreements. Occasionally, they are sent out to perform special tasks or serve as escorts for caravans. There is no need to worry about being bitten back by a dog when hiring a mercenary group registered in the 6th block. After all, the insurance money is not paid in vain. Once the escort turns into a robber, not only will the guarantor of the mercenary group living in the inner circle face imprisonment, but the 6th block will also send armed forces to eliminate the violators. Paradise Island Hotel, let you feel at home when you are exhausted physically and mentally. At least that's what the slogan says. Jiang Chen walked into this hotel that was obviously converted from a mansion before the war. Since he was here to discuss business, he naturally couldn't let others look down on him. He had to be very impressive. Jiang Chen paid the room fee for 5 days in advance without hesitation, a total of 50 subcrystals. The owner of the hotel immediately took out an attitude of treating God and respectfully sent Jiang Chen to his room. People who can afford to stay in such a hotel are either rich or noble, and no matter which type they are the objects of the hotel owner's flattery. Moreover, such an expensive hotel is generally not occupied. If there are people, they are usually big businessmen or wealthy people from other large survivor bases or even outside Wanghai City. According to the gossip from Sun Jiao, staying in such a hotel is itself a very eye-catching thing. And Jiang Chen, he wanted to be eye-catching. If he was not eye-catching, who would come to him to discuss business? As for whether there would be trouble coming, Jiang Chen was not very worried about this, because the neutrality of the 6th district has continued for more than 10 years. It is definitely not something that short-sighted people can do to develop this place to this point. In this regard, we have to praise the system of the 6th district. The 10-man committee composed of 10 major capitalists manages this free trade safety zone. The checks and balances between forces also ensure that the established rules and regulations are strictly enforced. No one would like to be the first person to break the rules. You can talk about business, but you can't kill your trading partner and affect your neighbor's business. Of course, as for privacy and other things, no one will care. Just as Jiang Chen expected, as soon as he stepped into the room, the hotel manager reported the information of this generous guest to his boss behind the scenes. Photo, identity, agent of Fishbone Grain Products Production Company, Jiang Chen. Check-in time, July 9th to 14th. Jiang Chen's check-in information was soon placed on someone's desk. Fishbone Grain Products Production Company? Jiang Chen? Interesting. A middle-aged man with a shaved head leaned back in the boss chair, with a pair of sharp eyes like an eagle under his thick eyebrows. Boss, do you need to contact him? The secretary in a professional suit beside him pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose. As Zhao Chenwu's secretary, she is not only his right-hand man at work, but also his bodyguard when he goes out, and occasionally helps him solve his needs in life. Zhao Chenwu, one of the 10-member committee. He controls the private armed forces that occupy 13% of the military forces in the inner circle of the 6th block. He is also the owner of 2 arms factories and a pharmaceutical factory, and owns many real estates in the inner circle. Another identity is the president of the Zhao group, which is well known in the 6th block. No hurry, let's see first. Zhao Chenwu showed a playful smile on his face. He was actually a little unsure of this young man at the moment. Grain product company? Where else in this wasteland can there be arable land? Even if it is soilless cultivation, the plants grown will grow strange shapes or even poisonous under the influence of radiation. Of course, there are such organic plantations in the 6th block, but most of the fruits and vegetables produced are inedible, and the remaining half are mostly crooked melons and dates, so don't expect the taste to be good. It is no exaggeration to say that, if you plant a watermelon, you might actually grow a bean. Of course, I heard that there are places outside Wanghai City that have the technology to grow on wasteland, but it is very rare and the cost is high. For example, simulated biosphere. These technologies are only heard of. Although the technology was advanced before the war, now, everyone's technology tree is crooked. As a major shareholder of Paradise Island Hotel, he has seen many agents who come to discuss business with the 6th block. But this is the first time I have heard of a grain product company? Are you kidding? Is there a shortage of mutant cattle meat in the 6th block? It's just that ordinary people can't afford it. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen shook his head and put the information aside. Looking at the watch, Jiang Chen felt a little hungry, so he asked his secretary, "Is lunch ready?" "Yes, my boss." "Just to confirm, is today's lunch still curry chicken nuggets?" The secretary answered in a very standard tone. Seeing Jiang Chen nod, the secretary turned and left the room. After a while, she came back with a plate of hot curry chicken nuggets and rice. The unique aroma of curry made Jiang Chen's salivary glands secrete rapidly. He couldn't help but be hungry. He picked up the chopsticks and started eating without any image. Seeing the boss eating so deliciously, the secretary standing beside couldn't help but swallow his saliva, but she knew that she didn't have a share. Just a few bites of curry chicken nuggets are worth 20 subcrystals, equivalent to the price of staying in Paradise Island Hotel for 2 nights. This is not the key point. The main thing is that there is no market for it. Some time ago, the exchange in the outer circle bought 20 boxes of this canned food and sold them to the upper class in the inner circle at a price of 60 subcrystals per box. Jiang Chen only bought one by relying on his status as a 10-member committee. Fortunately, it was not an auction, otherwise the price might have to go up. Jiang Chen was so shabby that he divided it into 3 portions to eat. Jiang Chen had also investigated the whereabouts of the person who sold the canned food, but he heard that the 2 people were targeted by an organization called the Grey Goo Mercenary Group as soon as they went out, and no one knew whether they were alive or dead. When Jiang Chen learned the news at that time, he was so angry that he slammed the table and cursed the ancestors of the Grey Goo Mercenary Group. He almost sent his private soldiers to teach those stupid guys a lesson. However, due to his status, Jiang Chen did not take action in the end. After all, although the person was targeted inside, he took action outside, which did not break the rules. If he took action, it would really break the rules. So, this last bit of treasure was swallowed. Jiang Chen smacked his lips, shook his head, and put the matter of the delicious curry chicken nuggets behind his mind. Although he was curious about what the braised beef can bought by his old friend Bosting tasted like, he must have eaten it all up long ago. Besides, he is a man who does big things anyway, and it is not a good thing to always think about food. He took a stack of documents from the desk. Some problems in the company's operations still need his personal review. At this time, his peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of the report with the check-in information, and suddenly an inexplicable sense of deja vu came to his mind. Hey, why does the name Jiang Chen look so familiar? I seem to have seen it somewhere. Where? If Jiang Chen knew that the canned food he sold to the outer circle exchange was carefully divided into 3 portions by the big guys in the 6th block, I wonder if he would die of laughter. In short, Jiang Chen is still living a very comfortable life at the moment. He is the only resident in the entire luxurious villa. Although the oppressive radiation cloud and the deteriorated sunlight cannot make people feel good about vacation, Jiang Chen is still quite satisfied with some facilities in this villa. For example, the so-called convalescent chamber. Lying in it, it feels as comfortable as if the whole body is wrapped in jelly. Although the scenery here is not as beautiful as the Hilton Hotel in Sanaya, it is better in terms of high technology content. As expected, technology is a good thing, and nature can go to hell. Jiang Chen came out of the health chamber and felt that all the pores on his body were chilled. From the perspective of cleaning, this effect is many times better than taking a shower. Not to mention dandruff, even bacteria level dirt is cleaned by this thing. This thing is a good thing. Should I get one back? Jiang Chen couldn't help but touch his chin and think seriously. He really liked this thing. He grabbed a bathrobe and put it on, and then ran to other facilities to experience it. For example, playing table tennis with robots is probably used for rich people who have little chance to exercise after eating. After Jiang Chen found that he couldn't beat the robot, he threw the racket and stopped playing. There is also tennis and the like. Jiang Chen is not very interested. What interests him most is a holographic cinema. Those modern 7D movies that are exaggerated are simply weak. Put on the helmet and then fix your body on the soft recliner, and the immersive experience came to Jiang Chen. What shocked him was that at this moment he was standing on the streets of New York City, feeling the night wind blowing in his face, and watching a fierce battle between cops and gangsters from the angle he expected. He was even able to experience this battle from the perspective of the protagonist. It's just that, although he can feel the whistling bullets and turn on the pain through settings, he can't control the actions of the protagonist. Jiang Chen, who had had enough, left the movie theater, where he was the only one, and prepared to go back to his room to rest. Author. I always feel that something is a bit weird. Chapter 34 Fishbone Food Products Company. Jiang Chen felt like a dog was beating. Oh no, not a dog, but a doll. That's right, it felt like an inflatable doll. I mean, why is the feel wrong? It turns out that it is made of silicone. This made Jiang Chen laugh and cry. He originally thought that the number 410 was just a setting, and the politeness was just because the waiters here were very qualified. It turned out that this beauty was a robot. This was the conclusion Jiang Chen came to after he used all his tricks. Damn, how can the water come out so steadily? But this is just a small episode. A toy is a toy. Jiang Chen didn't take it to heart. But he didn't have that desire anymore. In his opinion, some things are more fun when two people are happy together. I wonder what kind of expression the manager of Paradise Island will show after knowing Jiang Chen's thoughts. Obviously, this robot is a high-end product. Okay. Perfect ergonomic design. Every detail is designed according to the golden ratio specification. Can humans grow up like this? There is no need to worry about pregnancy or disease. After cleaning the internal parts, it can be reused. His mother knew that this guy was a freak. Wouldn't it be enough to get him a chicken from the slums? Of course, the cultural generation gap destined the two sides to never understand each other. Ahem. In short, Jiang Chen still prefers to communicate with real people, so he just left this robot aside. It is quite enjoyable to use it to beat legs and rub shoulders occasionally. After declining the hotel's meal service, Jiang Chen lay comfortably on the magnetic levitation chair, directing the mechanical beauty to use a toothpick to poke a slice of orange from the canned fruit and feed it into his mouth. This life is too corrupt. A day has passed, and no one has come to visit him. This made Jiang Chen start to feel a little unsure. It shouldn't be. Should I take the initiative to contact? Jiang Chen frowned. He was not familiar with this place, so he didn't know who to find. Since the grain product company was filled in the check-in information, it stands to reason that someone interested would contact him. Jiang Chen didn't think that the hotel manager would keep secrets for the guests, but he didn't know how many people got the information. But Jiang Chen was worrying too much. At this moment, a businessman who smelled the scent of subcrystals came to him. It was Zhao Chenwu, who had to eat the canned food 3 times. Come in. When Jiang Chen heard the ring of the doorbell, he shouted, and the voice control system automatically unlocked the door. Seeing the visitor, Jiang Chen did not show too much surprise, but just sat up slowly and politely, and then invited the guest to sit anywhere. Zhao Chenwu swallowed his saliva when he saw the canned fruit Jiang Chen placed on the table, but he didn't show it on his face, but his throat moved. Although he is a foodie, Zhao Chenwu is also a hero after all. To be able to reach this position, he is naturally not too cunning. The female secretary behind him just glanced at the canned food on the table, and her expression did not change much. After seeing this scene, Jiang Chen, who was observing carefully, was secretly delighted. Cover up. There is a problem with concealment. The more you pretend not to care, the more you show your interest. Why? Food is of unquestionable value in the end times. If you are not pretending to be calm, then what is it? Since it is pretended, it means that these two people have the intention to negotiate. Isn't the purpose of Jiang Chen coming here to find a partner? It depends on how much benefit this negotiation can bring him. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I'm Zhao Chenwu, and this is my secretary Sulei. Zhao Chenwu introduced himself to Jiang Chen straight to the point. Hearing the boss introduce himself, Sulei, who was standing behind him, leaned forward slightly to show politeness. Oh, obviously you have already investigated me. Jiang Chen glanced at Zhao Chenwu with a smile, but the middle-aged man with a shaved head did not show any embarrassment, as if he did not take his presumptuous behavior seriously. Mr. Jiang wrote the information so detailed. Isn't it also hoping that someone will come to find him? Zhao Chenwu suddenly laughed and said, indeed, there is no rule that requires you to write down your identity when you check in. You can just register your name and genetic ID. But Jiang Chen insisted on adding a line in that column. Agent of Fishbone Grain Products Company. Isn't it obvious that he is going to give it to others for a search? Haha, let's not talk about this. Since there are distinguished guests visiting, I, as the host, can't be too shabby. Jiang Chen gestured to the robot beauty standing by, and the robot beauty went straight into the kitchen. Zhao Chenwu looked at Jiang Chen in a somewhat unpredictable way, and Jiang Chen was also secretly observing him. After a while, the robot beauty brought out 2 plates of tender orange slices from the kitchen and gently placed them in front of Zhao Chenwu, who looked surprised. Canned fruit, a specialty of our company. Haha, I've already opened this can, so it's not convenient to use it to entertain guests, so I asked this temporary maid to go into the kitchen and open 2 more cans. Because I have a special liking for oranges, I only brought canned oranges with me to eat on the way. I hope you two don't mind. Jiang Chen smiled and made a gesture of invitation to Zhao Chenwu. What the hell? It's just pretending to be cool. Zhao Chenwu cursed in his heart. Such fresh and tender orange slices can only be seen in the first few years after the war. At that time, there was still a lot of food to be looted in the supermarket, but in just 2 years, those supplies were consumed. How many years have passed now? I remember that the last time I ate such delicious oranges was 10 years ago. Chewing the fresh and tender orange slices, Zhao Chenwu's resolute face couldn't help but reveal a touch of excitement. However, after noticing the half smile on Jiang Chen's face, he immediately returned to his steady appearance. Being able to serve such a thing to guests shows the sincerity of the other party. Even the entourage was invited, which fully shows the other party's financial resources. Looking at Su Lei, who looked calm but kept eating, Zhao Chenwu touched his chin thoughtfully, poked a toothpick into a slice of orange, and indeed stopped eating. Delicious food can be eaten at any time, and business is the most important thing. Is it delicious? Jiang Chen asked with a smile, and also poked a slice of orange, and put it into his mouth. It is indeed delicious. To be honest, although the 6th block can also produce some fruits, the output is very limited, and it is difficult to have a large variety due to the influence of radiation. Only a small part can ensure safety for consumption, and the rest can only be processed for nutrient extraction. These are not secrets. Anyone in the slums or the market can know them. Zhao Chenwu did not hide them. Speaking directly can attract the other party's favor. I have heard of it, so I smell a business opportunity. Jiang Chen nodded. I guess the cans that appeared in the exchange last time were the work of Mr. Jiang. Zhao Chenwu said calmly. Yes, I sold them to the exchange at the price of 50 subcrystals per box. I heard that it was later sold at 60 subcrystals per box. Jiang Chen smiled and said. So, since Mr. Jiang Chen appeared in the inner circle, not the outer circle, he must be preparing to do a big business. Zhao Chenwu showed a somewhat fiery expression on his face. Yes, I believe my goods will not have any problem in selling in the 6th block. Finally, Jiang Chen showed a barely perceptible smugness on his face. It is important to raise this question first. In negotiations, the person who comes later often takes the initiative. It seems that Zhao Chenwu is also impatient. This thing is indeed not worried about the sale. As a capitalist, how could Zhao Chenwu let go of the benefits in front of him? Then I wonder if I have the honor to become your trading partner? Zhao Chenwu also showed a playful smile on his face. Of course, if Mr. Zhao has enough strength. Jiang Chen just gave a very vague answer. It seems that Mr. Jiang Chen has not investigated me yet. Zhao Chenwu smiled and said. Any person or organization that meets the conditions can become our trading partner, so it is too inefficient to investigate every gentleman in the inner circle. I believe that, as long as I appear here, sooner or later someone with vision will come to me. It's just a matter of time. Jiang Chen shook his head and said in a very calm tone. However, Zhao Chenwu noticed another heavy news in Jiang Chen's words. You said trade? Wait. Can you provide a stable supply of goods? Zhao Chen stood up with his hands on the table, looking at Jiang Chen in disbelief. Wanghei City is impossible, so it should be an organization outside Wanghei City? A simulated biosphere device? Anyway, no matter what it is, this deal must be won. Mr. Zhao, you are excited. Although he was secretly happy, Jiang Chen still had a calm look on his face and spoke lightly. Excuse me, please allow me to reintroduce myself. Zhao Chen Wu, who realized that his actions were a bit out of control, coughed, adjusted his collar, and then extended his right hand. Member of the 10-man committee, president of Zhao Group, Zhao Chen Wu. On behalf of Zhao Group, I welcome your company to the 6th block to discuss trade matters. Wow, it's actually from the 10-man committee. Jiang Chen couldn't help but secretly gasp. This group of people is the capital giant that controls the neutral area of the 6th block. Moreover, since it is the power of the 6th block, Jiang Chen doesn't have to worry too much about safety. The rule of absolute neutrality is not a decoration, but a discipline that has been strictly enforced for more than 20 years, and it is also the foundation of the 6th block. Standing up from the sofa and shaking Zhao Chen Wu's hand, Jiang Chen also happily expressed his friendship. I'm Jiang Chen, an agent who came to discuss trade matters. I only represent the Fishbone Grain Products Company to express friendship to the Zhao Group of the 6th block. Let's put aside the polite words. Shouldn't we talk about some specific matters? Jiang Chen smiled. Haha, Mr. Jiang Chen is indeed a generous person. Just what I want. Zhao Chen Wu heard this and was delighted. He laughed and agreed to Jiang Chen's proposal. He originally thought that Jiang Chen was just a common wrestler in the wasteland, but the goods were more expensive. Even if it could bring him a good profit, he could not expect him to come again next time. After all, those merchants wandering in the wasteland are all homeless people. However, Jiang Chen proposed a long-term trade, which has a completely different meaning. A stable trade route with the survivor base outside, luxury canned goods that will never have trouble selling. At this moment, Zhao Chen Wu was just thankful that he got there first. Otherwise, if he let this money slip away from under his nose, he would become the laughing stock of all the merchants in the inner circle. Please give me 0.0 votes. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 35 Trade Routes. It is very difficult to trade in the wasteland. There are many bandits like flies and alien monsters that are hard to guard against. Various difficulties make trade between survivor bases very difficult. Generally, only survivor bases that are relatively close to each other can produce stable trade routes. The more famous one is the trade route between Liuding Town and the Beer Bottle Company. Both parties even sent some forces to establish supply stations with certain firepower along the way. These supply stations usually have a large and small assault force station to provide security assistance to the caravans joining the trade route. The reason for this trade route is also due to the extreme imbalance in production direction and technological level among the survivor bases. For example, as we all know, the so-called Liuding Town is actually a huge aircraft carrier. This aircraft carrier named Bohei was paralyzed in the port due to a nuclear explosion during the war. After the war, it was abandoned for many reasons. It was not until the disaster that it was used by the survivors. After a lot of illegal reconstruction of the hull, the ship can no longer be called a ship, but rather a water platform. Absolute safety has made this place a paradise for the end of the world, with entertainment as the main industry and high-tech industries as the supplement. However, the industrial capacity of Liuding Town is almost zero. Even the mass bullets needed for the shipborne Gauss cannon lying on the deck cannot be produced by itself, not to mention those anti-aircraft missiles and the like. After all, it is impossible to build a factory on the ship, right? The factories built on the port road are mostly small workshops and cannot carry out heavy industrial production. However, the Beer Bottle Company solved this problem in Liuding Town. Don't get me wrong, the Beer Bottle Company is not a beer bottle manufacturer, but a survivor base mainly engaged in heavy industry. The base is located in a heavy industrial park near the port in the suburbs of Wanghei City. It can not only produce the 10 kilogram mass bullets required for shipborne electromagnetic cannons, but also produce guided missiles with higher technical content. However, the output is not very high, and most of the industrial raw materials are obtained from waste. Of course, this is all off topic. In order to expand the market in Guangzhou City, I plan to build a supply station here. In fact, I have already started to do so, but we are in short supply of manpower and equipment. In this regard, the company headquarters has instructed me to use local materials, and I will invest all the profits in the first year into the construction of the base. Population, infrastructure, and arms. These 3 points we can talk about. By the way, I don't need criminals who can't guarantee their character. Supply station? Why not set it up directly in the 6th block? We will provide the safest protection for your industry. Jiang Chen frowned slightly and raised the question in his mind. The 6th block may have a good reputation in Guangzhou City, but there are still many unfamiliar places for us. This is the instruction issued by the company, and I'm just doing it step by step. Jiang Chen continued to fool around, throwing all the questions to the fictitious company outside Guangzhou City. It must be said that this explanation is indeed very convenient and convincing enough. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen spoke. There is no problem with the population. In general, the labor force in the slums is still in a state of surplus. Although non-criminals cannot be sold in principle, but Jiang Chen flashed a mysterious smile on his face. If there are not many, I can artificially let them have some small accidents and become people who can be traded. The rules are set by people, so there must be loopholes within the framework, as long as it is not too excessive. Jiang Chen nodded. It doesn't need a lot, about 30 people can do it. 30 people, compared to the slums with a population base of over 10,000, is just a drop in the ocean. Presumably no one would impeach him for these 30 people, so Jiang Chen naturally agreed immediately. As for the basic equipment, everything I need is listed on this list. Jiang Chen smiled slightly, took out an electronic card and gently placed it on the table. This card with graphene as the main structure can write holographic image information of about 12G in size and can be charged by placing it under the sun. It is a very convenient thing. It is also sold very cheaply in the market of the 6th block. Jiang Chen took the card and didn't seem surprised. He directly clicked the start button on the lower left and a list appeared in front of him. Anti-corrosion cement synthesis device, carbon nanotube generator, graphene synthesis cutting machine. These are all fine. There are some of these things in the inventory of the 6th block. Just buy them in the name of Jiao Group. But the arms production line and the nanochip production machine. Jiang Chen's face showed a trace of difficulty. These things are really not easy to get. Arms related production lines. Such things are strictly prohibited from being sold, no matter which survivor base. As for the nanochip production machine, not to mention that it is huge and inconvenient to transport. Even if you buy it back, you can't produce anything without a certain industrial foundation. Jiang Chen did not lie about this. Although nanochips have a wide range of uses, they have to be used to make holographic equipment. This is also a necessary link for Jiang Chen to enter the holographic computer market. However, the production of such chips cannot be done without a series of supporting production lines. For example, the nanoscale silicon plates used in nanochips require special cutting equipment to complete. Jiang Chen stroked his chin and thought for a moment. It seems that this kind of thing cannot be rushed, so let's do it step by step. Jiang Chen, who had made up his mind, also made some concessions. Forget about the arms production equipment and the nanochip production machine, but for the defense needs of the supply station. I wonder if Mr. Jiao is interested in the arms business? How could he not be interested? Jiang Chen naturally patted his chest and promised immediately that, as long as the equipment was allowed to be sold in the 6th district, he would be sure to get it for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen naturally expressed his gratitude for this. Since both parties have reached an agreement on the items of trade, the next step is to discuss the details of the cooperation. After a detailed negotiation, the details of the trade were finally finalized. The female secretary named Sulei professionally produced an electronic contract on the spot and handed one to Jiang Chen and his boss. After a careful inspection, Jiang Chen confirmed that the content on it was correct with the details just discussed, and then pressed his fingerprint on it. Zhao Chenwu trusted his secretary's ability very much, and just glanced at it hastily, and pressed his fingerprint. When the two genetic IDs appeared on the electronic contract, it also meant that the agreement officially came into effect. But to put it bluntly, this was just a symbolic thing. After all, there was no such thing as commercial breach of contract in the end times. The key to maintaining the agreement was that both parties were profitable. The price of canned fruit was 30 subcrystals, the price of various canned meats ranged from 10 to 20 subcrystals, and the price of compressed biscuits was 1 subcrystal per piece. The reason why the price was not set too high was because Jiang Chen was preparing to sell in large quantities. As the saying goes, things are precious because they are scarce. When Jiang Chen only took out 20 cans at that time, each can was indeed worth a high price of 50 subcrystals. But now that a stable trade agreement has been signed, these cans have a steady supply, and such a high price is naturally impossible to appear again. However, this price is not low. It is more than 5 times higher than the price of canned mutant beef, not to mention that he has to raise the retail price. If it is higher, I'm afraid that even the rich may not be able to afford it. As for the various production equipment Jiang Chen needed, the prices varied. For the anti-corrosion cement synthesis device, only 300 subcrystals were needed, but the price of the graphene synthesis cutting machine was as high as 11,000 subcrystals. This was the price after a certain discount according to the market price. The mass-produced Ripper rifle in the 6th block was priced at 20 subcrystals each. This high-performance assault rifle is a NATO standard weapon. It uses the same 7.62mm ammunition as Jiang Chen's PK-2000. It is slightly less powerful, but strong in stability and suitable for combat against people. Jiang Chen bought 40 rifles at one time, and also purchased some things such as thermal grenades and EMP grenades. The price given by Zhao Chenwu also satisfied Jiang Chen, which was 90% of the market price. This was also a compensation for Jiang Chen's concession on the price of canned food. Although it was compensation, he probably didn't know that the cost of these goods in Jiang Chen's hands was not even 1 subcrystal. All the goods were delivered in the warehouse that Jiang Chen had rented in advance. Zhao Chenwu was also secretly surprised at how Jiang Chen managed to bring these canned goods in without anyone noticing. He did not receive any reports from his subordinates, such as news that a large number of canned goods similar to those that appeared in the inner circle last time entered the base. Although goods entering the 6th block do not need to be taxed before trading, simple registration is still required. Zhao Chenwu secretly feared Jiang Chen's strength, but he did not say anything. After all, the two had no conflict of interest, and a strong ally was naturally beneficial to him. Being able to transport supplies in the wilderness, where alien species are rampant and bandits are everywhere, must have its unique features. It is probably some special transportation technology or something like that. Zhao Chenwu would never have thought that Jiang Chen got these foods from a parallel world. Although the delivery of the goods was carried out in the 6th block, Jiang Chen was unwilling to come here in person every time, otherwise he would have nothing to do every day. Jiang Chen did not have any scruples and directly drew a line on the holographic map. It was the sewer passage he had explored and found to be safe. That's right, directly using the sewer as a trade route. This practice is actually not uncommon in the end times. The drainage system of Wanghei City in this world is very wide, and the platforms on both sides of the river are large enough for small cars to pass through. It only needs to slightly improve the entrance of the sewer, and then seal off the extra hidden dangerous branches inside the sewer. The entire sewer can even be described as a golden route for trade. However, since the land parts of the multiple sewers are not completely connected, not all survivor bases can use this trade route. When Zhao Chenwu heard that there was a continuous sewer route that could be directly connected to Jiang Chen's base, he was naturally overjoyed and generously said that he would take on the reconstruction project of this sewer route. Of course, after all, trade is a mutually beneficial thing, and Jiang Chen did not want to owe others a favor, so he also invested 1000 subcrystals to express his support for this project. The reconstruction work is not very troublesome. Just use a few pieces of ultra-high molecular weight polyethylene and aluminum composite plates to seal the branch road. This material is not only light, but also extremely strong. Even if alien creatures such as death claws are extremely ferocious, it is difficult to destroy it. The entrance and exit of the sewer are controlled by both parties. Zhao Chenwu sent his private armed forces to set up a checkpoint at the end of the sewer at the exit of the 6th block, and Jiang Chen was responsible for setting up a checkpoint on his side, which fully ensured the sealing and safety of this route. The exits along the way were naturally completely blocked according to convention, which was also considered to prevent other bandits from sneaking in and shooting. In the future, the delivery of traded goods will be carried out at the end of the sewer near Jiang Chen's villa. The preliminary regulations are that the transaction will be concentrated once at the beginning of each month. Jiang Chen is responsible for providing 1,000 canned meats and 10,000 compressed biscuits, as well as an order. Zhao Chenwu will bring the arms and other materials required by Jiang Chen according to the content of the order, and give a discount of 10% of the market price. Jiang Chen promises to cooperate with Zhao Chenwu in the food business of the 6th block, only if Zhao Chenwu does not breach the contract. In addition, because Zhao Chenwu has vehicles that can operate in the sewer and has strong escort capabilities, the transportation is naturally handed over to him. As for whether there is a need to worry that Zhao Chenwu will use the armed forces in his hands to plot against the law, haha, it's the same old saying. Those who can reach this position are not fools. This tyrant will not do things that kill the chicken to get the eggs. Moreover, Jiang Chen's side is just a supply station. It is unknown whether the real food production base is in this province. He also has no ability to send troops across the unknown wilderness, because the closer to the city center, the more dangerous the zombies are, and the farther away from the city, the more dangerous the zombies are. Risking being expelled from the 6th Street district, using known benefits to gamble on unknown possibilities. That is what gamblers do. He was worried that some bandits would target Jiang Chen's base, and even proposed to sell a defense agreement to Jiang Chen, but was politely declined by Jiang Chen. Are you kidding? Although this will ensure safety, but there are people watching him every day. How can he go back to purchase goods? Inexplicably conjuring up a bunch of supplies will definitely make people suspicious. After the goods were delivered, Jiang Chen not only got the supplies he wanted to purchase, but also had a surplus of 210 sub-crystals. Yang Chenwu readily said that he would do it for Jiang Chen, so Jiang Chen did not refuse too much. After all, the capacity of the storage space is limited, and things like production equipment are not small in size. If it is transported in several times, it will be somewhat unsafe in various senses. The negotiations went very smoothly. Zhao Chenwu was naturally very happy to sign such a large order. He immediately invited Jiang Chen to go with him to the industrial zone of the 6th block, to visit his industry in the industrial zone. Jiang Chen naturally accepted this, and got on his special car to accept the invitation. What kind of strength does this tyrant who owns 1/10 of the 6th block have? Jiang Chen was also quite curious about this. Since the ally wanted to show him his strength, Jiang Chen had no reason to choose to refuse. I have to add one sentence here just in case. In the end times, it is different from the modern times. Having currency does not mean having goods. Having a market does not mean having productivity, and having productivity does not necessarily mean that everything can be put on the shelf. In other words, don't complain about why the protagonist has money, but doesn't spend it to buy a power armor or a nuclear warhead. Someone asked this before, so I'll answer it in this chapter. Chapter 36 Industrial Zone. This is my munitions factory. There are hundreds of workers working for me inside, delivering those metal gadgets to the hands of good or bad guys. We won't go in. The temperature inside is not suitable for human beings. I always feel that this sentence is a bit contradictory. Zhao Chenwu pointed to the military factory that seemed to be operating vigorously and explained to Jiang Chen proudly. It looked no different from those developers in the world. There is also this one, but the products produced here are all precious things, such as the .50 caliber fixed sentry gun. The things equipped on the inner wall are basically from my factory. When they walked to a factory building that was obviously much smaller than the previous building, Zhao Chenwu pointed with his finger holding a cigarette and continued. Of course, cigarettes will not be missing in the end of the world. Alcohol cannot be produced on a large scale due to food shortages, so cigarettes have become a toy for most people to relieve mental stress. The smell of burning tobacco here has a strong spicy taste, and not everyone is used to smoking. Radiation has brought uncontrollable mutations to all creatures on the earth, but not all mutations are malignant. For example, this special tobacco can adapt to the soil of the wasteland like those mutant plants that can be seen everywhere. It can be planted on a large scale without high-end cultivation technology, which is why cigarettes are not expensive in the end times. Many survivors will plant a few plants at their doorsteps, which can be used as medicine and as cigarettes. Jiang Chen naturally couldn't stand the spicy taste. Seeing this, Zhao Chenwu laughed and said that he didn't care and just threw it away if he couldn't get used to it. In fact, this is all relative. When Zhao Chenwu took the zonghe handed by Jiang Chen, he also felt that the taste was too light and unsatisfying. Oh, I'm also very interested in this kind of automatic weapon. I wonder if Boss Zhao can sell me a few? Jiang Chen watched an employee in white work clothes using a tablet to adjust the half-man high machine, controlling the 360-degree rotating muzzle to aim at the target in the isolation room, pouring out fierce firepower. Haha, of course no problem. But the production of this thing is really low. Recently, the 6th district is updating the equipment of the northern checkpoint. The orders are scheduled for 2 months later. I have to trouble Boss Jiang to wait. No problem, no problem. Jiang Chen smiled indifferently. The two walked side by side in this high-tech factory. The female secretary named Sulei followed behind them, holding Zhao Chenwu's briefcase in her hand. People along the way saluted the three people one after another, and it felt like a leader entering the factory for inspection. To be honest, after walking around this factory, Jiang Chen was more and more shocked, including the flying disc-sized magnetic levitation drone and the half-assembled 2-meter high-power armor. Although as Zhao Chenwu said, the production of these things is very low, because facilities such as military factories are definitely the focus of wartime care. It may not be difficult to find a civilian-level assembly line from the wasteland, but it is simply a joke to find a complete military production line, including the power armor that is being built. Most of the equipment is handmade. Jiang Chen watched a worker holding a hammer-like thing, hammering the armor plate in a high temperature state into shape bit by bit, while some workers carefully assembled tiny electronic components into the armor. Perhaps before the war, these processes were completed through high-precision automatic production lines, but in the end of the world, many things have to be done by hand. Of course, the lack of manufacturing technology is only for complex equipment. Bullet assembly lines and the like are still easy to solve. But even so, the firepower that the survivors can have is unquestionable. No matter how hard the zombies' heads are, they are just a bullet that explodes in the head. Even if the sharp blade of the death claw can tear the shell of the power armor, there are still tanks as its mortal enemies. Then the question is, even with such powerful equipment, can humans not conquer those bloodthirsty aliens and zombies? Thinking of this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but be silent. He was very curious about what kind of existence was in the city center. Part of these equipment will go into my private army, and part will be sold to the army of the 6th district or other interested buyers. However, power armor is generally not allowed to be sold outside, and some heavy weapons such as spider tanks are also banned, unless the 6th district council votes to pass the military purchase proposal. My factory will start producing these difficult things. Zhao Chenwu did not notice Jiang Chen's contemplation, but spoke to himself. His words were meant to give Jiang Chen a shot of prevention. If Jiang Chen wanted to buy a power armor, he would have a hard time. Oh. So, Boss Zhao is an arms dealer. Jiang Chen put the doubt behind his head and asked with a smile. Half of it. I also have a pharmaceutical factory, and I also run some real estate businesses in the inner circle. If Mr. Jiang Chen is interested in buying a house in the inner circle, you might as well come to me. Haha. Zhao Chenwu took a puff of cigarette, smiled and said generously, and took a ring-shaped guard from the table and threw it into Jiang Chen's hand. Boss Jiang is away from home all year round, so consider this nitrogen armor as my gift to you. Then obey your order. Jiang Chen did not refuse. He took it and put it on his hand with a smile, then looked at Zhao Chenwu with an inquiring look. How to use this thing? Zhao Chenwu waved to the soldier who was testing the equipment on the side. The man immediately saluted and ran to the center of the isolation room. The soldier unfolded the nitrogen armor on his hand, and the high-density gas ripples spread out in a bowl shape from the ring in the center of the arm guard like a viscous water flow. At this time, a heavy machine gun appeared in front of the soldier, and the black muzzle directly sprayed out flames. Because the sound insulation effect was too good, Jiang Chen could not hear the sound in the isolation room, but he was surprised to find that all the bullets were bounced around after contacting the nitrogen barrier. The soldier standing behind the shield still maintained a half-squatting posture, and it seemed that he could not even withstand the impact of the bullets. Good guy. It's just a protective shield. Through the vortex effect of inert atoms, nitrogen forms a high-pressure circulation under the traction of the central field. Haha, in short, let those experts worry about the theoretical things. I only look at the effect. Is Boss Jiang satisfied with this thing? Zhao Chenwu waved his hand, indicating the end of the test, and then the machine gun descended. Satisfied. Very satisfied. I wonder if there are any restrictions on the use of this thing. Jiang Chen played with it for a while, and put it away. There are not many restrictions, but the energy consumption is a bit high. The overheating problem of the central vortex device has not been solved yet. 1 point of subcrystal is probably enough to start this thing for 1 minute, and it will overheat after continuous use for 10 seconds. After using it for a period of time, I'm afraid that the subcrystals consumed will be more expensive than the cost of making it. And it is not very effective against optical weapons and particle weapons. Of course, the effect on kinetic weapons is still good, Zhao Chenwu said, while blowing a smoke ring. I didn't expect that Boss Zhao's military factory also has the ability to develop weapons. Jiang Chen sighed and said, haha, that's natural, but this thing doesn't sell very well. Not many people can afford it. But my scientists are studying how to apply this thing to power armor, to see if local armor can make it useful. Let's not talk about this, just leave this annoying thing to the experts. Haha, as I said, I only look at the effect. After leaving the factory, Zhao Chenwu took Jiang Chen to the pharmaceutical factory for a walk. However, the area of the pharmaceutical factory is very small, so there is not much to visit. It is said that the gene drugs produced here occupy 30% of the market share of the 6th block, and some other drugs are also very popular in the wasteland. For example, adrenaline, hematopoietic needles, etc. After visiting all this, the two came to the door of the slum together again. It was still the talent market administrator named Wang Yi. When this bald fat man saw Zhao Chenwu, he ran out like flying, and then bowed exaggeratedly. This flattering look is really funny, but surprisingly not annoying. It seems that this fat man is not an ordinary person. In the end times, he can live so comfortably by flattering others. Most people can't do it. Zhao Chenwu didn't talk too much nonsense with this little man. He just glanced at the female secretary Sulei behind him, and then continued to brag with Jiang Chen. Sulei took out a piece of paper from her briefcase, and handed it to Wang Yi very skillfully. Wang Yi took the document timidly, and immediately nodded, and said that he would do it. He ran back to the office quickly, and took out a stack of documents. Pick any one. These are all unemployed surplus laborers. Don't worry about getting into trouble by moving the laborers of other factories. Zhao Chenwu waved his hand, and Sulei stepped forward, and handed the stack of documents to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had reached an agreement with Zhao Chenwu to transfer these 30 people to Jiang Chen at a price of 20 subcrystals per person. The settlement had been made when the goods were delivered just now. Among them, 1 subcrystal is the official price for selling criminals, and the other 19 subcrystals are the cost of installing the latest insurance system at Jiang Chen's request. Zhao Chenwu didn't make a penny from Jiang Chen. He sold it to him at cost price purely as a personal favor. After all, compared with the benefits brought by the trade agreement, he really doesn't care about this little profit. The latest insurance system is much safer than the electronic collar. It is achieved by implanting a microchip in the back of the slave's neck spine through nano-level surgery. Once someone betrays, Jiang Chen can directly activate the self-destruct program in the microchip, and the traitor's head will fly several meters away like a football. Although it is cruel, Jiang Chen does not intend to take his own safety to pity people other than important people. At the same time, this chip also has the functions of neural current lie detection, map positioning, optic nerve access, and blocking nerve signals. It can be said that slaves have no privacy at all and no ability to betray. This is many times more advanced than that electronic collar, and of course, the price is also n times higher. But Jiang Chen is a very open-minded person. As long as these people have no bad intentions, he doesn't mind letting them live a more comfortable life than here. Haha, tell me directly if you have any of them. They will be expelled immediately because they have terminal illnesses. Zhao Chenwu just opened his mouth and decided the fate of this group of people. I have to say, power is really a good thing. Jiang Chen took a pile of resumes and flipped through them quickly. This kind of resume is not like the past, which is a bunch of nonsense, but it records how valuable a person is very intuitively. How to say it? After passing the special assessment procedure, the artificial intelligence review program will judge from an objective perspective and then give an intuitive overview of the ability. For example, if you have computer knowledge, it can give you 5 levels according to the extent to which you can apply computer knowledge. For example, if you have a major in architecture or a major in mechanics, in the 6th district with an oversupply of labor, if you don't have an outstanding level of ability assessment, you really can't find any job. For example, the munitions field that Zhao Chenwu himself didn't want to go to, the guys fiddling with bullets on the assembly line, are all mechanical experts. Of course, he was able to work there, not because of his major in mechanics, but because of his good physical fitness. However, for Jiang Chen, these talents are all treasures, because he really needs manpower. Talents in various high-tech majors account for 1/3, and applied technical talents such as construction, mechanical repair, and chemistry account for 2/3. Those with special abilities are given priority, such as those who can cook. Jiang Chen will consider them. Then those with good physical fitness are given priority. After all, renovating a villa requires work. Then those with families are given priority. Those with families have a strong sense of belonging, so Jiang Chen does not have to worry too much about their loyalty. In addition, he does not have to worry about the physiological problems of this group of people. Jiang Chen handed the selected resume to Sulei, and then the capable female secretary quickly took the 30 resumes to the door of the slum. It can be seen that Zhao Chenwu has already greeted the manager of the slum, and soon those people were summoned and taken to the isolation room. It was called quarantine, but in fact the diagnosis report had been written long ago. All 30 people were labeled as having the X1 flu epidemic, and then they were taken to the prison room to implant slave chips. Human rights? What a joke. Is there anyone who still talks about human rights in the end times? From the moment they accepted the nutritional supplement subsidy from the base, their freedom no longer belonged to them. Jiang Chen was not in a hurry to meet these people, but returned to the inner circle with Zhao Chenwu. By the way, Zhao Chenwu helped Jiang Chen register his genetic ID in the inner circle whitelist, and from then on Jiang Chen did not need to pay the gate tax of 1 subcrystal when entering and leaving the inner circle. Although that gate tax was not much, it was also a gesture of goodwill. Those who were bought by Jiang Chen were put together with the materials, and were forced by Zhao Chenwu's private armed forces to enter the sewer entrance and go to the agreed goods delivery point, just waiting for Jiang Chen to go back and pick up the goods. Regardless of what kind of fear those terrified survivors were going through, Jiang Chen was having dinner with Zhao Chenwu at his invitation. At the table, the big boss of the 6th block toasted him frequently, which made Jiang Chen feel a little emotional. Sure enough, the power of money is so strong, no matter what era. Next, all he needs to do is think about how to develop his strength and work hard to keep the cake in his hand. Please vote 0.0, Chapter 37, Settlement of Slaves. The next day, Jiang Chen checked out of the Paradise Island Hotel, and after saying goodbye to Zhao Chenwu, he set off on his way home. The reconstruction of the sewer entrance was already underway, and several armed men with the Zhao Enterprise logo had occupied the entrance here. From the busy engineering vehicles and the workers who were setting up polyethylene sheets, it can be seen that Zhao Chenwu attaches great importance to this trade route. When the soldier in full combat uniform saw Jiang Chen coming, he raised his hand, signaled Jiang Chen to stop, and showed his genetic ID. After confirming that Jiang Chen's genetic ID was the VIP assigned by the boss, the soldier stood at attention and saluted, then stepped aside to let Jiang Chen pass. Although it is a corporate operating model, these private armed forces have already possessed the qualities of the army, which made Jiang Chen have a new understanding of the strength of the 6th block. On the surface, it is the militia group that is protecting the safety of the 6th block, but in fact, the real combat power is actually the private soldiers of those big capitalists. In this way, those militias are more like police officers. If these soldiers were to face the meat mountain last time, they probably wouldn't have had as much trouble as the militiamen. The reconstruction of the sewer interior had not yet begun. When Jiang Chen jumped onto the mossy concrete road, it was still pitch black all around. He turned on the tactical flashlight and the 3-dimensional map in the holographic computer. After confirming the route, Jiang Chen began to move towards home. The atmosphere was very depressing. Since being taken into the isolation room by the militiamen, everyone had an ominous premonition in their heads. It also confirmed their premonition that everyone was diagnosed with influenza type X1. Next, several people dressed as doctors in white coats commanded several soldiers who had undergone genetic enhancement and pressed them on fixed beds. When they regained consciousness, everyone felt some inexplicable pain in the back of their necks. You have been injected with slave chips, so I don't need to explain it to you. You will be taken to your new masters later, you pigs. Chen Weiguo still clearly remembered what a cold and disdainful look it was. Indeed, for the 6th block, the unemployed were just a bunch of pigs wasting food. This was a conspiracy. However, no one stood up to resist. They were no longer the newcomers who had just arrived at the survivor base. Since they accepted the so-called minimum living allowance, freedom and the like had been cut off from them. If they didn't have a job, the daily nutritional supplement of 1 bottle could only keep them from starving to death. But a few of them still starved to death. At this moment, everyone squatted in a circle, and 6 soldiers in black combat uniforms stood next to them. Although some people speculated whether the Zhao group bought them, seeing the pile of supplies on the side would only make people think that they were just sold to others like goods. Wife, they didn't do anything to you. Chen Weiguo worriedly held his wife's hand. No, I fainted after being injected with sedatives. After waking up, I felt the same as you, but I felt a little uncomfortable in the back of my neck. Zhao Jixi held his hand softly to relieve her husband's worry. Young couple, hurry up and make out. Haha, maybe we will be sold somewhere to be coolies. Haha, men, work. Women, haha. The middle-aged man squatting on the side grinned and said with a smile, you fucking say another one. Chen Weiguo felt the trembling of his wife's hand, and he couldn't help but get angry and glared at the man fiercely. Why, do you want to fight? The middle-aged man pouted listlessly and pointed at the back of his neck with his index finger. Come on, I won't fight back. Let's see who dies first, you or me. Slaves belong to the private property of their masters. If there is a private fight between slaves, then usually both parties will be executed as a warning. The guards have noticed the movement here and moved the muzzle of the gun over as a deterrent. These people are the goods of the boss's guests. If anything unexpected happens, they will be punished. Chen Weiguo clenched his fists, but he had to give up. Seeing that Chen Weiguo did not get angry, the other slaves around him also lost interest and stopped paying attention to this side. Suddenly, the guards standing around moved. 6 people stood in a row with rifles in hand. After saluting a young man, they got on a small transport truck and drove away in the direction they came from. What does it feel like to be watched by 30 pairs of eyes? In fact, there is no feeling, especially when you know that you control the life and death of these 30 people. This feeling of indifference is particularly strong. Sighing, Jiang Chen put the abnormal feeling in his heart behind his head. He doesn't want to be a cold-blooded politician, he just wants to be a rich man who enjoys wine and women. It's very vulgar, but very cool. However, if you want to accumulate wealth in this land without any order, you can't do it without the strength to match it. Otherwise, let alone being a rich man, you can only be a fat sheep at best. If you encounter bandits like the Grey Goo mercenary group, you will only be slaughtered. Therefore, force and deterrence are indispensable, and he needs to adapt to a lot. After calming down, Jiang Chen glanced at the cowering figures and then slowly took a deep breath. Okay, everyone, look at me. I'm your future master. Jiang Chen clapped his hands and shouted. The voice echoed in the dark sewer with such strangeness. I know you have a lot of questions in your mind, such as whether you will be dragged to a certain place as bait, or carried a rifle to the front line as cannon fodder. Fortunately, I can tell you responsibly that it won't happen. Jiang Chen clearly felt that everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and the 30 heart rate related indicators displayed on the app also slowed down a lot. With a smug smile on his face, Jiang Chen continued to take a deep breath and spoke loudly. You are really lucky, because your master is me. I believe you will experience this soon. Working for me, I will not let you starve, and I will even let you live a rich life that you dare not even think about before. But, at this point, Jiang Chen slowed down his speech a little, and deliberately lowered his voice, artificially adding a touch of chilly coldness to his tone. I'm a very tolerant and kind person, but the only thing I cannot tolerate is betrayal. I believe you all know what the chip on the back of your neck is. For me, you have no privacy. For betrayers, there is no punishment other than death. That's it. The words fell with a loud voice, but the sewer was terribly quiet. The pupils of those timid, frightened, and suspicious eyes were dilated, and the nostrils dared not even breathe. Fear? Suspicion? That's right. This is the effect I want. After the stick, there was the carrot. He didn't believe that these people would not obey. He believed that, after drinking the first bowl of porridge with cauliflower in many years, these people who were in doubt would immediately worship him as a god with tears of gratitude. Why are you still standing there? Carry the things for me and go home. Jiang Chen waved his hand, and the slaves tremblingly climbed up from the ground and carried the nearest supplies. He climbed up to the exit of the sewer first, and after confirming that it was safe, Jiang Chen put down the prepared sling. The people below hung the supplies on the sling, and then transported the things up one by one. The machine tools used for production were stored in boxes after being disassembled. They only needed to be lifted to the villa and assembled. With a bunch of refugees carrying large and small bags, avoiding the dull-eyed zombies, and carefully crossing the messy streets, Jiang Chen finally saw his villa, or Earth Fortress, and pressed the doorbell. Soon, that fiery body threw itself into his arms, and hooked around his neck. Have you been flirting with other girls? Sun Jiao squinted her eyes like a cat, looking at Jiang Chen from bottom to top. Shouldn't the first sentence be I miss you so much? Jiang Chen smiled bitterly, and patted Sun Jiao's lower back. This girl is getting more and more naughty. How to say it? The evolution of a barbarian to a little woman. You haven't answered my question yet. Sun Jiao smiled playfully, drawing small circles on his back with her fingers. I swear to God, no. Jiang Chen quickly raised his index finger and said, while silently adding in his heart, robots are not human. Although Sun Jiao was a little suspicious of her woman's intuition, there was indeed no smell on Jiang Chen's body that shouldn't be there. She was not the kind of woman who would not give up, and soon put the matter aside. After hugging and kissing Jiang Chen again, she began to call on the slaves who were left aside to move their things into the villa. Then she and Jiang Chen planned the placement of these slaves together. Jiang Chen marked out the front lawn of the main building of the villa to build temporary tents for these refugees. This small travel tent was included in the batch of supplies traded with Zhao Chenwu before, and it could barely fit 2 people. Because of the limited space, these people had to squeeze in first. Anyway, it was better than sleeping outside the wall. Of course, there were vacancies in the main building, but Jiang Chen was not kind enough to let these strangers sleep in his home. Even if these people had no ability to resist, and were considered honest people with no criminal record in the slums, it was still a knot in his heart. Before the loyalty and sense of belonging of these people were cultivated, they could only be treated as strangers. Yao followed Jiang Chen's instructions very sensibly, got a big pot, poured half a bag of rice into the pot, and then mixed it with an appropriate amount of water. Then, according to Jiang Chen's instructions, she cut some green leaves and pork, and poured them into the pot, and then added 2 spoons of salt and a small spoon of MSG. The gas pipe was turned on, and a fire was lit under the pot with a stone base. After using a long wooden spoon to stir the ingredients, Yao stood on tiptoe and put the lid on the pot with a whoosh. She sniffed and adjusted the heat again, and then Yao stood aside obediently waiting for the porridge to cook. Although she didn't understand why brother Jiang Chen let these newly bored slaves eat such good food, she would support Jiang Chen unconditionally, no matter what he did. Moreover, brother's gentle and kind look was so handsome. Perhaps because of the heat of the stove, Yao's little face was slightly hot. Unconsciously, she had reached the age of daydreaming. Chapter 38. Each one has his own role. When bowls of rice porridge with cauliflower and minced meat were served, everyone swallowed their saliva. Those hungry eyes, if not for the deterrence of the slave chip, they would have pounced on it like wild animals. Jiang Chen looked at the expressions on the faces of the refugees with satisfaction. These people were his slaves, but he would rather treat them as his employees, provided they were honest enough. For example, now, Jiang Chen was very satisfied that no one rushed to snatch all the porridge before he allowed it. Go. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly and glanced at Sun Jiao who was standing beside him. This foodie actually swallowed his saliva and whispered in a low voice, "Didn't you just eat? Why are you hungry again? What do you care?" Sun Jiao quietly bared her teeth threateningly and looked away with a slightly red cheek. In fact, she was not hungry, but just an instinctive reaction to seeing food. In short, Sun Jiao's words were put aside in advance. Ahem, why are you still standing there? Eat. Jiang Chen raised his hand with a pleasant expression and called the hungry refugees to eat. The voice was like the sound of nature. When Jiang Chen said eat, almost all the slaves had this thought in their minds with tears of gratitude. In fact, these refugees were honest people and easy to control. All they wanted was to have 2 meals a day. Even without the restraint of the chip, after seeing Jiang Chen's generosity, no idiot would choose to have a crooked mind. No idiot has the ability to find someone as idiotic as him to have a crooked mind. Of course, as a deterrent, the role of the chip is also indispensable. Don't be anxious, eat slowly. Those who are not full after 20 minutes can line up here to get another bowl. Of course, if any of you dare to vomit, I will make him eat all the vomited back. Jiang Chen stood by the big pot, watching the slaves come forward one by one, carefully holding a spoon to fill the bowl with porridge. Are you disgusting? Sun Jiao whispered in Jiang Chen's ear. We can't let these people who have never seen rice waste food, right? Jiang Chen shrugged and whispered. This meal consumed 2 kilograms of rice, 2 pieces of dried meat, and 3 cabbages. You have already taken a lot of food from the cellar to exchange for supplies, and the rest. The canned food that was easy to store was basically traded, and the remaining rice, vegetables and other fresh food were originally planned to last the 3 of them a month. But now there are 30 more mouths, and the food in the cellar is naturally not enough. After all, it was bought by Jiang Chen from the supermarket, and the quantity would not be too much. Stop. This stuff is not worth much at my place, okay? At worst, I can go back and get a batch later. Jiang Chen said with a wry smile, and at the same time he was thinking in his mind whether he should rent a warehouse in the suburbs after returning, and then get some unpackaged food directly through the grain wholesale. It's really too troublesome to carry sandpaper every time. But speaking of it, this wild Miss Sun Jiao is becoming more and more like a calculating housekeeper. The accusation in her eyes for his wasteful behavior inexplicably made Jiang Chen's heart feel hot. Is this girl beginning to evolve towards a civilized person? She is really becoming more and more attractive. Jiang Chen touched his hot nose and moved his eyes away from peeking at her profile. The villa is not as deserted as before. With more people, you naturally have to pay attention to intimate occasions. Looking at the empty bowls without even a grain of rice left, and the pairs of eyes that are timid but mostly grateful, Jiang Chen coughed again, signaling all the full people to look at him. Are you all full? No one spoke. If you want to eat again tomorrow, you'd better answer every question I ask. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes. Yes. Everyone spoke cautiously. Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction. Very good. After hearing your answers, I'm sure that I'm not raising a group of pigs that can't even speak. What I said may be a little harsh, because you are nothing to me now. I have kept you away from hunger and given you wealth that others dare not imagine, and you have to prove your worth. Prove that you are worthy of the 3 meals a day. Yes, I will let you eat 3 meals a day. But don't be too happy too soon. Lazy people will not get a share. I'm too lazy to be your master, because that means I have the obligation to keep you in captivity. Compared to the master, you can treat me as your boss. And I will also treat you as my employees. However, the cost of being fired may be a bit high. Haha, I believe I don't need to say more. No one objected. For Jiang Chen, who gave them food and did not abuse them, they had no other thoughts except gratitude. As for the name, it didn't matter at all. Even if Jiang Chen asked them to call him dad, they would call him dignity. That is what people who can eat enough pursue. However, as a civilized person, Jiang Chen still gave them a certain dignity, which was also for his own consideration. It's okay to say cute girls, but a bunch of men calling him master every day will only give him goosebumps. After all, most of these slaves are male. More importantly, this is also for his original intention not to be corrupted by the calls of master. Seeing that those people have almost finished eating, Jiang Chen adjusted his mentality and continued to speak loudly. Rome was not built in a day, and you are the first pioneers to join my cause. I will bring order and prosperity to this chaotic land, and you must contribute to my ideal. Similarly, I will give you food to keep you away from hunger. That's all nonsense. Starting tomorrow, everyone will have work to do. Clean up the dishes and chopsticks consciously, and then, those who I call will stay, and the rest can go back first. Remember one thing, the main building of the villa is a restricted area, and those who enter without permission will be wiped out. In the last sentence, Jiang Chen's tone was chilled. Checking the 30 heart rate indicators in the slave program downloaded by Ep, he nodded with satisfaction. Their heart rates fluctuated slightly, but were generally normal, which showed that they had no inappropriate thoughts at all. After hearing the dismissal, everyone picked up their bowls and chopsticks and went to the sink to wash up under Yao's guidance. Thanks to the fully automated water treatment device, even if the end of the world comes, clean tap water is still supplied to the entire city. The people whose names were called walked to Jiang Chen tremblingly. They didn't know what this host would do to them. Zhao Jixi. Yes. Zhao Jixi bit her lip and bowed to Jiang Chen while staring at the ground. She had a husband who loved her very much. To be honest, she was a little worried that Jiang Chen would have some evil thoughts about her. If that was the case, she couldn't even resist. And for the sake of her husband's life, she could only obey humiliatingly. But she was just overthinking. Although she did look quite charming, Jiang Chen was not a good wife, and he had no interest in forcing her. What's more, Miss Sun Jiao was standing by and watching. You don't have to be so nervous. I won't eat you. Jiang Chen shrugged and said to the two men and two women, then looked at the young woman. Can you cook? Yeah. It was a strange question, but Zhao Jixi nodded honestly. As a qualified wife, of course she could cook. It's just that, after waking up from the hibernation chamber in the shelter with her husband, she hadn't seen the appearance of rice for a long time. Then you will be responsible for the meals of the 30 people. The specific recipes will be in your hands later. After saying that, Jiang Chen ignored Zhao Jixi's expression and just turned the next piece of paper, wanking. Here. The girl with freckles on her face looked very timid and was frightened by Jiang Chen's voice. It's not like a primary school teacher calling the roll. There's no need to shout here. Just say yes. Jiang Chen smiled casually in the surprised eyes of the four people and then went straight to the point. You are an accounting major, so you will be responsible for managing the materials in the warehouse. I will give you a key to the cellar. I require that every withdrawal and deposit of materials in the warehouse must be recorded. This task is very critical, and I will not allow you to make mistakes. Do you understand? Understood. Very good. The voice is a little thin, but the momentum is good. Jiang Chen is quite satisfied. Especially this timid character is the most satisfactory to him. Lu Huasheng. What a strange name. Braised peanuts. Jiang Chen almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Yes. The middle-aged man with a very stable appearance nodded carefully. I heard that you are a designer for Huaji in real estate development. It was before the war. Lu Huasheng said with a wry smile. I don't care when it happened. I need you to redesign this survivor base for me. Yes, I want to build a survivor base here that is larger than the one in block 6. But take your time. Start from the area around the villa. I need you to draw a design with the villa as the center and double the radius of the base outward. how to put the wall, where to put it, how much material to use, and the location of the survivors' housing. I believe you know more about these than I do. I want to see the results at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. I need a holographic computer and a holographic storage card, Lu Huasheng said carefully, for drawing. Take it and use it, Jiang Chen said without blinking. Jiang Chen bought more than a dozen of these cheap second-hand goods at the electronics market in Block 6, so he didn't need them at all. Okay, that's enough, you three can leave. The three of them breathed a sigh of relief, looked at their companions who were left behind with sympathy, and then hurried away with their bowls and chopsticks. Boss, what about me? The person who was left behind was a tall, thin middle-aged man wearing glasses who couldn't do any physical work. Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't say anything, he scratched his head uncomfortably and asked in a low voice. The other three people had received work arrangements, but the young boss didn't give any instructions himself, which made him feel a little panic. He couldn't help but start to think anxiously in his heart whether he had offended the boss in some way. Silently asking for votes 0.0, Chapter 39 Developing Software. Apparently his worry was unnecessary. Jiang Chen's tone was still so friendly. At least that's what Du Yankang heard. I like the title of boss. Jiang Chen smiled, then flipped through his resume and went straight to the point. Du Yankang, 30 years old, male, computer science major, former head of the technical department of Pacer Technology Company. Right? Yes. Du Yankang was a little unsure of what Jiang Chen meant and answered cautiously. That's easy. You develop an operating system for me that can be used on this. It shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Jiang Chen said straight to the point and then threw a Huawei smartphone in his hand. This is an order. I hope to hear a positive answer. Jiang Chen didn't say much nonsense. After all, he spent money to buy people back, not to serve, but to have people work for him. Yes, yes. Du Yankang hurriedly nodded desperately, without the slightest style of a senior executive of a famous company. Those ridiculous self-esteems had long been wiped out in the cruelty of the end of the world. Jiang Chen controls his life and death, and working for Jiang Chen is his only way out. Seeing Du Yankang's timid appearance, Jiang Chen suddenly grinned, then walked up and patted his shoulder. Ignoring the flattered expression on his face, Jiang Chen continued. Don't be so reserved. Work hard, and I will naturally not treat you unfairly. Understood, boss? Du Yankang lowered his head tactfully. Jiang Chen nodded, and then continued. I will briefly state the requirements. You can raise any difficulties, but you must overcome them. Do you understand? Yes. Very good. Jiang Chen was very satisfied with Du Yankang's affirmative answer, and continued. I don't understand operating systems. I only look at results. I want you to develop an operating system that is at least twice as efficient in hardware utilization as this software called Android. At the same time, without changing the hardware conditions, make it compatible with all software on Android and this iOS system to the greatest extent possible. If you have any questions, ask quickly. You won't see me many times, and I will see the results next month. After speaking, Jiang Chen threw another Apple phone in his hand. Both mobile phones were bare metal, and Jiang Chen had just bought them. After Du Yankang took the phone, he fiddled with the screen for a while with his fingers, and then smiled bitterly. Why? Is it difficult for you? Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows. No, it's not. It's too simple. Du Yankang waved his hand and shook his head. To be honest, he was really afraid that this boss would suddenly fire him. Such an easy job would not be available even before the war. Oh. Tell me about it. Jiang Chen showed an interested expression. Du Yankang adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose, showed the phone very professionally, and then explained. First of all, this old operating system should be a product of more than 150 years ago. Whether it is the efficiency of hardware use, or the headache of human-computer interaction, there are many things that are criticized. Oh, you said that the human-computer interaction of this iPhone 5 is poor? Jiang Chen laughed. Du Yankang secretly tried to figure out Jiang Chen's expression and found that Jiang Chen didn't get angry because of his words that belittled the two operating systems, so he gradually let go of his courage and explained in more depth. First of all, from the perspective of hardware utilization efficiency, although it seems to be logically rigorous, there are many cumbersome aspects. Simply put, it's like a statement that can be summarized by 1 plus 1. Due to a series of technical limitations such as compiled language and algorithm, the processor has to do some unnecessary things. First define A equals 1, B equals 1, then calculate C equals A plus B, and finally get C equals 2, and then output C as the result. Of course, this is just an example. In short, this old processing method not only takes up memory, but also greatly delays the operating efficiency of the device. Oh. Then how are you going to deal with it? Jiang Chen asked with interest. This is easy to solve. It comes down to the limitations of the compiled language. Although the two operating systems have their own advantages and disadvantages, they can't get rid of the framework of the low-level compiled language. If D++ is used for compilation, compatibility and other things can be fixed with a little adjustment, and the operating efficiency of this antique called a mobile phone will be increased by more than 3 times, and the energy consumption will be reduced by half. At the same time, because the load on the hardware is reduced, the hardware life will be greatly extended. Jiang Chen took a breath of cold air. This is too amazing. The hardware operating efficiency is increased by more than 3 times, and it can be perfectly compatible with the programs of the two software. These two functions alone are enough to drive people crazy. Doesn't this mean that, even if you hold a asterisk or a silk machine, you can run the game that was originally only played by the rich with gold belts? This will simply set off a technological revolution in the mobile game industry. How many mobile game developers racked their brains to reduce the memory occupied by the game, optimize it, and reluctantly streamline, castrate, cut the powerful functions that cannot adapt to the public, sacrificing gameplay in exchange for an adaptable user group. But if this operating system is released, the performance of all users' mobile phones will be improved by 3 times. At that time, all creativity will be completely liberated. No matter how imaginative your design is, everyone's mobile phone can handle it. Isn't this a technological revolution? Don't iOS and Android have this function? What about human-computer interaction? My suggestion is to try to maintain the status quo. After all, I'm used to this simple interface. Jiang Chen paused and said. He didn't intend to reveal his identity to this person, who had just met him, even if his life and death were in his hands. Believe me, boss, my design will definitely be much more advanced than this backward human-computer interaction method. When it comes to technology, the former technology executive immediately became like a different person and became enthusiastic. Yes, the human-computer interaction method through the touchpad is still the mainstream even now, but this backward operating system is fundamentally different from the operating system used on today's civilian entertainment electronic devices. What is the difference? Jiang Chen asked curiously. Artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence? Can you do it? Jiang Chen asked with a frown. If it's just elementary AI, I can definitely do it within a month. After all, the relevant data are already available in the library's database. I just need to do the transplantation work. Du Yankang patted his chest and promised. I'm curious, since AI is not a difficult thing, why is it not available on the holographic computer? Jiang Chen asked in confusion. Since it is really so easy to use, there is no reason not to use it on the holographic computer. Well, this is because the AI Act restricts the development of AI. If everything is left to machines, everyone will be unemployed. Du Yankang shrugged and said, AI operating systems were popular for a while, but later they were replaced by neural access operating systems that are no less interactive than AI. Before the catastrophe, the use of AI was limited to welfare facilities such as nuclear power plants and water treatment plants operated by government agencies. I see. Then what elementary AI are you talking about? Isn't there any risk? Jiang Chen asked a question that he was more concerned about. If that artificial intelligence system reproduces crazily in the current network and then evolves into a malicious program. He remembered a movie he had watched called I, Robot, which depicted a world dominated by artificial intelligence. Boss, you worry too much. Du Yankang seemed to have guessed Jiang Chen's concerns and sighed. Programs are still programs after all. Even if they are intelligent, they cannot have emotions, desires, and the like. In essence, they will only do things according to the program you compiled. Their intelligence is nothing more than a situational response method that you taught them in advance. For example, if you punch them, they will not fight back, and there will be no subjective feelings such as their interests being infringed or hostility being perceived. Unless you tell him that, if someone punches you, you should punch him back. Only in this way will he respond by fighting back. Self-compilation is a capability that only intermediate artificial intelligence has. As for emotions, that is something that only advanced artificial intelligence has, and before the war, it was just a concept. Artificial intelligence, after all, is just a more sophisticated program. Hearing this, Jiang Chen nodded with relief. Okay, I'll leave this matter to you. I only look at the results. Just try it boldly. By the way, there is one more thing you need to pay attention to. The confidentiality of this operating system must be done well. I don't want this phone to be handed over to another person, and he will crack the entire operating system immediately, and then come up with a similar thing. Confidentiality is the most important work. Jiang Chen doesn't want the software he worked hard to get to be turned into open source by others in a few days. And if the D++ compilation method is exposed, he really can't explain it. It's best to make the program as tight as an iron box, only exchange data with the outside world, and not accept any unpacking operations. Jiang Chen was stunned, then smiled and patted his chest. Boss, don't worry. The programs I made are definitely not that easy to crack. I personally packaged all the games of Pacer technology. For example, take the Star Wars Storm 7 that was launched shortly before the war. So far, no international cracking group has been able to crack the game. As for the packaging of this level of operating system, it is even more no problem for me. Think about it. If someone in the world can crack the work of the former technical director of Pacer Technology Company who has mastered the black technology of more than 150 years later, it can only mean that he is a time traveler, and Jiang Chen will kill him no matter what. Ahem. Of course, this is impossible. Yes, if you can do it, it will be a great achievement. Work hard. I guarantee that you will have meat every meal. Jiang Chen laughed and patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder and said loudly. Hearing this, Jiang Chen was naturally overjoyed. Eating meat every meal was something he dared not even think about. Jiang Chen, who had tasted the sweetness, naturally patted his chest and promised immediately, and then flattered Jiang Chen in various ways. As expected of a manager, he is not only first-rate in technology, but also very good at flattering others. Jiang Chen doesn't dislike people who are smart in doing things. The last point, you must make the logo of Future Man technology cooler. The kind of high-tech style that can be seen at a glance, but don't be too exaggerated, you know. Yes, boss. This guy almost shouted. Seeing Jiang Chen's confident momentum, Jiang Chen nodded with satisfaction, then waved his hand, indicating that he could leave. Jiang Chen was full of joy, and walked away with 2 mobile phones in his pockets. Of course, he didn't forget to pack up his dishes before leaving. He didn't have to move bricks like a migrant worker, and could go back to his old job. He hadn't dared to imagine such a happy thing for many years. But today it came true. In addition to being grateful to Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen also showed 12 points of momentum, and was determined to make a boutique that would stun the boss. Although this kind of electronic product is very backward, who wants the boss to like this? Catering to the boss's needs is the only way to climb up. He doesn't care what Jiang Chen wants to do with this thing, as long as he completes the boss's task. Chapter 40 The Fishbone of Development. Fishbone Grain Products Company. With a crooked fishbone trademark nailed to the front door of the villa, this new survivor base was hastily born on the wasteland of Wanghai City. In the early morning, the exhausted survivors were awakened from their sleep by the refreshing fragrance. It was the smell of food. Zhao Jixi, wearing a clean white chef's uniform, cooked a pot of rice porridge with cauliflower and minced meat. The survivors holding bowls lined up consciously and took their breakfast from the female cook. It was surprising that there was breakfast. This was something they didn't even dare to think about before. After eating, they had the strength to work, so Jiang Chen was naturally generous with food. Although the nutritional mixture can keep people from being hungry, it not only makes the stomach sour, but also does not replenish too many calories. Regarding the recipes of these survivors, after consulting Zhao Jix's opinion, he still formulated a very reasonable one. In the morning, there is rice porridge with cauliflower and minced meat. At noon, there was a large pot of steamed white rice, and each person had a spoonful of fried side dishes. Dinner was the same as lunch, and occasionally they would change the food to cook noodles. In addition, the team with outstanding daily work progress would be rewarded with points. The point system was introduced after Jiang Chen considered it. According to the progress of the project, material rewards were given to those who exceeded the target, to encourage the workers' enthusiasm for production. Jiang Chen naturally knew this. According to the points, these survivors could exchange for luxury goods such as instant noodles, biscuits, and even canned food. As for the distribution of points, it was temporarily handed over to the foreman Lu Huasheng, and then reported to the warehouse manager Wang Qing for confirmation. The points of the two of them were fixed at 1 point per day, and the points of the cook Zhao Jixi were distributed monthly according to the evaluation of the food that month. As for Du Yankang's points, Jiang Chen was personally responsible. Anyway, these foods and so on were not worth much to him. However, for these people who were used to the suffering of hunger, this was simply a generosity that could be described as great. God, this is simply heaven. Almost everyone thought so. After finishing breakfast quickly, everyone gathered in the open space in the center of the front yard. Except for those who had other arrangements, the rest of the people were divided into teams of 4 according to Jiang Chen's instructions. People with construction majors served as team leaders and participated in the basic construction of the base. Lu Huasheng, with dark circles under his eyes, took the holographic drawings that were rushed overnight and reviewed by Jiang Chen and explained them to the captains of each team again and again. Some teams are responsible for producing anti-corrosion cement, while others are responsible for producing and cutting carbon nanotubes as the wall skeleton. This wall made of carbon nanotube cement-based composite material is at least twice as strong as the backward concrete wall. The team specializing in construction quietly slipped out of the door with the materials and pulled open the wire isolation belt bit by bit without alarming the zombies. As for the zombies wandering in the isolation belt, they were shot dead by the people who were responsible for vigilance, and then the bodies were dragged away from the construction site for cremation. This is also to prevent plague and the evolution of zombies after eating the corpses of the same kind. After listening to Jiang Chen's base development plan, Lu Huasheng took a step-by-step approach to expand the base. That is, according to the first step of expanding in the direction of the sewer and putting the sewer outlet under control, the construction team first took the 2 3-story mansions at the entrance of the villa as the benchmark and built a wall behind them to enclose the shorter buildings in the base. When the defense is consolidated, the closed corridor between the sewer entrance and the base wall will be built outward. The overall design idea is to make full use of the abandoned buildings around and connect the buildings with carbon nanotube cement composite walls. Make the abandoned mansions become natural fortresses of the base. These buildings can not only be used for living, but also weapons can be set up on the roof to serve as watchtowers. When the main structure is built, the wall will be expanded to include those houses. Under this clear division of labor, the construction of the exterior of the villa is in full swing. Jiang Chen was very satisfied to see the survivors working for him honestly, and then returned to the villa and walked towards Yao's room. Overall, it's done. Hehe, although it's basically a copy of a mobile game that was popular for a while in 2031, it roughly meets my brother's requirements. Yao jumped and pulled Jiang Chen to the side of the table, then took out Jiang Chen's Samsung copycat phone that cost no more than 1,000 yuan, and pressed the start button. With a skeptical mentality, Jiang Chen clicked on the game icon called **** under Yao's expectant instigation. Then, Jiang Chen was completely stunned. Is this a mobile game? Exclamation mark. No, this is not to say that the game Yao made is too bad, but it's really perfect. Integrating the adventure element of RPG games and the cultivation element of SLG games, players can choose to become adventurers with gorgeous skills, or lords who concentrate on managing territories, or merchants with footprints all over the world, and write their own epics in the open world. This is not an advertisement for a third-rate web game, but real game content. That's right, it's an open world, a large-scale seamlessly connected map. It may not be a big deal on the PC side, but if it's on the mobile side, this is definitely a miracle in the history of mobile game development. And it's a full 3D production. Even if the quality of PC games is used as a standard, this game can be called perfect. At least among the games Jiang Chen has played, only Girls Scroll 5 can be compared with it. Well, although this metaphor always feels a bit strange. In short, this game is so perfect that people can't help but doubt whether the mobile phone can run it. Ahem. Yayo, you didn't upgrade the hardware of my Samsung mobile phone, did you? Jiang Chen asked with a wry smile. He didn't want the kind of game that all the mobile phones of the people in the country couldn't run. No matter how awesome the game is, if everyone's mobile phone can't run it, isn't it useless? No, I haven't. Yayo saw that Jiang Chen seemed dissatisfied, and her big eyes instantly looked aggrieved. Yayo also took into account the hardware level of your brother's phone. Through D++ coding, the game content was condensed into an integrated package of only 256 meters, and then a self-processing program was set up so that when the user starts the game program, the huge game content will be. Stop, I don't understand. Just tell me roughly what the effect is. Jiang Chen hurriedly stopped Yayo's explanation. Yeah. In short, even with the low-end hardware level of this mobile phone, it is enough to run this huge online game. However, the requirements for the server are higher, because I use cloud computing to make most of the data processing of the game happen on the main server. In this way, the CPU on the user side basically does not need to bear much computing pressure. Moreover, confidentiality is also completely okay. Yayo shook his head proudly and continued, if there is a server that can withstand this level of computing, I have already modified one for my brother. Yayo has already written the specific installation method in the instruction document. Although I don't fully understand it, it is equivalent to using the server itself as a large processor, and then the user only needs to input information, and then obtain the processed information. But won't this increase the traffic consumed by users? Jiang Chen asked doubtfully. Hey, Yayo has thought about it. The data transmitted between the server and the user is written in a special code. This code not only contains a huge amount of information, but also has a very small amount of data. Well, anyway, it is dozens of times more efficient than the data transmission method of other games in Jiang Chen's mobile phone. It only uses 10 meters of traffic in a day. 10 meters of traffic is really very little. Jiang Chen couldn't help but secretly sigh. Even if he played Landlord for a day, it would not be just 10 meters of traffic. Well, Yayo, can you help your brother? Yayo blinked her big eyes and looked at Jiang Chen, who was shocked with hope. Haha. Yayo, you really helped me a lot. Jiang Chen suddenly hugged Yayo and kissed this cute little lolly hard on the face. Yayo's cute little face immediately blushed like a ripe red apple, and her little head was buried low. Yayo, if you want anything, just tell me, I will definitely get it for you. Then, anything is fine? Yayo stammered, somewhat at a loss. Yeah. Anything is fine, as long as I can do it. Jiang Chen half knelt down and supported Yayo's shoulders, nodding vigorously. At this moment, he was very excited and just wanted to reward this cute little lolly. Yayo, who was pressed step by step by Jiang Chen, fell into a state of complete panic. Her cute big eyes shook and swayed because of nervousness, and her cute face was completely swollen into a small red lantern, as if steam was about to come out. I want. Yayo's lips opened and closed slightly, and she looked at Jiang Chen with a wavering look. You want? Jiang Chen moved closer to Yayo, staring into her eyes seriously, expecting her to say something. I want. As a result, perhaps because of the excessive stimulation, Yayo's little head tilted back directly, and she fell backwards dizzy. Fortunately, Jiang Chen hugged her in time to prevent her head from coming into close contact with the ground. Unfortunately, in the end, he still didn't know what Yao wanted. After getting the high-tech modified server and the USB flash drive that stored all the game data from Yao, Jiang Chen came to Sun Jiao again. "Are you going to leave again?" Sun Jiao rolled her eyes and continued to wipe her SK-10 serious. "How many days are you going to disappear this time?" "I'll be back in a few days, and no more than a month at the latest." Jiang Chen smiled evilly and hugged Sun Jiao's toned waist. "Don't miss me too much at night, rogue." Although she said so, Sun Jiao didn't mean to hate him at all. Instead, she leaned over and kissed Jiang Chen on the lips. "I'll take care of it here. Come back early." Jiang Chen also downloaded the slave chip management program on Sun Jiao and Yao Zip. This was also because Jiang Chen considered that someone had to manage these survivors for him when he was away. This subroutine allows Sun Jiao and Yao to exercise the master authority on his behalf within a certain framework. Although this authority can be revoked at any time, Jiang Chen trusts them both very much, so there is no need to consider whether to revoke it for the time being. Take some time this afternoon to teach those people how to shoot, so that they won't be of any use in case of danger. Also, build a closed road between the sewer entrance and the base as soon as possible, as this is related to the safety of our trade route with the 6th block. Jiang Chen reminded Sun Jiao of some important matters related to the development of the base. Although he could travel back and forth between the two places at any time, when the construction of the base stabilized, he would have to devote some of his energy to the development of the world. Considering the development of the base, it was also Jiang Chen's expectation to train Sun Jiao to be a manager who could manage the affairs of the base on his behalf. Sun Jiao seemed to have noticed this, but she didn't try too hard to keep Jiang Chen. It wasn't just Jiang Chen who was maturing. Sun Jiao was also maturing in her contact with Jiang Chen. Compared to the wild girl who just wanted Jiang Chen blindly, she had gradually begun to change to a steady and mature way of expressing her love. She believed that Jiang Chen would never abandon her. "Yes, I know." Sun Jiao reached out and adjusted Jiang Chen's collar. "You've changed." Jiang Chen held Sun Jiao's hand, staring at her eyes with burning eyes. "Oh, have you become prettier or uglier?" Sun Jiao rolled her eyes at Jiang Chen and tried to pull her hand away, but found that he was holding it tightly. Sun Jiao's cheeks flushed. "Of course you've become prettier." Jiang Chen threw her down on the bed amid Sun Jiao's exclamation. For some reason, the moment when Sun Jiao adjusted his collar, he was so moved. So much so that he was a little dazed for a moment, as if the person in front of him was his wife. This feeling, which he had never experienced before, made his blood boil. Or maybe he just held it in for too long. The door was slammed shut. The strong spring atmosphere spread from this sunny morning to noon. Please vote to make me fat XD. Chapter 41 Home. It was still the same crowded little house. He took a deep breath with an intoxicated expression, but then Jiang Chen found himself sniffing dust with a wry smile. Because it had been unoccupied for so long, the bed was already covered with dust. Looking around the apartment, where he had lived for 2 years, he suddenly felt a sense of nostalgia. He smiled and shook his head, and threw this inexplicable feeling out of his mind. Perhaps it was time to say goodbye. Jiang Chen took out his mobile phone and called the landlord, and as if he had expected it, he moved the phone 2 feet away from his ear. "Hello, Jiang Chen. That house, if you want to continue renting it, pay me the money for the second half of the year. I tell you, if you don't rent this house, there are plenty of people who will rent it. If it weren't for you being so young and struggling alone in Wanghai with no one to rely on, I would have thrown your things out long ago. Damn it, no one answered your phone for a few days, and you have no money and you're playing the game of disappearing." Wu Ji yelled through the phone, cursing, as if he had Jiang Chen in his arms. Of course, if it was half a month ago, maybe he could really eat Jiang Chen to death. But now, you can rent the house to someone else. Jiang Chen said lightly. What? What did you say? The tone on the other end of the phone was full of surprise. To be honest, Wu Ji didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so tough, and simply said that he didn't want to rent it. Not renting? If you don't rent my house, where will you live? If you keep yelling, I will make you unable to open your mouth for the rest of your life. Jiang Chen's tone was very calm and light, so that the landlord couldn't hear any fluctuations in his emotions. But that touch of chill, like a poisonous snake, crawled into the heart of Wu Ji, who was about to curse, so that the words crawled to the edge of his mouth, but it was like being stuffed in his throat by cotton, and he couldn't make a sound for a long time. Jiang Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense with this dog-eyed asterisk, and hung up the phone directly. Although the landlord had given him many looks before, he no longer had any desire to care about it. After all, the dog barks at you every day. You can't just lie down and bark back at him, right? It's a waste of time and integrity. Of course, if the dog is too shameless, Jiang Chen doesn't mind slapping him. It's your freedom to scold or not, but it's my freedom to hit you or not. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen's phone beeped with a series of text message ringtones, and the screen was full of caller IDs of missed calls. Because he was in the end of the world not long ago, these text messages naturally couldn't reach his phone. His finger slid across the screen. In addition to the call from the landlord, there was also a call from Sun Jiao. I guess this girl must be waiting anxiously, because the chairman of the board suddenly disappeared for so many days without leaving any news. Jiang Chen smiled, but suddenly his fingers trembled. It was a call from home, more than 10 calls. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with a layer of mist. Maybe I should take some time to go back and have a look. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen suppressed the pain of being away from home for many years and dialed the familiar number. Hello, Mom, it's me, Chenna. You finally called. You've been worrying your dad these days. A familiar and excited voice came from the other end of the phone. Old man, Chenna called back. Mom, don't call that name. It's too sissy. Jiang Chen smiled and reached out to wipe his eyes. What, sissy or not? How do you talk to your mom? This kid, have you grown wings? When he heard the tough and angry shouting from the other end of the phone, Jiang Chen couldn't help but feel relieved. It seems that his parents are in good health. This also relieved the guilt of Jiang Chen, who hadn't been home to accompany them for a long time. Worried that he didn't make a name for himself outside, and disappointed his parents who wanted him to succeed, Jiang Chen repeatedly used work as an excuse to refuse to go back. Even during the Chinese New Year, he refused by saying he had to work overtime. Although he knew that, even if he had no future, his parents would still warmly accept him and happily welcome him into the house. But he couldn't accept it calmly. But now, those concerns have disappeared. Dad, Mom, your son has a future. Jiang Chen's hand holding the phone trembled slightly, listening to the nagging and admonitions, and responding to the admonitions with a smile. Son, you've worked hard outside. Don't overwork yourself. You're at the starting stage of your career now. If you need money, tell me. I still have some savings. How can your money be enough? The key problem for my son now is to buy a house. Without a house, which girl would be interested in you, son? It's okay to be a little tired. We are men and we can handle it. Your parents still have some savings. See if you can pool your money together to find a house in Wanghai City and make the down payment first. With a house, you can bring a daughter-in-law back to your parents to see. Your parents are still waiting to have a grandson. No need, Mom and Dad. Your son is successful now. I have opened a company in Wanghai City and other people are working for me. I will solve the house issue myself, so don't worry about it. Take care of yourself and don't always think about saving money. Spend where you should and I'll give you money if it's not enough. Jiang Chen rubbed his eyes and smiled. You kid are trying to teach me a lesson. Haha, wife, our son has made it big. Haha. The voice from the other end of the phone was full of excitement. What? Chenna, are you doing business outside? You'd better be careful, don't let others cheat you. I tell you, I've been watching the news recently. A lot of people are outside. There was also concern and worry. Don't worry, my son is much smarter than you. Jiang said with a big laugh. When he heard that his son had made it big, the joy in his heart was even happier than winning the lottery. When we have dinner, we can brag to the old men at the door that our college student has opened a company in Wanghai City and let others work for him. This is good. The daughter-in-law issue is also easy to deal with. Who doesn't want to marry to a big city? Doesn't the daughter of the Liu family next door have no partner? There is also the old Zaya in the front building, and the old Zhang in the property office. Your son is still my son. Li Zumui glared at her husband fiercely. Listening to the familiar bickering on the other end of the phone, Jiang Chen raised his left hand and secretly wiped the slightly sore corners of his eyes again. This is the feeling of home, but he has always chosen to avoid it. It has nothing to do with wealth or status. The purest emotion in the world is family affection. Perhaps it is time to find time to go back. What is that saying? Yes, if you don't return to your hometown when you are rich and powerful, it is like walking at night in a splendid dress. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen showed a smile on his face. After talking to his parents on the phone, he lay back on the bed, ignoring the dust that splashed all over the room. He is about to move away from here. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen is more or less melancholy and wants to lie on this cotton quilt for a while longer. 500 million US dollars, that is, more than 3 billion RMB. Jiang Chen is not sure what the specific exchange rate is, but it is roughly estimated to be this number. What kind of villa should I buy? He has never thought about this question before. After all, let alone a villa, even a house of more than 50 square meters was something Jiang Chen dared not even think about a month ago. But now, of course, these are not a big deal. Can't figure it out alone. It doesn't matter, let's figure it out together. He raised his phone again, but Jiang Chen's fingers froze. Who should he call? Suddenly realizing that he didn't seem to have many friends in this city, the expression on his face began to become a little subtle, and he couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Forget it. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Chen sighed and dialed Zia Xiao's number. He had to call her anyway, so he might as well ask her about it. Zia Xiao, who was worried about Jiang Chen's whereabouts, suddenly felt her pocket vibrate. After a moment of hesitation, she immediately took out the iPhone 5 with a missed call on the screen. When she saw the familiar name, she laughed out of anger. Hello. Did I hear it right? The chairman of our company actually called me back. The voice was not cold, at least Jiang Chen heard a noise similar to gnashing teeth. Ahem, I'm busy with business recently, let's not talk about this. Jiang Chen shamelessly chose to change the subject directly. Oh. What kind of business requires turning off the phone? Do you know that the company is in its infancy? Recruiting? The direction of the company's development? Is this your company or my company? The person on the other end of the phone spoke so fast that he couldn't help but smile bitterly and moved the phone away a few inches. Zia Xiao's reaction to his disappearance was so strong that it was beyond his expectation. However, business was more important. Can you accompany me to look at the house? Zia Xiao hung up the phone. Less than 2 seconds later, the phone rang again. Holding back the nameless anger in her heart, Zia Xiao took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to hang up Jiang Chen's phone. Ahem, don't hang up on me, I'm telling the truth. Find some time another day. What does your buying a house have to do with me? Zia Xiao said coldly, her chest heaving violently. Jiang Chen's playful attitude made her feel a little humiliated as she had been worried about his whereabouts these days. Yes, it was humiliation. It was as if you had been busy for a long time, but others didn't take your efforts seriously at all. Of course it matters. You can come and play if you have nothing to do. However, Jiang Chen, who was separated by the phone, had no idea what Zia Xiao's expression was and continued to smile. Hearing Jiang Chen's words, Zia Xiao was stunned. Huh? She touched her forehead in confusion, feeling the unnatural heat on her hand. No fever. Strange. Hello, are you listening? I said, I've already finished the mobile game development. Rather than saying it's finished, it's better to say it's already developed. The next thing to do is to recruit talents for server maintenance. Of course, you should know better than me which specific personnel to recruit, so I'll leave it to you. But if you need me to accompany you to the job fair, I don't mind. The premise is that you accompany me to look at houses. Okay. Zia Xiao agreed without much thought. When she found that she agreed to this completely illogical request so decisively, she felt a little surprised. It must be because of work. If she didn't agree to his boring request, he would definitely disappear again. Yes, it was for work. After hanging up the phone, Jiao rubbed her tired temples and explained to herself. Although, explaining to myself made her feel a little redundant. Done. Jiang Chen stretched and threw his phone aside. Girls are attentive, and taking a girl to pick a house can also make her choose a house with taste. Although he likes to pretend to be cool and narcissistic, he is still very self-aware. For example, he has never believed in his own taste. Jiang Chen is not sure, just by listening to the developer's nonsense. As for whether he is interested in Jiao, to be honest, he really didn't think about it. But when he picked up the phone, in this city, the only person he could think of to discuss this matter was this former female boss. Oh no, now it should be called a female subordinate, hahaha. Since you want to buy a house, you naturally need money. Jiang Chen storage space is full of gold. Although it is worth more than $500 million, you can't use a few tons of gold to buy a house, right? Jiang Chen picked up the phone thrown aside again and dialed an international long-distance number. However, Jiang Chen frowned faintly when he put the phone to his ear. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 42 Robert's Trouble. The ringing lasted for a long time. No one answered, but just when Jiang Chen was about to hang up, the other end of the phone was connected. Who? A strange and short voice came from the other end of the phone, and it was in English. The voice was very low and a little hoarse, and it seemed that it was not Roberts who answered the phone. Jiang Chen, Roberts' Chinese friend, who are you? Jiang Chen answered slowly in his English that was just above the level of set 6. Nick Kaczynski. My boss is in some trouble. Can I trust you? Nick hesitated for a moment and asked in a deep voice. Of course, Roberts is a good person. Although he is far away in China, I still miss him. Besides, there is still a business deal between us that has not been completed. Jiang Chen racked his brains for a long time and finally read this paragraph clearly in English. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a moment, but Nick finally spoke. Because Jiang Chen's English was very poor, Nick deliberately slowed down his speech. After a lot of trouble, Jiang Chen finally figured out the whole story. In short, Roberts went to Iraq to do business 2 days ago, but was accidentally kidnapped. Nick's fighting ability would not have allowed such a mistake, but no one expected that the old informant who had cooperated with him many times was actually an insider. The people who came to take over the arms were not local armed forces at all, but a group of veiled terrorists. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Chen showed a bitter smile on his face. This is trouble. Damn it, why don't you do the gold business and go to that ghost place to do it and fail at the critical moment? Regardless of how Jiang Chen cursed in his heart, Roberts actually had his own difficulties. He had originally prepared to be more stable during this period, but seeing that Jiang Chen had not called, he couldn't help but wonder in his heart. Does that Oriental guy really have business to do? Why is there no news? So Roberts, who couldn't sit still, got itchy hands again. It happened to be a business that his old friend had contacted, and the risk factor was low, so he went. However, despite the curses, Jiang Chen still had to find a way to solve this gold problem. However, he couldn't find any way to cash in so much gold at this time. Selling the gold in China? That was crazy. Gold worth $500 million, and there was no invoice. He didn't want to be targeted by the mysterious relevant departments. If they really found out, it would be bad in every sense. How about going to Iraq? Jiang Chen hesitated, but then he showed a playful smile. This might be a good idea. With his excellent equipment and his Superman-like body index, he was not really worried about encountering any danger. What's more, he could run away if he couldn't beat them. He could turn the corner and cross directly, escape to the end of the world, and stay there for a day or two. Who could beat him? At the same time, Jiang Chen had another consideration for this decision. If he could help Roberts in this matter, not only would the gold issue be solved smoothly, but he would also have another way out. If one day he couldn't make it in China, he could find another place to go, right? I believe Roberts will definitely help him when the time comes. Although they only met once, he could still see that Roberts was a businessman with a strong contract spirit. This is very important. If he is a cunning and profit-seeking person, it would be a waste of feelings to save him. It would be more convenient to find a new partner. Jiang Chen made up his mind and did not delay. He immediately went online to order a flight to Dubai, planning to transfer to Baghdad. After arriving in Dubai, he had already got passports and other things when he was in school, but he had not had the opportunity to use them in the past few years. Next, he went to the embassy to apply for a tourist visa, and then he could leave. After dealing with the ticket issue, Jiang Chen did not stay for a long time. He simply packed up his gifts and went out. Since the house was no longer rented, he found a 7 days inn and booked a standard room. After the gold issue was dealt with, he would consider buying a house. Although it was not easy to sell these tons of gold, it was still possible to take out 1 or 2 kilograms of gold and convert them into RMB first. Jiang Chen's money was almost gone, so he took out the business card and called the owner of the gold shop, Mr. Liu, to make an appointment. It was still 7 kilograms of gold, and Jiang Chen was too lazy to care about the small change and directly made the deal at the price of 1.5 million. However, what Jiang Chen did not notice was that when he left the gold shop, Liu Chen's face flashed with greed that was almost undisguised. Liu Chen became more and more convinced that this guy must have a special way to get a lot of gold. Maybe it was tomb robbing, maybe it was opening a private mine. Liu Chen didn't know, he only knew that the kid must have more than just this little. He secretly investigated Jiang Chen. When Jiang Chen got the money last time, he spent almost all of it without blinking an eye. Now, less than a month has passed, and he has come to his shop to sell gold again. What does this mean? This means that his gold has reached an unimaginable level. If he just got the gold by chance, how could he spend it so quickly? As for whether Jiang Chen is a dangerous person, Boss Liu has also asked his acquaintances to investigate this. He is just a small employee who worked in the clothing store of Bailey and Shimeo for a year and was finally fired by his boss. He would never believe that this small person could have any background. It's time to contact his brother. But when he thought of his brother, Liu Chen's face still showed a hint of hesitation. To be honest, he didn't want to have too much to do with his brother, but he had to ask him to help. After hesitating for a moment, Liu Chen made up his mind and dialed a phone number in his hand. Hello, brother, it's me, Liu Chen. I won't say hello, there is a business deal that you are interested in. We split it 50-50, and the lowest is 42.60. It can't be any less. Liu Changlong, the boss of the Hangai gang, is also a well-known figure in the underworld of Wanghai City. Speaking of which, Jiang Chen and the Hangai gang had a little conflict. After leaving the gold shop, Jiang Chen took a taxi directly to the suburbs. He wanted to rent a warehouse in the suburbs to store the materials that were ready to be transported to the end of the world. Although online shopping is also a very convenient way, it is not a long-term solution after all. The survivor base now has more than 30 people. It is much more convenient to purchase materials directly through grain product wholesalers than to buy them in supermarkets, and it can also save costs. After paying the rent for 1 year, Jiang Chen rented a small warehouse. Jiang Chen was very satisfied with both the traffic environment near the warehouse and the concealment of the warehouse's internal space. The rent was 3,000 yuan per month, which was not very expensive in the suburbs of Wanghai City. Jiang Chen rented it for 2 years. After renting the warehouse, Jiang Chen did not rest. He directly found the number of a local grain product wholesaler in Wanghai City on the internet. Jiang Chen didn't waste any words when he called. He asked for 10 tons of rice, 5 tons of flour, 300 boxes of canned meat and 200 boxes of canned fruit, as well as various salt, grains, oils and other supplies. With such a big business, the grain and oil shop owner who answered the phone naturally took the order without hesitation. After asking for the address, he patted his chest and guaranteed that it would be delivered within 2 hours. The only requirement was to pay a deposit first. After all, he was afraid that Jiang Chen was playing a trick on him. Jiang Chen didn't bother to talk nonsense with him and directly transferred all the money. When the full amount of 160,000 yuan arrived, the grain and oil owner was shocked. He didn't know what luck he had today to meet such a generous big man. The full amount of 160,000 yuan came without blinking an eye. After receiving the money, the grain and oil owner naturally started to prepare non-stop. He even got on the truck himself and drove to the warehouse rented by Jiang Chen in the suburbs with the driver. Jiang Chen could see that the grain and oil boss was trying to please him, but he didn't say much to him. He just emphasized that if the quality of this batch of goods was good, he would come to him to buy goods next time. In response, the grain and oil boss naturally patted his chest and made a promise. All the rice was new rice that had just left the factory, and the canned food was also imported from regular channels, so there was no problem. Jiang Chen smiled without comment and then implicitly expressed that he would need the kind of goods that were not printed and packaged next time, but the quality must not be ambiguous at all. The grain and oil boss was stunned for a moment, but then he showed a smile of "I understand," and then agreed. That kind of goods was not difficult for him to get. It was easy to get it by contacting acquaintances in the factory. It was just a matter of skipping a procedure on the assembly line. After a few simple greetings, the grain and oil boss saw that Jiang Chen seemed to have something to do, so he left very tactfully. After watching the truck drive away, Jiang Chen returned to the warehouse and closed the door tightly. Next, it was time to get down to business. Looking at the supplies that filled up half of the warehouse, Jiang Chen took a deep breath. After going back and forth, Jiang Chen would light a cigarette and rest for a while. Then, under the surprised and astonished eyes of Miss Sun Jiao, Jiang Chen piled most of the supplies in the warehouse into the swimming pool that originally contained gold. A swimming pool full of food. "How about I help you get a few more gold from the vault?" Sun Jiao, who had been in a daze for a long time, came back to her senses and just blurted out this sentence in a daze. "PFFT, the gold this time hasn't been completely sold yet. If you give me another bunch, I can't exchange it for money. Besides, this amount of food doesn't cost much money in our area," Jiang Chen said with a smile. "Then why don't you get more back?" Sun Jiao was a little embarrassed. In order to cover up her anger, she quickly put on a vicious expression and bared her teeth at Jiang Chen. However, in Jiang Chen's eyes, this expression was just a coquettish act without any deterrence. "Don't be greedy, little foodie. Can you finish all the food you brought back?" Jiang Chen laughed and patted Sun Jiao's breasts. "Eat it. You can leave it if you can't finish it." Sun Jiao blushed and glared at Jiang Chen fiercely again. "Don't eat so much that you become a pig, or I'll eat yao. Jiang Chen said jokingly. "You're going to die, you rascal." Sun Jiao raised her hand in shame and anger and hit Jiang Chen's shoulder a few times, but from Jiang Chen's playful look, it was clear that it definitely didn't hurt at all. Of course, Jiang Chen was just talking. He was not so beastly that he would really eat yao, and Sun Jiao's toned waist didn't look like she would grow fat. By the way, find a few careful and reliable people to remove the production dates and other marks on these things. This matter cannot be sloppy at all. Or just let you and yao do it yourself. In the future, I will try my best to find a way to get the goods without any printing on the packaging. After repeatedly reminding Sun Jiao of the things that needed to be paid attention to, he traveled back to the present world again. Looking at the empty warehouse, Jiang Chen walked out without stopping. He locked the door of the warehouse and carefully confirmed again whether he could see the inside of the warehouse from the outside. After that, he walked straight to the side of the road, stopped a taxi, and went back to the city. In the car, he took out his mobile phone and called Xiaoyu. "What? You are going abroad for a while? How long?" Xiaoyu unexpectedly did not show too much surprise that Jiang Chen was going to disappear for a while, or it could be said that she was already used to it. At least this time Jiang Chen reported his whereabouts, so he would not disappear without a trace. Last time, Xiaoyu was so scared that she thought he had an accident and almost contacted the police to find him. Well, it won't take long. It's a business matter. He will be back in about a week. What about the company's business? Xiaoyu sighed, her voice quite helpless. Of course, I'll ask you. Hearing Jiang Chen's playful voice, Xia Xiao rubbed her temples with a bitter smile. I have put all the game data in the USB drive, and I will send it to your house downstairs later. You must be more familiar with the approval procedures of the incineration department than I am. Then thank you. I will treat you to a big meal when I come back. Jiang Chen felt that his face was getting thicker and thicker, and said with a smile, take me out for a week. Xia Xiao gritted her teeth and said viciously, no problem, a month is fine. However, the hearty voice from the other end of the phone made her feel angry, but had no place to vent. After hanging up the phone, Xia Xiao put the phone aside and leaned against the back of the sofa to let out a sigh. This damn guy. But now I'm his subordinate. If it was before, it would be fine. Thinking of the past, she suddenly fell silent. For some reason, she suddenly felt a little bothered about driving Jiang Chen away. Thinking of the miserable life after she lost her job, she suddenly felt that she was very bad. Guilt, uneasy, self-blame, it's hard to tell. With the back of her head resting on the backrest of the sofa, Xia Xiao stared at the ceiling with empty eyes, as if she didn't know what she was thinking. She liked this modern apartment very much. The composite structure of the upper and lower floors was compact but comfortable. Although she usually looked serious at work, but in life, she was unexpectedly a woman with a good taste in life. She took out half of her monthly salary of 10,000 yuan as housing expenses. She didn't feel bad about this expense at all, because in her consumption concept, making money was originally to improve the quality of life, and saving money excessively was just a manifestation of lack of confidence in the future. Besides, Jiang Chen didn't rush to urge her to pay back the money, so she was not so anxious to save the money. However, what she herself did not realize was that she, who always paid great attention to rationally planning her expenses, had not even considered the repayment of her savings in her monthly expenses. Staring at the exquisite crystal chandelier in a trance, Xia Xiao suddenly thought of the tight life she had spent in the low-rent apartment with a monthly rent of 800. At that time, she had to be frugal even when eating a meal. For some reason, a certain man's face suddenly appeared in her mind. It was a face that was always smiling. To be honest, Xia Xiao, who was always used to being serious, hated the smiling and frivolous look. However, that face made it impossible for her to hate it. Xia Xiao touched her lips with a dull look. She couldn't figure out the problem. A kind of throbbing that she had never felt in her heart. Why is this? Forget it. Don't think about it. She shook her head, sat up from the sofa, picked up the remote control on the coffee table, and turned off the variety show that was playing. Jiang Chen will come to give me a USB drive later, and it's not good to see him like this, so I should go take a shower first. Thinking of this, Xia Xiao returned to the bedroom, took out the clothes she was going to change from the closet, and then walked into the bathroom and closed the frosted glass door. Looking at the dripping water under the shower head, letting the crystal water wash over her fair skin, Xia Xiao was stunned again. Huh. Speaking of which, didn't I take a shower after running in the evening just now? Chapter 43 Xia Xiao's apartment. After getting off the car at Xinyuan Community, Jiang Chen walked towards the apartment that Xia Xiao rented. The scenery of this community is pretty good. I didn't expect this girl to enjoy it. Looking at the lush vegetation on both sides of the walkway, he couldn't help but reveal an interested smile on his face. On the basketball court in the center of the community, several high school students were playing a game. In the small square with fitness equipment, the elderly were practicing tai and playing chess under the shade of the trees. There were families out for a walk, and there were also young people wearing sportswear running and exercising. The whole square was lively but quiet. Now in the community square, there are not a few aunts standing in the middle of the play annoying music, dancing as if no one is around. I'm afraid it is rare. Walking into the apartment building, Jiang Chen pressed the elevator button. The house rented by this girl is actually on the 14th floor, which is not too high. Walking to the door, pressing the doorbell of the security door, and soon there are footsteps in the room. Are you here? Come in first. The door was opened, and Xia Xiao with a bath towel wrapped on her head appeared behind the door. Jiang Chen noticed that there were still a few wet beads of water hanging on her fair neck, as if she had just finished a bath. Aren't you coming in? Seeing that Jiang Chen didn't move, Sun Jiao couldn't help but frown slightly and asked in confusion. Ahem. Come in, come in. I was just thinking about something. Jiang Chen hurriedly coughed. He was stunned for a moment just now, which was really out of control. Oh, I guess it's not about work. Sun Jiao shrugged teasingly, then turned around and walked straight back into the house. My computer is here. Bring your USB drive here. Jiang Chen closed the security door behind him and took off his shoes. The moment he raised his head, Jiang Chen happened to see the graceful back. It seemed that, because she had just come out of the bath, Sun Jiao's body was filled with water vapor with the fragrance of shower gel. The loose nightgown with a home style seemed a little tight under the moisture of the water vapor, slightly fitting the seductive figure, especially the curve of the buttocks. Jiang Chen swallowed his saliva. His eyes were a little strange. Is this chick trying to seduce me? If Sun Jiao knew Jiang Chen's narcissistic thoughts, I wonder if she would be angry and kick him out. The bedroom often carries the fragrance of its owner. Jiang Chen didn't think anything of it at first. But when he walked into Sun Jiao's bedroom and smelled the tempting fragrance, he felt a little embarrassed. But seeing Sun Jiao's back, who was fiddling with the computer without any consciousness, Jiang Chen had to suppress this strange feeling. Okay, connect the USB drive. Sun Jiao gave up the computer chair and walked out of the room. Jiang Chen touched his nose a little embarrassedly, but when he saw the full work materials on Sun Jiao's desk, he couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. He quickly gathered his mind and put his attention back on work. He inserted the USB drive into the computer and dragged all the files into the newly created folder on the E drive. It can be seen that Yao is very attentive to Jiang Chen's instructions. The test information about this game, the detailed report of the game content. In short, all the information related to this game is sorted out together. In this way, the application that needs to be submitted to the General Administration of Press and Publication and the Incineration Department can also be sorted out quickly. Of course, this work is destined to be handed over to Sun Jiao. Is it done? Let me see. Sun Jiao's voice startled Jiang Chen. I don't know. When she came back to the room and moved a chair from the living room and sat next to Jiang Chen. At this time, Sun Jiao has put on glasses and looks very professional. She snatched the mouse from Jiang Chen's hand and scanned the documents about the game provided by Jiang Chen line by line very seriously. The faint fragrance after the bath wafted from her hair and neck hairline, making Jiang Chen beside her feel a little dry in the mouth. To be honest, Sun Jiao is really beautiful, and her beauty is like a flower from the high mountain. But Jiang Chen had never thought about it in the past. He simply regarded her as a talent who could help him run the company, and one of the few friends with whom he could chat. However, under the anesthesia of the hormone fragrance, even if he wanted to correct his brain, that was beginning to have wild thoughts, he was already somewhat powerless. Moreover, in such an ambiguous environment, the warm-toned lighting and wallpaper can help people sleep, but they can also arouse people's desires. Moreover, behind the two of them was a soft bed. There was a bed, a beautiful woman, and in the same room. A closer look revealed that the profile of this former boss was really beautiful. Jiang Chen's breathing began to become a little heavy. The person who made this game is simply a genius. Sun Jiao interrupted Jiang Chen's random thoughts at an inopportune time, and she pushed up her glasses on her nose. It's impeccable in every aspect. The game uses cloud computing to reduce the performance requirements of the user's mobile phone, and at the same time, does not need to consume a lot of data. Although I'm not a professional in game development, if the quality of this game is as powerful as written in this report, I dare to assert that this game will be a landmark masterpiece in the history of mobile games. Ahem. Don't worry about this. I hired professionals to make the game. We are responsible for the operation. By the way, the game server needs to be connected to this special processing device. There is an instruction manual on it, just leave it to the professionals. Jiang Chen coughed, covering up his peeping behavior just now, and quickly pulled his thoughts back to work. Huh? Did you bring the server just now? Sun Jiao frowned, looking at the desktop-sized device that was placed in her room at some point in confusion. Of course I brought it, but it may be behind the door and you didn't notice it. Jiang Chen quickly explained. In fact, He remembered to give this thing to Xia Xiaoyu after he entered the room, so he took it out from the storage space when she went to the living room. Xia Xiaoyu didn't dwell on such an insignificant question. She nodded and asked Jiang Chen a few more questions related to the game. In response, Jiang Chen explained as much as possible and said that the relevant content was in the file. If he couldn't explain it, I will sort out the game information as soon as possible, and it will take about 2 days. Although I have almost no experience in this area, after this period of intensive study, I have a good understanding of game operation. I believe in your ability. Jiang Chen waved his hand to stop her from talking and smiled. Seeing Jiang Chen's trusting look, Xia Xiaoyu felt her cheeks inexplicably hot. In fact, just when Jiang Chen smelled the fragrance on Xia Xiaoyu's body, she also smelled the smell coming from Jiang Chen. Don't get me wrong, this is not the smell of sweat, but a special smell from hormones. Just like the fragrance in her room, she may not be able to smell it, but Jiang Chen, as a member of the opposite sex, can clearly smell this ambiguous smell. This feeling of accelerated heartbeat made Xia Xiaoyu feel inexplicably irritated and flustered. Although she didn't seem to hate this feeling, she felt a little ashamed of her absent-minded state when working. Yes, it was a feeling of shame. She has always been meticulous in her work and is proud of it. Well, I won't let you down. A very stiff tone. Jiang Chen felt that Xia Xiaoyu's expression was a little stiff, and he couldn't help feeling a little guilty. Could this girl have found out that I had just peeked at her? Of course, he was overthinking. The reason for showing that expression was entirely due to Xia Xiaoyu herself. In addition, regarding the company's location, I have some reference opinions here. If you want to get the company on the right track as soon as possible, it is better to deal with this matter in advance. Xia Xiaoyu clicked on an office rental website, which registered a lot of idle office rental information. This is an office on the 12th floor of Guanglu building in Puxin district. It is close to Metro Line 4, and the supporting facilities nearby are also complete. The price is also medium. Here is the picture, you can refer to it. Xia Xiaoyu skillfully clicked on the picture in the comments below the webpage and showed it to Jiang Chen. The atmosphere of work diluted the ambiguous atmosphere a lot, and even Jiang Chen became serious. Of course, seriousness is serious. If you don't understand, you still don't understand. Then this one. Jiang Chen scratched his cheek. He estimated that he would not go to the company often, so he didn't care much about the specific location. Don't you want to consider other options? There is also this one. Although the traffic conditions are average, it is located near the university town, which is also convenient for us to attract newly graduated college students to work in our company. After all, for a small-scale new enterprise like ours, there are generally no people with work experience who will jump to apply for jobs. PFFT, what do you mean by a small enterprise? Are you so unconfident? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and said dissatisfiedly. Of course, seeing that the chairman is so confident, I'm also full of hope for the company's prospects. Next, this office is located in. This girl seems to be getting more and more skilled in dealing with me. Jiang Chen touched his chin and thought. I have to say that it is good to have a secretary. No, it's the CEO. Forget it, it's the same anyway. Jiang Chen finally chose the office near the university town. The reason is simple, just because the building is not too high, only the 6th floor. He hates places that are too high. I don't know if Xia Xiaoyu will vomit blood if he tells this reason. The monthly rent of the office is 2,000 yuan a month, which can be paid from the company's assets. Tomorrow she can take the materials to rent the office. Jiang Chen also gave her full authority to handle the decoration. No need to save money for me. I will invest another 10 million in 2 days. If we want to do it, we will do it big. When Xia Xiaoyu asked Jiang Chen how many years he planned to rent the office and what the upper limit of the decoration cost was, Jiang Chen waved his hand and said in a very tycoon-like manner, forget about 10 million. What if we invest 100 million after the gold is processed? Excuse me, if the game has been developed, the only things our company needs to deal with are game operation and maintenance. In this case, we simply cannot digest such a large amount of funds in the short term. Xia Xiaoyu said with a wry smile. Haha, who said it can't be used? Didn't I say that we would enter the mobile phone market? When our future technology mobile phone comes out, that iPhone, Samsung, etc. all have to spit out the cake in their mouths. Jiang Chen said with a reckless smile. Sun Jiao just rolled her eyes and said nothing about the arrogant smile on the chairman's face. She didn't think Jiang Chen had the ability to do so, and if he was going to develop and produce a mobile phone, how could 10 million be enough? But Jiang Chen ignored the girl's rolling eyes. Indeed, iPhone 6 is great, but can it be as great as the technology of more than 100 years later? It doesn't take 100 years, that would be too shocking. Jiang Chen only needs to let those cutting-edge talents who can't even get enough food in the end times to make those antique communication products for him, and then attach the design drawings and so on. Well, it will probably be ahead of the modern mobile phone market for more than 10 years, which is enough for those industry leaders to catch up for a while. By the way, it must be done to the point where even a copycat can't copy it, so that the mobile phone that Jiang Chen has worked so hard to develop won't be taken away by those scums who expect to get something for nothing all day long. He didn't want to see the market filled with all kinds of high-end imitations of future man, future entry, unbound man brand mobile phones. The key hardware technology must be patented, but the mobile phone will be discussed later, and the software will be the main focus in the short term. By the way, can I know which country you are going to in the next few days? Doing business? After hesitating for a moment, Sun Jiao interrupted Jiang Chen's fantasy. Iraq. Jiang Chen told the truth without paying attention. Iraq. Sun Jiao almost choked on her own saliva. What kind of business does it take to go there? Exclamation mark. Chapter 44 Trip to Iraq. Food. Yours. That was even worse English than that of an Oriental person. The terrorist with a veil on his face and an AK-47 on his chest placed a plate of turbid soup and a piece of black bread on the table in the room. He glanced mockingly at the white man, who was squatting in the corner, then turned around and slammed the door. After seeing the man leave with his peripheral vision, Roberts moved slightly, then quickly moved to the side of the table and grabbed the bread that was as hard as a stone. His golden curly hair had become a little greasy, and his face had almost turned into a weak waxy yellow, but his eyes were still very clear. Even though he was in front of him with a thick soup of unknown ingredients and holding a piece of bread that was almost impossible to chew, he did not show any frustrated expression. He chewed very carefully, even though the food in his hand was as hard to swallow as pig food. But he also knew that only in this way could he absorb energy to the maximum extent and conserve physical strength so that he could seize the opportunity to escape when the time came. Roberts's expression was very relaxed. Even though the unlucky reporter who squatted next to him yesterday screamed like a pig being slaughtered, he did not show any fear or anything like that. It was obvious that the man was definitely being dragged to shoot a horror movie of slitting throats. After all, most governments would never compromise with terrorist organizations and pay ransom for hostages. Maybe he would see the unlucky guy again on Facebook in 2 days, in the form of a video, if he could go back online alive. This was not the first time Roberts faced such a dangerous situation. He was kidnapped by guerrillas in Kuwait before, and was almost killed. Fortunately, Blackwater International did something after taking the money and cooperated with the US Marine Corps to rescue him at the critical moment. But now this matter is a bit uncertain. Although he is an American citizen and what he did in the past few years was in line with the national interest, he has been targeted by the FBI for smuggling crude oil from Iran in the past 2 years. It is said that special agents are collecting evidence in this regard, but it is obvious that he is not nervous. It is very likely that the sudden betrayal of the informant this time was a trick of the FBI to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Then how could the US military send someone to rescue him? The bald Patton was very timid. He was afraid that if the FBI just hit him a few times, he would join the witness protection program and sell out his old friend directly. Roberts was not too angry about this. He had seen a lot of betrayals. If he was caught here this time, then Bald Bud was lucky. If he returned to Los Angeles alive, humph. Roberts showed a cruel smile on his face. Of course, it was nonsense to say these now. After all, the probability of his survival was really slim. Although Nick was trustworthy and a good soldier, he was just one person after all. It was still too unrealistic to want to deal with a group of fully armed terrorists. Not to mention that it was a hostage rescue, and it had to be quick. Shaking his head in self-mockery, Roberts ate the last bit of bread and lay back on the bed. His intuition told him that he would be fine this time. His intuition had saved his life more than once, so he believed in his intuition and did not give up hope of survival. After getting off the plane, Jiang Chen stepped on the ground of Baghdad International Airport. This city full of religious atmosphere was not completely in dire straits as described in the news broadcast, at least near the airport. The scars left by the war on this exotic city have gradually been repaired by time, and the foreign tourists coming and going at the airport seem to confirm this. Of course, he also knew that such prosperity has its limits. IS has occupied half of northern Iraq. Even if the sky over Baghdad is still clear, it will not be long before it will be filled with the color of gunpowder again. Jiang Chen, wearing sunglasses, stood at the airport gate for a while, then took out his mobile phone to check Google Maps and quickly found the place where Nick and he agreed to meet. When he was about to stop a taxi, a car without a license plate stopped in front of him. "Sir, do you need taxi service?" It was actually in Chinese, although not fluent. "Indeed, you can speak Chinese?" Jiang Chen was slightly surprised, and after hesitating for a moment, he opened the car door. "Because I often find work near your oil wells, such as picking up and dropping off employees of PetroChina. Over time, I'll learn Chinese." The young man smiled, showing a mouthful of white teeth, and then skillfully started the car. "My name is Isa, sir. What about you?" Jiang Chen, "Go to this location on the map." Jiang Chen directly pointed to the location on the mobile phone map to Isa. "Okay." Looking at the changing street scenes on both sides, Jiang Chen and the taxi driver, who looked about the same age as him, chatted casually. He heard a lot of interesting things. "Sir, if you are here for tourism, I recommend several cities in the south. They are all quite interesting. Don't go to the north. The town of Haditha has almost fallen. It may not be long before even Baghdad is not safe." "Oh, it seems that you know a lot about this. How long have you been in this business?" Jiang Chen asked with a smile. "It's been almost 6 years. After I was discharged from the army, I started working as a taxi driver. I also worked as a tour guide for a while." Isa grinned and said, "You were also a soldier? I don't think you are older than me." Jiang Chen asked with some confusion. "I joined the army when I was 12 years old. In your words, it should be called the Iraq War." Isa shrugged indifferently and said, "A farce that even the enemy couldn't see ended quickly. I just felt like I was given a gun by Saddam and rushed to the front line to surrender." He was secretly amazed at the experience of this young man, but he didn't continue the topic. The car drove to the destination quickly, and Jiang Chen generously handed him $10. Looking at the direction where the car left, Jiang Chen stretched and began to look for Nick. "This way." At this moment, a foreigner who was drinking coffee under a shed suddenly waved to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen sat directly opposite Nick. Before he sat down, Nick spoke hurriedly. "Are you alone?" "Yes." Jiang Chen picked up the empty cup beside him and filled it for himself. It was very bitter and seemed to be the pure Turkish coffee. Jiang Chen took a sip and put it down. At this time, he noticed the slightly disappointed expression on Nick's face. "Oh. You seem disappointed." Jiang Chen raised his eyebrows and asked. "You should be very skilled, but it will be difficult if there are only 2 of us." Nick whispered. "I'm not just strong in skills. You will know when the time comes." Jiang Chen shrugged. "Where is your weapon?" "In the car. Do you need me to prepare one for you?" Nick asked when he saw Jiang Chen was empty-handed. "No, my weapon is ready. I believe you already have clues about your boss. Let's go and rescue him now." "Haha, he still owes me a business." Jiang Chen smiled. His tone was very relaxed, as if he didn't take those terrorists seriously at all. Jiang Chen's underestimating the enemy made Nick frown slightly, but there was no better way at the moment. It would be dangerous to delay it for another day. As a soldier, his instinct told him that this man was quite skilled, but he was not sure about the specifics. "Let's talk about the specifics in the car. Robert's situation is not good. If you watched the news yesterday, you would have found that IS had executed an American journalist. If they still don't get the ransom by tomorrow, IS may kill him. Nick lit a cigarette, then handed one to Jiang Chen, and took Jiang Chen to his car. Can't your boss afford the ransom? Jiang Chen put the cigarette in his mouth, and took out a lighter to light it. IS asked the US government for it. Nick said lightly. The meaning was self-evident. The car started, and Nick took the steering wheel and drove out of the city. Along the way, they passed 2 security checkpoints, but they only checked symbolically, and let them go, after finding no bombs. The rifle hidden by Nick under the seat cushion also passed the security check twice. On the way, Nick explained to Jiang Chen what kind of thorny trouble they encountered this time. About 5 days ago, Roberts came to Iraq at the invitation of his old friend Patton. A $20 million arms order. The buyer was a Kurdish armed officer fighting IS on the front line. Placing an order with an American middleman and then getting additional arms supplies is already a common practice in this desert. Although Roberts felt something was wrong, he didn't doubt it too much. After all, this was a $20 million order, and he could make more than $1 million from it. Patton, this old guy, is really nice. Yes, that's really nice. After finally getting the arms to the front line, where the government forces were fighting with us, they didn't expect to see a group of extremist armed forces shouting Allah Hubaka. Nick was indeed good at fighting, and he killed at least 9 fearless bandits with an M27, but it was useless. In order to intercept this batch of arms, IS, which had obtained secret intelligence, sent at least 1 infantry company, equipped with vehicle-mounted heavy machine guns, RPG and other firepower. He was beaten to a pulp in a few minutes, and almost died there. The arms fell into the hands of IS, and Roberts was also captured. Nick fought hard and finally escaped to a safe area. Of course, this did not mean that he would abandon his boss, as Roberts had saved his life. But he knew that he could only save his boss if he escaped first. He had been wandering in Hadatha town, and he had a hunch that the IS organization did not take Roberts to the rear. Sure enough, he suddenly received a strange call the next day. The person on the other end of the phone claimed to have found a $10 bill, and it said call this number and tell him where you found the bill, and you will get a reward of $100. Nick's first reaction was that this might be a trap, but this was his only clue. After meeting the Arab man, Nick paid him $100 and followed him to the area where he found the bill. Fortunately, this was not a trap. Roberts is indeed an old fox. He has always hidden a $10 bill in the sole of his shoe. He believes that the first US Treasury Secretary can bring him wealth. At the same time, it can also save his life at a critical moment. Obviously, Hamilton saved his life. Why don't you contact the embassy? Aren't your American soldiers experts in rescuing hostages? Jiang Chen smiled with a relaxed expression. It was originally the FBI's trick. Those idiots couldn't find evidence, so they simply wanted to get rid of Roberts. The trouble. Nick was holding a cigarette, and he had put on sunglasses at this time. Jiang Chen couldn't see the expression on his face. Oh, I thought Roberts represented the interests of your government. Jiang Chen shrugged. Yes, in Iraq, and in Ukraine, but not in Iran. Nick simply summarized the problem, turned the steering wheel, and drove the car off the road. It can be seen that Roberts trusts his bodyguard very much, and even told him these inconvenient things. Speaking of which, Jiang Chen seemed to remember that Roberts had told him before that he had done oil smuggling. It must have been revealed that he was being targeted by the FBI. Aren't we going to take the road anymore? There is a checkpoint set up by us ahead, and we can't get through. Besides, we are almost there. Roberts drove the car into the alley very calmly, and then turned off the engine. Jiang Chen pushed open the door, and got out of the car, then looked around. This seemed to be a slum, and occasionally 1 or 2 children would stick their skinny faces out of the window, and look at the 2 foreigners curiously. But soon a big hand would reach out, pull those active children back, and then close the window tightly. It seems that these civilians are very sensitive to war. Jiang Chen smiled and said, throwing away the cigarette, butt in his hand. They have been experiencing war since they opened their eyes. Nick took out a travel bag from under the car seat and put it on his shoulder. When he saw Jiang Chen's calm look, he frowned. Is it okay for you to do this? No problem, believe me. Jiang Chen sighed. In Iraq, Chinese kung fu has no place to be used. Do you foreigners think that we Chinese can do kung fu? Jiang Chen laughed. Do you really have to show off your skills? Jiang Chen stretched his right hand behind his back and activated the storage space. In Nick's eyes, it seemed that he just shook it, and a pistol appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. Nick was secretly shocked. Even he, a veteran, didn't realize where Jiang Chen hid the gun. Moreover, he had no impression of this gun, no matter how he looked at it. What is this gun? 11 type tactical pistol, customized, don't worry about it. Jiang Chen put the pistol in his pocket and shrugged. After seeing this scene, Nick nodded and didn't say anything more about his ability. Just like that, Jiang Chen followed Nick and walked towards the building where Roberts was imprisoned. Chapter 45 Rescue. There is 1 on the roof, 4 on the 2nd floor, and 5 at the gate of the courtyard. Nick was lying on a rooftop, holding a telescope to observe the target building. Roberts is confirmed alive. There were more than 10 militants patrolling in the 3-story residential building. Nick was worried for Jiang Chen. Even for him, it was almost impossible to rescue people without alerting the nearby guards. If the IS troops patrolling the street were alerted, they would have to face the siege of IS soldiers in the entire town. Got it. Just pay attention to cover my retreat. Jiang Chen was standing on a fruit stall picking fruits, and from time to time he glanced at the turbaned soldiers who occasionally passed by in a car. At this moment, he was wrapped in a turban to prevent sandstorms, and only a pair of eyes were exposed on his face. It was really exciting to think about it. Grinning, Jiang Chen took a deep breath, and then walked into the alley at the corner. After noticing that there was no one around, he took out the waste bag that Jiao gave him from the storage space and tied it on his body. Unexpectedly, the drone of future technology would be used here. He showed a strange smile on his face and then connected the EP to this palm-sized disc. The base of the drone emitted a slight electric sound and then accompanied by an almost imperceptible hum. It flew into the air according to the instructions on Jiang Chen's EP. Carefully avoiding the sight of the guards, Jiang Chen controlled the drone to move to the top floor along the wall, marking the heat source information of all terrorists identified along the way, and the red dots appeared intuitively on the conceptual map of the EP. After stopping the drone on the roof of the 3rd floor, Jiang Chen gave instructions to Nick. Kill the sentry on the roof of the 3rd floor. Got it. Nick obviously noticed Jiang Chen's drone and was secretly surprised at the strength shown by Jiang Chen. He still cooperated and moved closer to the 4x scope installed on the top of the M27 rifle. The distance of 400 meters was not a difficult task for him. The silencer emitted a short buzzing sound. The terrorist standing on the rooftop with an AK-47 had blood splattered on his forehead. Just as he was about to fall backwards, the drone ambushed behind him fired a hook, dragged his body to the middle of the roof, and slowly put it down. No one noticed. Nick showed a shocked expression on his face. He had seen the Indigo **** used by the US Special Forces in Ukraine. He thought it represented the cutting-edge field of drone technology. However, when he saw the palm-sized drone again, his cognition was slightly overturned. It moved silently behind the target, fired a powerful hook to pull the body, and then dragged it away. This was the first time he had seen such an agile and hidden drone. Is China's military technology so powerful? Or does Jiang Chen represent some unknown force? Nick couldn't figure it out, but he didn't need to figure it out. He only knew that his boss seemed to be saved. Jiang Chen had learned about the distribution of people inside the building through the images on the EP. He took a deep breath and looked at the building next to him. He exerted force on his feet. This was the first time he used all the strength of his muscles in the real world. Jiang Chen jumped up more than 2 meters high, grabbed the roof of a low-rise house, and rolled over to the side of the water tank on the roof. The action was done in one go. Is this the power of muscles and reflexes twice that of ordinary people? He slowly clenched his 10 fingers, and then looked at the street behind the bunker 3 meters wide, with less traffic. The horizontal distance from the target roof is 8 meters, and the height difference is 2 meters. How far is the nearest patrol from here? Jiang Chen asked through the communication device worn on his ear. 2 streets. Nick picked up the telescope and scanned the area and answered. I'm going to enter. You keep an eye on it for me. Understood. Nick put the telescope aside and set up the M27 rifle again. Frenzy. Red dots began to appear on Jiang Chen's retina. Even the wall could not block the red splendor. It was the color of beating hearts, and the desire to tear his heart apart. Every cell in his body was agitated. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Chen suppressed the violent negative emotions in his heart, and then slightly bent his legs. If it was 2 times the muscle strength, it might be a bit difficult, but 4 times under the frenzy. Suddenly, his legs exerted force instantly, and after sprinting a few steps, he suddenly jumped over the 8-meter wide gap, and his hands fell hard on the edge of the roof of the 3rd floor. Damn, it hurts so much. The frenzy strengthened his muscles, but not his sternum. He was grimacing in pain from the shock, but he still endured it, and activated the sedative mounted on the EP. The frenzy was lifted. The heart rate gradually returned to normal. What is it? A terrorist stuck his head out of the window and searched for abnormalities in the yard with his eyes. I don't know. Let Zayev go over and take a look. Jiang Chen held his breath and stuck to the wall tightly. He couldn't understand what the 2 people were saying, and he just prayed that the terrorist didn't look up. At this moment, Jiang Chen was hanging right above the IS soldier with the turban. If he was discovered, he would have to attack him by force. He was not afraid of an attack, but Robert's safety would be in danger. Jiang Chen's sudden action scared Nick. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to jump over so directly. A distance of 7 or 8 meters wide. A height difference of 2 meters? Superman? Seeing that Jiang Chen had entered the courtyard, Nick did not dare to be careless at all. He kept aiming the rifle in his hand at the guy, who stuck his head out. Once he looked up and found Jiang Chen, Nick would have to shoot him first, and the infiltration would have to become an attack. Fortunately, it seemed that it was inconvenient to look up with the hat on, and the terrorist saw that there was nothing unusual, so he retracted his head. After all, common sense said, how could someone jump upstairs all of a sudden? Seeing this, Jiang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, used both hands to support his body, and rolled to the roof. The reason why he dared to jump over so directly with brute force just now was not because he was reckless, but because after turning on the frenzy, he had seen the distribution of people in the room clearly like a perspective. After judging that there would not be much risk of being discovered, he used his strength 4 times that of an ordinary person and jumped over directly. First, the silencing device. The equipment of NATO Special Forces, sold for 30 subcrystals at the scrap recycling station in the 6th block. This small gadget with a silencing radius of 10 meters may not be of much use in the end times, but it seems to be very useful in the present world. It can be activated for 15 seconds after being fully charged. With a chuckle, Jiang Chen took out the palm-sized disc from a place where Nick could not see and then stuck it hard on the roof. After starting the drone to take off and confirming again that there was no abnormal movement of the IS soldiers in the yard, he took a deep breath and reached out to turn the knob on the top of the disc. But it was still a slight electric current sound. The surrounding air became unnaturally stable under the action of the special force field, and all the sounds disappeared, as if they were wiped out. The earth brick roof was suddenly broken by the installed explosives. Jiang Chen did not hesitate, took out his pistol, and jumped directly into the house. It was indeed a future technology. Such a violent explosion did not attract any attention from the outside world. When his feet touched the ground, Jiang Chen noticed Robert squatting in the corner, pulled off his headscarf, and grinned at him. I didn't expect that the one who came to save me would be you, my friend. Robert said with a wry smile. Oh, disappointed you? Jiang Chen shrugged his shoulders and said with a relaxed tone. No, thank you very much for your help. Robert stood up and bowed to Jiang Chen sincerely. If there is anything I can help you with in the future, please let me know. You still owe me a business. Roberts was stunned for a moment, then smiled. More than a business, my friend. Jiang Chen did not continue to greet him, retracted the silencing device, and then walked straight to the door. Roberts glanced at the pistol in Jiang Chen's hand with some surprise. He had been engaged in the arms business for a long time, but he had never seen this type of weapon before, and the strange silent explosion. But Roberts didn't ask. Everyone has their own privacy. It is very presumptuous to ask without permission, no matter where you are. If you can save people, it must not be difficult to kill people. Nick, the hostages have been rescued. Cover my retreat, Jiang Chen said, while holding the Bluetooth headset. Understood, Nick said lightly, and then a grim smile slipped across his mouth. These damn bastards, let me see how I kill you all. Open the safety. The crushes locked on a terrorist dressed as a leader, and Nick pulled the trigger in his hand. Bang! A bloody hole was pierced through the target's forehead and he fell to the ground. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. It's an American. Hurry up. However, they didn't know that the one who fired at them was actually a Belarusian, and the one who saved them was an Oriental. There were noisy shouts and the sound of fierce rifle fire outside the door. Jiang Chen monitored the situation outside through the drone. Nick was indeed a veteran soldier who had been through many battles. He shot down these soldiers with just a rifle, and the whistling bullets hit their flesh and blood accurately, taking away the lives of those who deserved to die. It seemed that Nick had successfully suppressed the soldiers in the courtyard. Jiang Chen waved to Roberts, indicating that he was ready to retreat, and then pointed his pistol at the wooden door. Bang! The wooden door was suddenly slammed open, and a terrorist who was shouting in a strange language rushed in with a rifle, and ended up facing a black hole in the muzzle. Bang! With a bloody hole on his forehead, the man fell to the ground without any suspense. Intuition. Don't worry about it. Jiang Chen smiled at Roberts, who was full of surprise, and then rushed out quickly with both hands holding the pistol. Intuition? The intuition of a drone. Wow, wow, wow. Jiang Chen directly responded to the shouting on the other side that he couldn't understand with bullets. Although the Type 11 tactical pistol is just a pistol, it is a pistol from 100 years later. Even though the caliber of the ammunition has not changed much, the material and charge of the bullets and the shooting performance of the guns are far superior to those of this era. Specifically, although it is a pistol, there is no doubt that it can shoot through the earth wall and hit the people behind it. This is the reason for using guns to fight natives. The high penetration bullets suppressed the soldiers guarding the corner of the stairs, and they dared not get close to the wall, but they did not come out, which also troubled Jiang Chen. After all, this is the controlled area, and they will definitely not be able to escape if they delay for a while. Then try the heat grenade. Jiang Chen suddenly showed a grim smile on his face. He had not had time to use the gadget he got from Zhao Chenwu, the arms dealer of the end of the world. Pulling the fuse, Jiang Chen threw the grenade fiercely. The grenade flying in the air suddenly stopped, and flames spewed out from one side. It adjusted its direction, as if it had eyes, and hit the soldiers inside the corridor. There was no time to even lie down. The grenade close to the heat source directly triggered the explosion. Boom. The spreading shrapnel ravaged the entire corridor, and the vibration of the explosion almost reached Jiang Chen's feet. What are these? Roberts asked with dull eyes, while hiding behind Jiang Chen. Some new stuff. Stop talking nonsense and follow me. Jiang Chen grinned, changed a magazine, and rushed to the entrance of the corridor. Thermal grenade. This thing is a bit expensive, about 5 times the price of a regular grenade. And because it only works on humans, and will be interfered by cheaper EMP grenades or thermal baits, this thing is still not very useful in the end of the world. Suddenly, the wooden door on the side was slammed open. Don't worry. A man holding a rifle rushed out and smashed the butt of the rifle hard on Jiang Chen's head. However, after all, he had a reflex nerve of 29 points, and he would not be ambushed by such a sneak attack. The violent airflow tore open Jiang Chen's cuffs, and the nitrogen that was almost compressed to solidification hit the man's chest like a hammer, knocking him out like a cannonball, and hitting the earthen wall in the room. He should be dead. TSK. It turns out that this thing can also be used as a close combat weapon. Jiang Chen looked at the black metal ring on his arm with satisfaction. As for Roberts, who was looking dazed behind him, Jiang Chen just glanced at him and said in a half-joking tone, "I guess you will keep the secret for me, right?" Robert's eyes were still dazed, but he nodded. Is this a Hollywood blockbuster? Seeing Robert's reaction with satisfaction, Jiang Chen waved his hand to signal him to follow, and then rushed down the stairs. In fact, he was not afraid that Roberts would not keep the secret. After all, some things would not be believed if they were told to others. Besides, if he was smart enough, he would choose to keep his mouth shut. Don't complain about the high-tech stuff. Two of the equipment in it are from COD 11. I borrowed them to use for a while. There is another chapter later. I have to check the typist twice. Also, please give me the money. XD. Chapter 46 An Unexpected Error. Jiang Chen, get out quickly. The IS patrol has noticed the commotion here and is sending reinforcement here. Nick's voice came from the Bluetooth headset beside his ear. Understood. Jiang Chen waved to Roberts and shouted, hurry, 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 run. After that, Jiang Chen rushed out of the yard first, then fired into the air to disperse the crowd around who didn't know the truth, then turned back to greet Roberts and rushed to the alley on the side. Damn. There's a heavy machine gun. Nick cursed inwardly and quickly began to move. His position had been exposed during the exchange of fire. The Toyota pickup truck carrying a heavy machine gun quickly crossed the street and drove towards the courtyard where the hostages were held. The soldier standing on the pickup truck was chattering to other soldiers while roughly pulling the bolt, ready to shoot. Da. Bullets suppressed Nick's position like raindrops. Nick had to lie on the ground and desperately crawl to the stairs. After he found the stairs, he stood up quickly and rushed downstairs. His soldiers were not to be trifled with. A 10-man patrol team rushed to Nick's position with rifles in hand, intending to surround him. However, this polar bear was indeed a veteran who had experienced many battles. He retreated and fired back with his M27, approaching the parking position. On the other side, Jiang Chen controlled the drone through EP, dodged the IS soldiers who were chasing him, and took Roberts through the crossfire area without any danger. Quick, get in the car. You drive. Jiang Chen opened the car door, pushed Roberts in, and then controlled the drone to fly in Nick's direction. I'm being held back. You go first. Nick gritted his teeth, looked at the bloody hole on his left shoulder, raised his rifle with one hand, and fired a few shots, then rushed to the alley on the side. Although he was familiar with the terrain here beforehand, how could he be better than those IS soldiers who had been patrolling here for a long time? Nick was ready to die, or in other words, he should have died in that small town in Ukraine a long time ago. This can be considered as repaying a favor. Nick showed a grim smile on his face and leaned hard behind the shelter on the roadside. He didn't plan to run away. He wanted to let these bloodthirsty mad dogs see what a real fighting race is. 6 o'clock direction. Through that alley. Quick. However, the voice coming from the headset made him slightly stunned. He gritted his teeth and ran to the alley according to Jiang Chen's instructions. Almost at the same time, he caught a glimpse of a Toyota pickup truck carrying a heavy machine gun passing by his original position. A drop of cold sweat slid down, and Nick hurriedly began to move according to Jiang Chen's instructions. That fruit stand, go through it. There is a back door in the room. Under the guidance of the drone, all the whereabouts of the IS patrol were exposed. Although it was almost the opposite direction of the vehicle's position, Nick still chose to trust Jiang Chen's instructions. Kicked open the wooden door of the house and didn't care about the screaming woman, the terrified man and the innocent child. After aiming at the rifle in a deterrent manner, he quickly rushed to the back door of the room. Bang! Nick used his right shoulder to slam the wooden door open and rushed to another street. Go straight across the street, then turn left into the alley. The chaotic footsteps and shouts of his soldiers came from afar. Nick endured the severe pain in his shoulder and rushed across the street with his rifle. The footsteps gradually faded away. It seemed that they had lost track. Nick breathed a sigh of relief, then took out the bandage from his waist and bandaged the wound on his left shoulder while running. Under Jiang Chen's instructions, he quickly turned to the location of the car. We have to hurry. More and more IS soldiers are gathering here. Jiang Chen saw Nick, helped him open the door of the back seat, and then sat in the passenger seat. Roberts sat in the driver's seat and started the car very skillfully. Nick, who was sitting in the back seat, took off his shirt and changed into clothes that he had prepared in advance to cover his wounds. Where are we going? Roberts drove the car out of the alley, looked around and asked. Jiang Chen reached out of the window, took back the palm-sized drone, and stuffed it back into his waist bag. Driving into the desert, the road is almost blocked. I'm still alive. It's unbelievable. Roberts operated the steering wheel and let out an exaggerated sigh. We are not out of danger yet, Jiang Chen said with a wry smile. He still underestimated the strength of those terrorists. He didn't expect them to react so quickly. Originally, he and Nick's original plan was to quickly escape Nick and then escape directly back to Baghdad along the road. Is much stronger than other extremist organizations. It's definitely not a group of simple rabble. I thought you had a way, Nick said after hesitating for a moment. Jiang Chen was stunned when he heard this, and then he smiled bitterly. I really can't do anything about this. It seems that I'm pretending too much. He really didn't worry about being caught by the extremist organization. After all, he could hide directly in the end of the world, but it was impossible to take Roberts and Nick with him. Roberts seemed to notice the embarrassment on Jiang Chen's face, and then smiled and said, forget it, let's take it one step at a time. They can't just stare at us and not fight. After that, Roberts opened the GPS map in the car. There is still enough gasoline. Let's go directly through the desert and go around from the north of Lake Sursa to Tikrit. If we are lucky, that area should be controlled by the government army now. Roberts showed a helpless smile on his face. However, Jiang Chen couldn't laugh at all. This sentence also has another meaning. What if Tikrit is under the control of his now? I can only take a gamble. I knew it would be troublesome. Forget it, I'm here, and I've tested the performance of the equipment and it's really good. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly and shook his head, leaning back in his seat and closing his eyes to rest. Surprisingly, he suddenly found that he didn't seem to feel any discomfort about killing people. It's hard to say whether this is a good thing or a bad thing. Maybe the people who were killed didn't deserve to die, Jiang Chen thought to himself, thinking back to the various bad deeds of his reported in the news. Roberts looked very optimistic, humming a little tune and reaching out to turn on the MP3 player in the car. This guy who is not afraid of death, I'm afraid he has even seen a pile of dead bodies, so he will not be cold to this level of blood. The explosive BGM sounded, and the car raised a cloud of dust on the sand and drove towards the endless sea of sand. Every wisp of sand and dust here is filled with the lingering smell of gunpowder. Sun Jiao sat on the sofa wrapped in a bath towel, with the white towel wrapped around her head, surrounding her wet hair. The white long legs, that were faintly visible under the bath towel, were stained with attractive water droplets. It was midsummer, and the air conditioner was on in the house. She was not in a hurry to change her clothes, enjoying the coolness brought by the cold air. It was a pity that her pretty face was not inferior to that of a star. Even when she was relaxing, her face was still expressionless. Lazily leaning on the sofa, Sun Jiao casually lifted her long white legs, raised her hand holding the remote control, and turned on the TV. Let's continue to pay attention to the next piece of news. In the early morning of today, the IS organization launched an offensive against Tikrit. In response, the Iraqi Prime Minister said that Tikrit would be defended at all costs. Sun Jiao didn't care about international affairs. Like most urban white-collar workers, she was more interested in the variety shows on Mango TV, especially those funny shows that would make people laugh. It's surprising that people who don't like to laugh like humor. No news today. Sun Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. As for why, even she herself couldn't tell the reason. But no news means safety. At least there was no news in the news about a Chinese man being kidnapped in Iraq, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs paying close attention and warning its citizens. Why do I have to worry about him? Sun Jiao suddenly froze, unconsciously reaching out and gently touching her lips. A trace of confusion flashed in her eyes. She shook her head to drive the playful look out of her mind, then picked up the remote control to change the channel. It must be because I've been too tired recently, watching the host and the guests playing pranks on the screen, and the laughter of the audience. Sun Jiao temporarily forgot her worries. The chest that was slightly heaving due to emotions gradually calmed down. Night fell. Jiang Chen leaned on the seat, holding his zonghe in his mouth. In order to prevent the target from being too conspicuous, the car lights naturally cannot be turned on. It is really dangerous to travel without lighting, so Robert stopped the car. I say, since you can't sleep, how about you come to keep watch first? Robert said with a wry smile on his face, while leaning on the steering wheel. As for Nick behind him, he was snoring like thunder at this time. How far is it? Jiang Chen blew out a smoke ring and sighed. It is estimated that it will take 2 days to get there. There is plenty of food and fresh water. Don't be too nervous. Robert shrugged. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes. I don't know who he is saving. I'm also working hard to get rid of these 10 tons of gold. Jiang Chen said with a pout. 10 tons. Robert sat up suddenly, but ended up hitting the roof of the car with a bang. He didn't care about the pain, and stared at Jiang Chen with burning eyes. Fuck, don't look at me like that, okay? Jiang Chen got goosebumps from being stared at by this gaze, and shrank back in disgust. Ahem. Robert rubbed his greasy blonde hair, smiled awkwardly and sat back down. If I had known that there was a $1 billion order waiting for me, I wouldn't have done any arms business. I'll just help you deal in gold in the future. Don't think about it. This is all the gold I've accumulated over the years, and I'm almost starting to transform my industry. Jiang Chen sighed. Industrial transformation? Is there any good business to do? Roberts couldn't sleep either, so he simply lit a cigarette and started smoking. High tech. High tech. Even Buffett doesn't dare to touch that stuff. Roberts flicked his cigarette with disdain. I tried to start my own arms company before, but gave up soon. The risk of research and development is too high. I only sell finished products now, which makes money faster. It's also more dangerous. Jiang Chen smiled non-committally. Yes, but I love adventure. Robert smiled awkwardly, touched his nose, and avoided the topic. The desert at night was very quiet, and there was no trace of human habitation. As the distance from Hadith the town gradually increased, even the occasional sound of artillery fire gradually disappeared. However, in this quiet night sky, there would occasionally be a short and fading roar. F-22 Raptor. It should be the US military performing a reconnaissance mission. Maybe we have appeared on the thermal imaging just now. Roberts raised his eyelids and said, "Oh, will the American soldiers jump down to save you?" Jiang Chen asked with a smile. "How is it possible? We are just a white dot on the thermal imaging, and there are many similar refugees in the desert. Fortunately, there are no weapons behind the car, otherwise there might be a volley of bullets," Roberts said with a smile. Jiang Chen looked at the direction of the sky. The clouds here were very thin and the moon was very clear. However, with the moonlight, he could not see anything clearly. "You said, I don't think these soldiers are that powerful. Why can't so many countries get rid of this trouble with their strikes and aid?" Jiang Chen didn't like this organization at all. It has nothing to do with politics and nationality. From a human perspective, this organization that massacres civilians and kidnaps women is abominable. No matter what the reason is, it is absolutely impossible to justify the crimes of *****. And this arrogant organization even claimed that the western region of the Celestial Empire is its territory and provided training assistance to the terrorist forces in the Far East. It's ridiculous. But I just couldn't laugh. It's normal. Roberts shrugged. ISIS not a simple terrorist organization, but a terrorist army plus an ambitious government. Many of them even have higher education and have issued manuals on how to avoid airstrikes and reconnaissance. In addition, their opponents also have their own ulterior motives. Take Turkey for example. Its position on ISIS has been wavering for a long time. Speaking of this, Roberts smiled mysteriously. Besides, if the war is agreed so quickly, how can we arms dealers eat? And how can the unemployment rate be reduced? Jiang Chen was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. That's true. But who cares? The Middle East is far away from China. But for some reason, he thought of the world that collapsed due to nuclear war. The radiation cloud that even the summer sun could not penetrate, the land where a grain could not grow, and the skinny and twisted faces instinctively vented violence. Jiang Chen suddenly shuddered and stretched out his hand to wrap his clothes. This desert is too cold at night. Chapter 47. Refugees. Damn it. Asterisk. The car wobbled to a stop. Roberts cursed and slammed the steering wheel, but it was still useless. Nick got out of the car silently, walked to the front of the car, and opened the hood. The engine is burnt out. Fuck. It's useless now. We are all doomed. Roberts said with a wry smile. Jiang Chen was considering whether to go back to the end of the world for a while and then get a maglev car to drive back. But he was just thinking about it. He would not do it unless he was completely desperate, because doing so means that he is ready to abandon these two people. However, if so, his plan to sell the gold would be ruined, and this trip to Iraq would become meaningless. Can it be fixed? Jiang Chen asked. I'll try. Nick took out the toolbox from the back of the car, grinned with dry lips, and started working. However, after tinkering for a long time, the car still didn't seem to be getting any better. Just when everyone was about to despair, Jiang Chen suddenly saw a truck coming from a distance. His pursuers? His expression was stern, and he took out the pistol from his pocket. Roberts also noticed the truck, but he showed a completely different kind of ecstasy from Jiang Chen. Put your guns away quickly. Haha, we are saved. Quick, shout with me. Haha, stop the car. Here, help. Roberts waved his arms and shouted at the truck, trying to attract the attention of the car. It seemed that the car really noticed the three people and slowly drove towards them. The truck stopped, and Jiang Chen noticed that there were some pale and skinny refugees behind the hood. Most of them were ragged, carrying only a few gifts, and their faces were full of numbness and fatigue. Roberts walked up to the driver of the car, negotiated with him for a while, and then returned to Jiang Chen and Nick with a happy face. The driver agreed to give us a ride. It's a tradition to help each other in the desert, and I agreed to share the fresh water stored in our car with them. Anyway, this car has to be left here, so get the gasoline out. Nick, come and help. Okay, boss. Nick nodded and followed. Jiang Chen and Nick sat in the hood at the back of the truck, and Roberts got close to the driver and sat in the passenger seat. Because only Roberts knew Arabic, the two of them sat with the refugees at this time and could only stare at each other without saying a word. The women were all wrapped in very tight headscarves, and most of the men were listless, and the children did not show any vitality. Everyone was very tired, and they must have suffered a lot. The atmosphere was very strange. It was really inappropriate for a Belarusian and a Chinese to sit in such a place. These people are probably refugees from Syria. Because Turkey has blocked the border, some of them will choose to go to the Kurdish autonomous region and then sneak into Turkey. I didn't expect to meet them here by chance. Fortunately, Jiang Chen knew some English and was able to chat with Nick. Do they know English? Jiang Chen asked casually. Some people should know, but they don't seem to have the energy to chat. Nick shrugged. The carriage was very crowded and bumpy. Sitting next to Jiang Chen was a child whose gender could not be determined. His dirty face was lifeless, and his messy long hair exuded a sour smell, which was stronger than Roberts's. Jiang Chen didn't have too much cleanliness, and there was a foul smell everywhere in the carriage, so he didn't care too much. Looking at Nick again, the Belarusian man was snoring. His long years of war made him accustomed to conserving his energy at all times. It was just that his snoring attracted waves of dissatisfied sidelong glances. I can really sleep anywhere. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly, then adjusted his sitting position with his arms folded across his chest, ready to take a nap. The car drove for a while. It was probably lunchtime, and many refugees took out the food they brought from their bags and ate it with a little bit of water. The child sitting next to Jiang Chen also held a small piece of black bread-like thing and took a bite. Perhaps because of the hair defect, Jiang Chen began to feel a little hungry, so he reached behind his back. While no one was paying attention to him, Jiang Chen opened the storage space and took out a box of Oreos. After tearing open the packaging bag, he ate it as a staple food. It was precisely considering this kind of emergency that Jiang Chen usually stored some emergency food, medicine and other things in the storage space. At this time, Jiang Chen suddenly noticed that a pair of eyes were secretly looking at him. To be precise, they were looking at him while he was chewing. Do you want to eat? Jiang Chen smiled and handed over the box in his hand. The gaze quickly fled away. However, as if sensing that there was no malice in Jiang Chen's voice, the man took the half box of biscuits that Jiang Chen handed to him. After hesitating for a moment, he began to eat voraciously. This guy, the way he ate, was comparable to Sun Jiao. Jiang Chen couldn't help but smile. Thank you, the man said in a low voice in English. As if realizing that he had eaten all the biscuits, he showed a guilty look on his face again and lowered his head to Jiang Chen. I'm sorry. It's okay, I still have a lot. Jiang Chen smiled friendly and said, can I know your name? Aisha, 17 years old. It turned out to be a girl, which is why her voice was so thin. Perhaps because she was not mature yet, she did not wear a headscarf like the other women in the car. My name is Jiang Chen, from China. Where are your parents? Killed by it, because my mother refused the unreasonable demands of those demons. Aisha's voice was very calm, and there was not much sadness on her face. Jiang Chen couldn't help but be speechless when he heard it. He didn't expect the topic to be so heavy. Sorry, Jiang Chen said softly, but he didn't expect to be met with a surprised look. What's wrong? Jiang Chen asked in confusion. He didn't know if he had violated any taboos, because not long ago, his circle of life was limited to peaceful cities. Nothing. I just didn't expect to hear someone say sorry to me. Aisha turned her head. What are your plans after arriving in Turkey? Jiang Chen smiled bitterly and decided to talk about something less serious. The new life after the end of the escape may make people a little happier. No plans. Go to the refugee camp, accept humanitarian aid, and then see if there is any Saudi or Turkish man willing to buy me home. I'm still a virgin, and it shouldn't be a problem if I dress up a little. The girl's tone was very calm, and her face revealed an awareness and indifference that was inconsistent with her age. Well, it seems that, no matter what topic is discussed, it will become a heavy topic. Jiang Chen chose to keep quiet. The bus would still stop at night. It was dangerous to travel at night, and the driver also needed to rest. At this time, the refugees would choose to get off the bus to relieve themselves, and then stand outside for a while, to get some fresh air. Jiang Chen also got off the bus, found a place to relieve himself, and then took out a pack of toilet paper to wipe himself. After the bus stopped, Robert still came to find the two of them, and chatted for a while. But when he went to sleep, he still rolled back to the passenger seat. Robert said that he stuffed a Franklin into the driver's pocket, and the driver immediately became more enthusiastic towards him. At night, Jiang Chen felt hungry again. He was a little tired of Oreos, and he never treated himself badly. Jiang Chen changed his taste, took out a pack of cranberry cookies, and chewed them with relish. There was a slight sound of swallowing saliva beside him. He was stunned for a moment, then smiled very friendly, and shared half of the cookie in his hand with the girl. Try the food from her hometown. Food bought online. The girl didn't respond, but just wolfed it down. Seeing the girl's appearance, Jiang Chen smiled and said nothing. Now that he was full, it was time to go to bed. Jiang Chen leaned on the awning behind him and fell asleep. Although there were snoring sounds everywhere, fatigue was indeed the best sleeping pill. As for Nick, this guy always fell asleep quickly and woke up suddenly. The thunderous snoring sounded a long time ago. However, what Jiang Chen didn't notice was that there was a pair of eyes secretly looking at him. Aisha licked her fingers stained with cookie crumbs and secretly looked at Jiang Chen's profile, her eyes full of confusion and bewilderment. The next morning, Jiang Chen woke up in the bumpy ride. We're almost there. Nick noticed Jiang Chen waking up, looking at the screen of his smartphone, and said lightly, the GPS shows that we are only about 40 kilometers away from Tikrit. The roar of the engine filled his ears, and the vibration of the engine almost made Jiang Chen's back numb. He wiped his face, and there was a handful of mud and sand on his hands. He was stunned for a moment, and then smiled bitterly. It's really not a place for people to stay. That's great. I can't wait to take a hot bath and have a good sleep. Jiang Chen stretched and said with a wry smile. The battery of his mobile phone was almost exhausted. Considering the emergency, he chose to turn it off. I have a bad feeling. Nick frowned and touched the black backpack beside him. It contained his M27 automatic rifle. I hope you are wrong. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. I hope. Nick also smiled bitterly and turned off his mobile phone. His battery was running low. Aisha looked up at the two foreigners beside her, then silently put her chin between her arms and closed her eyes tiredly. It seems that she can't reach Turkey. Born in the war, she is too familiar with this smell. Even more familiar than the vultures in the desert. The smell of death. Chapter 48, War. In the United States, I have a company, a big one. I'm very optimistic about your ability. If you are willing, you can come and drive for me. Don't worry about the green card. The congressman and I are very familiar with each other. Roberts boasted while leaning on the passenger seat. The driver wearing a red cloth headscarf was smoking a cigarette and chatting with Roberts happily. For these people who were born in hell, being able to immigrate to the United States is simply a dream. Bang. Spider web-like cracks spread to the edge of the car window, and the glass fell into the car like snowflakes. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Robert immediately rolled under the seat, stretched out his hand to grab the steering wheel, gritted his teeth to endure the scar on his head caused by the glass, and stopped the car steadily. The driver, who had a smile on his face, now had horrifying blood holes on his head and chest. The car body suddenly swung, throwing the defenseless refugees to the ground. Jiang Chen grabbed the steel bar behind him with one hand, and with the other hand pulled back Aisha, who was terrified, and fell towards the door of the car. The truck swayed on the sand for a while, and fortunately it did not roll over and stopped. The car was in chaos. The women held their heads, trembling, and sobbing softly. The man who stood up from the panic also had a face full of fear. He held the scattered luggage to his chest, and stayed where he was, at a loss. There was no doubt that it was his. Then he could basically be sentenced to death. What happened? Damn. Are you okay? Jiang Chen gritted his teeth, and took a deep breath, pulling Aisha up. Aisha looked at Jiang Chen and shook her head calmly. There was a trace of blood on the corner of her mouth, probably because she broke her lip when she fell. However, she was lucky not to be thrown out. A slave hunting team. They are active in the desert and occasionally visit villages. Women will be taken away by them as prostitutes, and men will be killed or forced to join their team. Can you give me a bullet? If I leave with my chastity, I can go to heaven. No. Jiang Chen grinned. Aisha was slightly startled by the smile. Then I will pray for you. The girl lowered her eyes, her greasy black hair blocking her eyes. Prepare for battle. Nick was indeed an experienced soldier. He had already picked up the M27, pulled the bolt, and stuck it to the door of the truck. I wonder what happened to Roberts. Jiang Chen couldn't help but mutter in his heart, took out his Type 11 tactical pistol, and quickly stuck it to the other side of the door under Nick's gesture. The refugees in the car looked at the two people in horror, shrinking back and holding their heads, praying not to be injured by stray bullets, and praying that these two people would win. The sound of machine guns came from a distance, but these bullets did not hit the car, but were fired into the empty space. The Toyota pickup truck carrying a machine gun stopped beside the truck, and several masked soldiers jumped out of the car with rifles. I surrender. Robert skillfully put his hands on his head and climbed out of the co-pilot seat. He knew his combat effectiveness very well, and it was already a stretch not to drag his feet. When the soldier saw that he was a white man, he immediately showed ecstasy on his face. He turned around and shouted to the officer, then hit Roberts in the face with the butt of his rifle viciously, knocking him to the ground. Search the back, quick. The officer carried an AK and walked in front of Roberts, then grinned and showed his white teeth. Roberts raised his head and smiled with an expression that was about to cry, but what responded to him was a direct kick in the face. Get in the car and exchange for ransom. The officer called the younger brother beside him, picked up Roberts, and dragged him to the Toyota pickup truck. Hearing this, Roberts secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that this group of people were not chasing from Hadatha. If these demons knew that I was a hostage who escaped, maybe I would have my limbs chopped off and filmed by now. As long as I'm not dead, there is still a chance. Two soldiers holding axes walked to the back of the car, with relaxed expressions on their faces, and lifted the curtain at the back of the car, while talking and laughing. This is a lucrative position, although the captured slaves are not their property. However, even if they choose to enjoy it in advance, who will punish them? After firing 2 shots in the air outside the door, the two demons smiled at each other as they listened to the almost hoarse screams coming from the inside of the car with satisfaction. Then the man on the right held the AK in his left hand and climbed onto the truck first by holding the steps. There were pairs of fearful eyes in the truck, and nothing could inspire violent emotions more than fear. The murderous terrorist showed a cruel grin on his face. A big hand stretched out from the darkness, and the strength of a polar bear directly broke the fragile neck with a snap. Jiang Chen was more direct, swinging his arm like a hammer, smashing the head of the man in front of him to the ground, and he died. After all, it was twice the strength of an ordinary person. I will go around the side of the truck to the front to save Roberts. You attract their attention at the rear of the car, and be careful of the machine gun. After saying that, Nick quickly jumped out of the car. Jiang Chen shook his slightly numb right hand. He had intended to smash the man's skull with the pistol grip, but he didn't expect that his forearm would hit the back of the man's head. But the effect was the same. It seems that he still needs to learn some fighting skills. It's a bit difficult to rely on brute force. Jiang Chen sighed, picked up the yak on the ground, and jumped out of the car. Jiang Chen jumped out of the car and turned out the back of the car with the yak and fired at the pickup truck, catching the terrorists off guard. Roberts had not been dragged onto the truck yet. The sound of gunfire scared the terrorists who were dragging him and quickly threw him aside, then grabbed the rifle on his waist and started to fight back. The muzzle of the machine gun turned, and the machine gunner pulled the trigger and poured fire on Jiang Chen without hesitation. Violent nitrogen blew out from Jiang Chen's right arm, blocking all the bullets. What the hell is that? The officer lying on the back of the car got up in a panic, stretched his head out of the bunker, and looked at Jiang Chen's position with a look of astonishment on his face. I don't know. Bullets can't penetrate it. The machine gunner held the machine gun with a ferocious face, trying to tear Jiang Chen apart with firepower, but it was in vain. Click. The bullets were empty. The assistants on both sides quickly took out their axe and shot at Jiang Chen, buying time for the machine gunner to change the bullets, but at this moment, the bullets shot from the side accurately killed them all. Nick held the M27 and began to attack. Jiang Chen's nitrogen armor was also approaching its limit. With Nick's unexpected firepower, he raised his axe and fired randomly. He didn't need to worry about whether he could hit anyone or not. As for the recoil, it was almost negligible for his 25 muscle strength. Damn it. Drag that white man here as a hostage. Get up. The officer was suppressed by the firepower of the two and couldn't raise his head and shouted to the people around him. The soldier leaning against the sand slope was also panicking. Seeing that he couldn't hit Nick, who was hiding behind the engine of the car, and he was killed by Nick, he reached out to grab Roberts. However, when he turned around, he saw the black muzzle of the gun. Fusiku Roberts pulled the trigger viciously. At this moment, he was holding the pistol he picked up from the body that Nick knocked down. The officer saw Roberts' movement and hurriedly aimed the AK at Roberts, but the impact from the side blasted him 10 meters away like a cannonball. The instantaneous impact force almost shattered every inch of his ribs. Jiang Chen put away the nitrogen armor on his right hand that was about to overheat, and then looked at the machine gunner who was holding his abdomen and dying in the back of the car, and raised his hand to shoot again. Boss, are you okay? Nick walked forward and stretched out his hand to pull up Roberts, who was lying on the ground. F***ck, it hurts so much. Roberts covered his bruised face, stood up and cursed, then tilted his head and asked Jiang Chen, is that guy dead? I guess his sternum is broken. It doesn't matter whether he's dead or not. Jiang Chen shrugged. Well done. Roberts raised his hand and fired 2 more shots in the direction of the officer's feet. The man lying on the ground opened and closed his mouth weakly, without even the strength to scream. What should we do now? Nick stepped forward to check the Toyota pickup truck. There's enough gasoline for about 200 kilometers. We can go to Tikrit by ourselves. Let's do it. Roberts limped to the truck and took down the spare fuel tank and water tank hanging on the side, which were from their original truck. Where are the refugees? Jiang Chen looked at the back of the truck and asked casually. Roberts and Nick looked at Jiang Chen with strange eyes. What's wrong? Jiang Chen asked with a wry smile. Man. Roberts threw their supplies onto the car, then patted Jiang Chen on the shoulder. Since the IS patrol has arrived here, it proves that Tikrit may have changed hands. Let the United Nations worry about humanitarian issues. We don't belong here, so there's no need to worry about them. With enough oil, we can go directly to Baghdad, and it's enough to remind them of the danger ahead. If we go together, their target is too big. My suggestion is the same as the boss. Nick took out a black pen from his pocket, climbed onto the hood, and drew strange symbols on the roof. Okay, Jiang Chen shrugged. Although he sympathized with the refugees, he had long understood that excessive sympathy was equivalent to fatality. Then, I'll go and notify. What are you drawing? USA mark, so that drones won't blow us up. Nick wiped the sweat from his forehead and said calmly. Black absorbs heat. Even thermal imaging equipment can see the USA symbol written on the roof, which can prevent it from being accidentally bombed by airstrikes. After all, this car belongs to us. Jiang Chen lifted the cloth behind the canopy, and pairs of eyes full of fear looked at him. Tikrit is in danger. Is may have occupied it. Baghdad is safe. That's it. Jiang Chen was really not used to the atmosphere here, and said after taking a deep breath. He believed that there must be someone here who could understand English. Sure enough, there were waves of whispers and commotions from the refugees. It can be seen that they were very panicked by this news. As for whether they were willing to listen or not, that had nothing to do with him. Sighing, Jiang Chen turned around and prepared to leave, but a hand gently grabbed the corner of his clothes. Jiang Chen turned around and was stunned when he saw the girl with the dirty face. Under the dry and greasy black hair, there was a pair of pleading and determined eyes. She said a series of words in Japanese, but Jiang Chen couldn't understand it at all, so he could only smile bitterly and shook his head. It seemed that, because this passage was very troublesome, the girl didn't know how to express it in English. Maybe she was hungry. After thinking for a while, Jiang Chen took out a pack of biscuits and handed it to her. However, the girl shook her head, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke with a slightly hoarse voice. Please take me away. Jiang Chen was stunned, smiled, and was about to refuse, but he met the pair of pleading eyes. Accept humanitarian aid, and then see if there is any Saudi or Turkish man willing to buy me home. Somehow, Jiang Chen suddenly remembered the words the girl said yesterday. That sentence slightly hurt his heart. Jiang Chen opened his mouth slightly and looked at the girl's dirty face. He didn't speak for a long time. He sighed. Sympathy overflowed again. Follow me. Jiang Chen sighed and turned to jump out of the car. The girl's stiff face showed a rare joy. She prayed devoutly and then followed Jiang Chen out of the caravan. Finally back. Hurry up and get on the road. Robert suddenly noticed the girl following Jiang Chen. His eyes suddenly became ambiguous when he looked at Jiang Chen, and he whistled. Nick, the polar bear who usually had no expression, also looked at Jiang Chen with an ambiguous look. It's not what you think. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. How are you going to deal with her? Otherwise, you can just come to the United States to hang out with me. Utah supports polygamy. Jiang Chen sat in the co-pilot seat. Roberts patted his shoulder and smiled. Will I be wanted by the FBI if I follow you? Jiang Chen rolled his eyes at him. Ahem. I won't do that again. Now that I've escaped alive, many things are no longer the same. Roberts started the car. Jiang Chen saw a touch of sophistication and cunning on that young face that was far from his age. Jiang Chen leaned on the passenger seat and said nothing more. I'm serious, my brother. Who doesn't have a bad time? Especially for people who do dangerous business like us. If you can't make it there, just come to me. Robert said it very calmly, but Jiang Chen could hear the sincerity in it. I'm a serious businessman now. Jiang Chen laughed, but he still remembered Robert's words silently. Nonsense, haha. Roberts held the steering wheel and laughed. Nick and Aisha sat in the back seat, and the two taciturn people naturally didn't say a word. Nick was wearing sunglasses and probably closed his eyes to rest, while Aisha looked at the back of Jiang Chen's head for a long time, opened her mouth slightly, but didn't say anything. Robert's nose slang. Nick, who was leaning on the armchair, suddenly said something, and the corners of his beard raised an interesting arc. Aisha was stunned for a moment, and a grateful expression appeared on her face. After hesitating for a moment, she still plucked up the courage and said that sentence again. Roberts, who was chatting with Jiang Chen, suddenly froze for a moment and then looked at Jiang Chen ambiguously. What did she say? Jiang Chen noticed Roberts' eyes and asked with a wry smile. I pray to Allah, if you can punish those demons who use his mercy to do evil and return victorious. Even if you believe in paganism, I'm willing to be your wife as a gift from the desert. I will be as docile as a camel, serving you and your other wives. Just ask you to give me a place. It's so corny. I have to translate it into English and then into Chinese. There may be deviations, but this is roughly what it means. Roberts looked at Jiang Chen teasingly with an expression that seemed like he was about to laugh and hurt himself. Fuck. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly and only managed to squeeze out this sentence after a long time. Utah in the United States allows polygamy. Do you need a green card? Roberts grinned. Keep it for yourself. Jiang Chen said. He has no plans to go abroad for development for the time being. That's right, a marriage certificate is just a book. A Hong Kong man named Chen I know has 10 wives, although none of them have obtained a marriage certificate. Roberts said. I don't even have a wife. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. Roberts looked at Jiang Chen in surprise and said with a smile, impossible. You're rich, so you still need women? Why don't you come to Los Angeles with me when you get back and I'll treat you to some of those chicks on the screen. Maybe some other day. I'll be busy for a while after I finish dealing with the gold issue. Jiang Chen looked out the window and lit a cigarette. You're right. The beauties in the entire Middle East are concentrated in Lebanon and Syria. The chick who fell in love with you is a little young, but she'll probably be a beauty when you grow up. TSK, I won't come to this damn place in the Middle East for a while. Before I leave, I have to go to the Turkish border. It wouldn't be bad to buy a Syrian beauty to play with. Robert squinted his eyes and looked at the endless sea of sand in front of him. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes at the animal and ignored him. As for how to place Aisha, Jiang Chen couldn't figure it out for a while. Sighing, he rubbed his sore temples. Anyway, let's bring her back to China first. How to get a visa? It should be possible to get it by spending some money. Anyway, he has money, so doing some good things can also be considered as accumulating virtue. As for whether he has other thoughts about her, looking at the dry and greasy hair and the dirty face, he really has no other thoughts at the moment. Aisha is very useful, and no one I write is of ours XD 3000 plus 5000 chapters. Please vote 0.0. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 49 FBI Agent. The journey was smooth, except for a small-scale sandstorm. The three of them took turns to drive. Although Jiang Chen did not have a car, he had passed the driving test, so there was no problem driving this pickup truck. Considering that Tikrit might have fallen into the hands of his, Roberts, after discussing with Nick and Jiang Chen, decided to take a slight detour, go north along Lake Sursa, then go east through Samarra, and then go to Baghdad. In short, try to avoid all hotspots of fighting. The four of them still spent the night in the car. The sound of fighter planes gliding in the air was really frightening, but the shells did not fall, and it was obvious that the fluorescent sign did play a role. Nick, the Russian man, found a random reason and changed seats with Jiang Chen. Roberts glanced at Jiang Chen ambiguously, lowered his voice, and whispered in Jiang Chen's ear, "Don't worry, we are sleeping soundly. If you, I won't watch." After saying that, Roberts glanced at Aisha, who was huddled in a corner of the car seat, with a somewhat playful expression. Go. Not to mention that Jiang Chen was not interested for the time being. Even if he was, the smell was unpalatable. For refugees who were fleeing for their lives, they naturally had no time to think about cleaning, and everything was prioritized for survival. Aisha was also very clear that she must be very smelly now, and her dirty face did not look beautiful, so she huddled in the corner of the car door with inferiority, hoping not to disgust Jiang Chen. In fact, although she had some smell on her body, it was not to the extent that Jiang Chen felt disgusted. Jiang Chen could sleep in the caravan full of stench, as if nothing had happened, so he naturally would not care about this smell. Besides, Roberts, who had not taken a bath for a week, might be even more smelly than her at this moment. I may have a bit of odor, but I can guarantee that, after taking a shower, my body will satisfy you. Aisha bit her lip and said. For her, saying this almost took all her courage. There were two whistles in front. It was obvious that Roberts and Nick were not asleep. These two animals. Jiang Chen cursed inwardly. Ahem. No, I don't mind. I always felt that there was something wrong with this. Aisha's cheeks were flushed, but it was not visible under the dirty stains. Is it okay for a woman to marry a Han Chinese? I heard that Han Chinese believe in Confucianism. Robert's teasing voice suddenly sounded. She didn't say anything, but just looked at Jiang Chen. That's what you think, and we also think that you are all Christians. You guys talk about asterisk much more often than God. And, didn't your Chinese teacher tell you that Confucianism is not a religion? Jiang Chen laughed and cursed. Of course, this is controversial. Roberts shrugged and said with a smile, don't look at me like this, I still pray when necessary. Jiang Chen looked at Aisha, hesitated for a moment, and said in a serious tone, you heard it too, I don't have any faith, and I don't plan to believe in any religion in the future. I heard that Islamic women cannot marry pagans, so does it matter, even if it's like this? It doesn't matter. Aisha shook her head, you eradicated the devil who used the name of God to do evil for God. You are my hero. Besides, if it weren't for you, I might have died in humiliation. Since you saved me, then I'm your private property. Jiang Chen's Adam's apple moved slightly, looking at the calmness in her eyes, and finally said nothing. To be honest, he was a little moved. How many men would not be interested in beautiful women? Single for more than 20 years, and lost his virginity in another world. Of course, it is not ruled out that there are good men who keep themselves clean. But Jiang Chen was very frank, that he was just a layman. He didn't have the material foundation in the past, so naturally he didn't cultivate such noble sentiments. Just follow. Anyway, being followed won't make you lose a piece of meat. He has money, and can afford it. Maybe she will be pretty after washing. After all, she is exotic. A beautiful driver and bodyguard. Just cultivate her in this direction. Thinking of this, Jiang Chen felt much more relaxed, and didn't bother about anything. As for the two animals in front, they were already snoring like thunder. In the early morning, the three of them simply ate a few compressed biscuits, and drank 2 sips of water to deal with breakfast. According to GPS, their location was very close to Baghdad. About 20 kilometers northwest of Baghdad city. The 4 people were stopped by patrolling American soldiers. After a simple inspection, the soldiers did not make things difficult for them. Roberts skillfully showed the green card to the captain on duty, and then borrowed the satellite phone on the Hummer. This guy squatted aside, and made several calls in succession, before returning the phone to the American soldier on duty. Although these American soldiers' behavior in the local area can be said to be a bad record, they are still very restrained when they meet their own citizens. After all, no one wants to receive a subpoena from their own court. The guy from Ohio standing next to Jiang Chen also chatted with him. He seemed to think that Jiang Chen was a CTV reporter, and asked Jiang Chen if he could give him a close-up shot. As for Nick, who was obviously a private bodyguard, he leaned against the side of the Hummer and smoked. Aisha huddled in the car, even though it was as hot as a steamer. From her distrustful eyes, it can be seen how bad the reputation of these American soldiers is in this area. Soon, a black shadow appeared in the distance. It was a little bird helicopter, and Jiang Chen also saw a familiar face on it. The violent airflow brought by the propeller swept the sand on the ground to the surroundings, blowing dust on everyone's face. When the little bird stopped steadily, the man sitting on the side unbuckled his seatbelt and jumped off. Bruce, haha, my old friend, we meet again. Roberts greeted him with a chuckle, and hugged the mercenary in combat uniform. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, why do you stink so badly? It seems that you have been having a bad time recently. Bruce patted Roberts on the back, and then immediately pushed him aside with disgust. Ahem, I have been having a bad time recently, but it's all in the past. Roberts patted the dust off his body, and showed his full white teeth. I don't think things will be resolved so quickly, Mr. Roberts. I'm glad we meet again. Another middle-aged man came down from the helicopter. The man had a hooked nose, and glanced at Jiang Chen with a very sharp look. This made Jiang Chen feel a little uncomfortable, but he just frowned, and didn't say anything. Ahem, Mr. Lawrence, nice to meet you. Roberts smiled awkwardly, and stretched out his hand to greet him. It seems that you escaped. Lawrence shrugged and said casually. Bruce walked over to Jiang Chen, and said hello to him. Roberts, I didn't expect you to help him. Bruce smiled bitterly, and took the cigarette from Jiang Chen. Who is that guy? Roberts seems to be very afraid of him. Jiang Chen blew a smoke ring and laughed. Lawrence Alden, FBI agent. Please do not disclose my personal information to unrelated foreigners, Mr. Bruce, otherwise I will have to question the quality of your work to Blackwater International. Lawrence heard the conversation between the two, left Roberts aside, and walked towards Jiang Chen and his friends. Bruce turned his back to him and rolled his eyes at Jiang Chen, shrugged and said, in short, he is such a difficult guy to get along with. Jiang Chen watched Lawrence walk in front of him. After being stared at by that uncomfortable gaze for a long time, Lawrence slowly spoke. Are you representing your country, or an individual? Roberts and I are just business friends. Jiang Chen said lightly. Then I wish you a prosperous business, and I hope you don't meddle in other people's business. Lawrence did not avoid Roberts' meaning at all, glanced at him, and spoke directly to Jiang Chen. Hey, come on, man. Roberts rolled his eyes and spread his hands. Maybe we can talk. I'm not interested in your conflict. Maybe you can discuss it privately? Jiang Chen said with a smile. Discuss? Lawrence spread his hands and smiled at Roberts. How are you going to discuss it? 400 tons of crude oil from Iran. Are you crazy about the money? Isn't there any evidence yet? Roberts smiled indifferently and then put a hand on Lawrence's shoulder. Man, we can make a deal. Oh, you might as well talk about it. Lawrence snorted without comment, but did not open Roberts' hand. In order to prevent this special situation from happening, when doing business in sensitive areas, the arms I sell are usually tampered with a little bit. For example, the gunpowder of a bullet at the bottom of the box is empty and equipped with a GPS signal. You can use your imagination to see where this batch of arms will be shipped. Robert's face flashed with a cunning. Lawrence's face changed. Thing. Here, Robert smiled and threw a smartphone into Lawrence's hand. Congratulations, Mr. Lawrence, the future agent chief. This is a great achievement. Your cleverness saved your life. I will forgive the past. Lawrence glared at Roberts meaningfully, then put the phone in his pocket and rushed to the bird helicopter. Bruce, let's go. We have to go back to the aircraft carrier. Okay, boss. Bruce responded, then shrugged at Jiang Chen and followed. And that pattern. I have to have a good talk with him. Roberts shouted at the bird that was taking off. Whatever you want. The so-called witness protection plan is just a verbal promise. Whether it will be fulfilled or not depends on a word from Lawrence. Have you reached an agreement? Jiang Chen walked to Roberts and said casually. That's right. With the guidance of GPS, a Tomahawk missile can blow those bastards up to the sky. TSK, I'm afraid those natives are busy moving the weapons into the arsenal. Damn, this is a great achievement. Robert smiled happily and then linked arms with Jiang Chen. Ignore these politicians with shit on their hands. Let's go to Baghdad for a drink. I'll treat you. You are really thick-skinned. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. This is what happens after working in this industry for a long time. Maybe it's time for me to consider industrial transformation. Roberts shook his head and smiled bitterly. Iran's crude oil business can't be done. I have to go to Saudi Arabia, and the Shell company has to be closed quickly. The three of them returned to the pickup truck. After saying goodbye to the American soldiers on duty, Roberts sat in the driver's seat, started the car, and drove towards the direction of Baghdad city. Any clues? Jiang Chen said casually. A little bit. That's right. Movies. Haha, being a Hollywood producer is not bad. Next time you come to Los Angeles to see me, I'll arrange for you to play with some Hollywood chicks. Roberts said with a smile. Hollywood stars, can you afford it? Jiang Chen glanced at Roberts with a smile. Roberts' hands were on the steering wheel, and he grinned. Los Angeles is a place full of dreams. As long as you are a producer, those blonde chicks who dream of becoming famous overnight will stick their butts out and beg you to come. This damn dream is so great. It seems that the entertainment industry in every country is the same. Jiang Chen smiled and suddenly thought of Liu. A playful smile flashed across his face. Why not get the identity of a producer to play with? Anyway, it's just a matter of spending money. Chapter 50 Returning to China. The next morning, Jiang Chen woke up with his head covered. Did you get drunk last night? He rubbed his eyes with a bitter smile. He was about to sit up from the bed, but suddenly froze. The girl beside him was sleeping peacefully, her hair scattered on her cheeks, and her soft breathing was even and slightly tired. There was a glaring red on the bedsheet. What the hell? What did I do? Jiang Chen was so scared that he almost fell under the bed. Are you awake? Aisha woke up from her sleep after noticing the movement on the bed. Facing Jiang Chen's surprised eyes, she bit her lip slightly, buried her head, and hid behind the corner of the quilt. Although she was mentally prepared, when the moment really came, Aisha still felt a little scared. The tearing pain made her almost cry, but the pleasure that followed made her almost lose all the pain, as if she was sent to the clouds. Although it was painful, it was beyond her expectation. She didn't feel disgusted about losing her virginity in such a rough way. Yeah. Jiang Chen scratched his head and said with a wry smile, sorry. No need to apologize. I'm your wife. It doesn't matter if we don't have a formal status. I can understand the customs of your hometown. Aisha wrapped the quilt around her shoulders and said in a low voice with her head buried. In her hometown, her age has long met the standard for marriage. But for Jiang Chen, how should I put it? Rather than saying it's a custom, it's better to say that it's not good in some sense. After a moment of silence, Jiang Chen sighed and spoke in a slightly apologetic tone. Last night, I drank too much. It hurts. Because the memory of last night was really a little fuzzy, he thought he had forced Aisha, but in fact it was not the case. Well, it's too big. As soon as this thoughtless sentence came out, Aisha's face turned red. She realized that there was something wrong with what she said. Cough cough. Cough. Jiang Chen almost choked to death on his own saliva. Seeing this, Aisha hurried over and tried to pat Jiang Chen's back. However, the quilt wrapped around her was no longer restrained and fell off. Her beautiful breasts and belly were all exposed in front of him. Ah! Aisha exclaimed in a low voice and quickly stretched out her trembling little hands and wrapped the quilt around her chest again. Although it was all done, it was still a bit embarrassing. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly and scratched his cheek and finally just sighed. Learn Chinese. This sentence was still spoken. Yeah. Aisha buried her head and didn't dare to look into his eyes and nodded. Looking at the bright red on the bed, he smiled bitterly again and patted his dizzy head. Although he didn't ask himself if he was a noble man, he still had a bottom line. For taking away the girl's virginity, he still felt a little guilty. Even if there was alcohol involved, it was not enough to be an excuse to evade responsibility. However, Aisha's voluntary and gentle devotion made Jiang Chen feel much better. Secretly grateful for her thoughtfulness and gentleness, he also made up his mind not to treat this girl badly. At least, it would be no problem to let her live a life 100 times happier than here. Somewhat awkwardly declining Aisha's corrupt request to help him dress, Jiang Chen hurriedly put on his clothes and pants and then ran out of the door. Looking at Jiang Chen's departing back, Aisha's cold face suddenly showed a rare smile. That arc outlined a touch of tenderness. Putting her hands together in front of her chest, the girl lowered her forehead slightly and prayed devoutly to the gods she believed in again. It's so good to meet you. At 12 noon, Jiang Chen took Aisha on a plane to Dubai. Because there are no direct flights between Baghdad and the Celestial Empire, the fastest way is to go to Dubai first and then transfer to Beijing. Speaking of Aisha's identity, there is also a small episode here. Because of the constant war in southern Syria, Aisha did not carry any identification when she fled, and it was unlikely that she could get in touch with her country at this time, so she became a so-called illegal immigrant. Jiang Chen originally planned to use money to smooth the relationship and then give Aisha a foreigner permanent residence permit or directly apply for nationality with an ID card. But when Jiang Chen arrived at the embassy, he found that it was empty. After asking the Iraqi soldiers on duty at the door, he learned that the embassy staff had boarded the last flight to evacuate the country. The soldier seemed to have experience in dealing with this matter and enthusiastically suggested that Jiang Chen go to the United Nations office to consult about relevant matters. However, Jiang Chen did not have so much patience, so he directly called Roberts, who was still planning to play here for 2 days. After hearing about Jiang Chen's troubles, Roberts enthusiastically said okay, and then directly called an acquaintance in the US Embassy and spent $20,000 to get Aisha a green card and passport. Jiang Chen was going to give the $20,000 to Roberts, but Roberts simply waved his hand and declined. Compared to the big deal that is about to be done, this little money is nothing, isn't it? Roberts laughed on the other end of the phone. Hearing this, he did not refuse. With the identity certificate, Aisha was finally able to get a ticket and board the plane. As for the passport to China and the foreigner permanent residence permit, they can be processed at the Chinese embassy in Debay. After arriving in Debay, Jiang Chen took Asia to stay here for a day to handle the formalities. Although he has longed for this world-famous local tyrant city, it is not the right time to visit it now. He still has a lot of things to do quickly, such as the hundreds of millions of US dollars in gold, such as buying villas, buying luxury cars, traveling and so on. It is not too late to go when there is time. After a 9-hour flight, the two finally got off the plane in Beijing. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening, but the nightlife of this metropolis has just begun. Neon lights and car lights colored the night sky, and there were endless streams of vehicles and bustling streets. Everything here made Asia, who had not seen much of the world, fall into a state of astonishment. Noticing the shock on Asia's face, Jiang Chen smiled at her as if he understood. The expression on Asia's face was no different from the expression he had when he just left his hometown, Haching. When he first saw the night view of Guanghe City, he also looked like a country bumpkin entering the city. As long as you live in such a place for a while, you will understand. Even if the street is prosperous, it has nothing to do with people who have nothing. Perhaps this is the indifference unique to modern times. Of course, now that he has money, he no longer needs to sigh about these things. Patting her on the shoulder, Jiang Chen took her into a taxi and went to a nearby hotel. The ticket to Guanghe was bought tomorrow, and Jiang Chen decided to rest in Beijing tonight. After taking a shower, Jiang Chen lay down on the bed without saying anything, and prepared to sleep. However, what happened next immediately put him in an awkward situation. This was a large bedroom, and Jiang Chen only noticed this now. When Asia finished her shower, she was wearing a bath towel, lowered her eyebrows, bit her lips slightly, and trembled slightly as she moved to the bedside. Jiang Chen just stared at her blankly, and then swallowed unconsciously. The exotic beauty and the slightly curvy figure. Well, neither of them spoke. Asia got into the bed. Everything seemed to become natural. For this kind of thing, the second time is much easier than the first time. And there was no rejection on her face. Although the slight sense of guilt still remained, it made Jiang Chen feel a little self-comforted. Anyway, I didn't force her. Ahem. And it's not the first time. Since I've already promised to take responsibility, what does it matter if it happens the second time? He naturally put his hand on her shoulder. Asia also lowered her head shyly and sank silently. After returning to Guanghe City, Jiang Chen immediately got busy. Because he had no place to live for the time being, he still chose to renew the rent of the house he had booked in Kishan and put Asia there. He would move there after the villa was settled. In addition, Jiang Chen also arranged a language school for her to learn Chinese. Although communicating in English every day made him improve his spoken English a lot, he still felt a little awkward. The language class was held on the 16th floor of the Guangmeo building office building nearby, and Jiang Chen was also relieved about this. As for the tuition fee of 1,000 yuan per class, it was not a problem at all. After settling Asia, Jiang Chen immediately contacted Zhang Xingfei, the agent arranged by Roberts in Guanghe City. Roberts said that Zhang Xingfei was a subordinate of Mr. Chen from Hong Kong and was engaged in shipping business. It was said that Mr. Chen was an influential figure in Hong Kong and had some dealings with Roberts in some business in Los Angeles. As for what kind of influence and what kind of business, Jiang Chen had no interest in asking. Whether it was for the sake of Roberts or Mr. Chen, Zhang Xingfei was very attentive to Jiang Chen. The foreign bodyguard standing next to him was also an acquaintance of Jiang Chen, the Belarusian strongman with a Slavic face. Nick. See you again, buddy. Jiang Chen was naturally very happy to see Nick, and punched him in the chest. After all, they were comrades who had fought side by side. Even though this taciturn guy rarely spoke, Jiang Chen and him were still very close. Nick also smiled and punched Jiang Chen in the chest, and then took off his sunglasses. I will be responsible for being this man's bodyguard for the time being. Although he was called a bodyguard, Jiang Chen knew very well that it was just to prevent this businessman from discovering the value of the goods and running away with the money. The Chinese merchant ship will be responsible for transporting the gold out of the country. Once it reaches the high seas, the ship sent by Roberts will pick up the goods and sail directly to South Africa. Everything is here. Follow me. Jiang Chen waved his hand and then walked towards the warehouse that he had previously used to store food. Nick was stunned. He naturally knew that the goods traded by the boss were gold, and this time he also brought a special appraisal personnel. But he didn't expect that hundreds of millions of dollars of gold would be so casually placed in a small warehouse without any supervision. Jiang Chen would naturally not leave the gold here all the time, but he put it here before Nick and others came. We have an old saying in China, the great hide in the city, the small hide in the wild. If I hire a bodyguard to guard it, it will make this place suspicious. Without defense, thieves will not think about it. Jiang Chen said casually, and then pulled open the cloth covering the gold. It's here, come and check the goods. I hope you have prepared the box. Nick swallowed his saliva and nodded stiffly. After careful inspection by the appraisers, this batch of gold is indeed 999 gold, and can be put on the market without refining. The total weight is 11 tons and 240 kilograms. According to the 7-day average transaction price of US gold, after deducting the 9% handling fee, Jiang Chen received a total of $510 million in remittances. After confirming that he had received the transfer email from the Swiss bank, Jiang Chen nodded, and then Nick called his men to put the gold into the box and then put it on the van. As for Zhang Xingfei, he has been standing outside like a passerby. He is very clear about the role he plays in this transaction, and he is also very clear that knowing less is actually a safe choice. Anyway, he has already received a considerable amount of benefits. As for what exactly this batch of goods is, this is not a problem he should worry about. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.